My name is Alexi Swirsky. I represent myself, and I am against House Bill 127 by Representative Ortega. Texans, unlike a majority of the states, Texas requires a permit for legally owned handguns to be carried outside of limited areas such as one's home and vehicle. Criminals don't follow this law or other laws. The license requirement disarms their victims. It does not disarm the criminals. Anyone who legally possesses a handgun or a long gun or a rifle should be able to carry it, open or concealed, without a permit. Crime is not increasing because good citizens carry guns to protect themselves. It is increasing because criminals are let out of jail without bond or on bond after committing very violent crimes, such as the murder of a police officer, Robert Solis, in Harris County. There are not sufficient number of police officers to apprehend the criminals, as is happening in Austin, because of the defunding of police. U.S. Attorney Greg Sofar has said violent crime is skyrocketing in the Austin area. The number of homicides in Austin from January to October of 2020 was 50% higher than during that time frame in 2019. Mr. Sofar stated, "You don't want to live in a community where the homicide rate is going up by more than 50%. Operation Undaunted is a partnership between federal, state, and local law enforcement and prosecution authorities. They plan to tackle the problem by more aggressively investigating shootings, targeting violent and repeat offenders, and actively prosecuting armed robberies. Notice what needs to be done: catch and prosecute criminals, not enact more laws restricting law-abiding citizens from carrying firearms." Governor Abbott has said that Austin is the #1 city in America in the year-to-year percentage increase in murders. I and many other Texans travel to Austin and spend time here working with our government, which is our form of representative government. I can tell that the city is not as safe as it once was, even during the last session. We have similar drastic increases in crime where I live in Harris County.
Ms. Swirsky, so you think this piece of legislation would hamper your efforts to maintain personal safety?
I think it would, and I think it would increase crime.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
the last thing we need.
Yes, thank you. Members, thank you. Chair recognizes Dan Chandler. Dan Chandler, okay, let's go with Heather Hill. After Heather Hill, John Balgiano, and then Michael Belsick.
See if I can get this right. Thank you very much. My name is Heather Hill. I am here today to oppose HB 127. I represent myself and Come and Take It, Texas. HB 27 restricts the common law right of all the people of Texas to not only hunt, but to defend their families. Had people in the Walmart been armed with sidearms, perhaps no one would have died. Come and Take It, Texas proved in 2015, when we performed the play, A Mock Mass Shooting on UT, that the police response would not be fast enough to do anything, not as fast as citizens' responses would be. The shooter was in the tower and was brought down by the armed citizens of Texas on that day. So I and Come and Take It, Texas, we oppose any constitutionally protected rights from being infringed upon the people of the state of Texas. Thank you very much for your time, gentlemen.
Thank you, ma'am.
And ladies.
Okay. Chair calls John Balgiano, then Michael Belsick, then Laura Leggett, and then we'll follow up with Kenneth Gibson. Yes, sir. Thank you for visiting your capital.
Thank you for having me here, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is John Balgiano, speaking today representing myself in opposition to House Bill 127. Some find the sight of men and women open carrying long guns on the public street or at a demonstration to be outlandish, shocking, and intimidating. Some find the sight of a man in a rainbow flag patterned dress, muscular men in full BDSM leather and chain panoply, or heavy-set leather-clad people on Harley-Davidsons on the public street or at a demonstration to be outlandish, shocking, and intimidating. It's too bad. They're all out there celebrating who and what they are. If you took a moment to closely examine those scary rifles, you would probably see they were being carried slung with the muzzle pointed in a safe direction, with an empty chamber, with the safety on, and with fingers well away from triggers. I'm a gun owner. I don't hide that. I celebrate the First Amendment as much as I celebrate the Second. I celebrate gun pride. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Michael Belsick, then Laura Leggett, then Kenneth Gibson, and Dr. Alma Arredondo Lynch. Michael Belsick, okay, he did register against House Bill 127. Laura Leggett. Registered for House Bill 127. Kenneth Gibson registered against House Bill 127. Dr. Alma Arredondo Lynch. Chair calls Dr. Lynch. Registered neutral on House Bill 127. Chair calls Rick Briscoe. And after Mr. Briscoe, we'll have Stephen Williford, then John Franklin, and Derek Reeves.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, thank you. I am Rick Briscoe, representing Open Carry, Texas, appearing in opposition to the bill. Long story made short, this is an infringement upon the rights of Texans. There's no way around it. It may, in fact, violate Article 1, Section 23 of our state constitution. Mr. Robert E.B. Baylor at the 1845 Constitutional Convention discussed the matter of the authority of the legislature to restrict arms and expressed his concern on what became Article 1, Section 23 in the 1876 Constitution, which was intended only to allow the regulation of the wearing of handguns, not long guns. As a practical matter, let's look at the tragic El Paso shooting. It's always been against the law to commit murder. You know, 10 Commandments said, "Thou shalt not kill." Evil is real. Life is not without danger. Some of our members in El Paso told me afterwards that hundreds of people stood in line to get information about taking training to get a license to carry, because they came to realize that even though a 6-minute response by the police is a statistically fast response, it was all over. They need to take greater responsibility for their own safety. And insofar as the specifics of this bill go, it's fatally flawed by its own language. It restricts the carry in plain view. All you have to do to not violate this bill is put it in a case. Silly as that may seem, the point is evil is real. Bad guys don't ask permission. If this bill passes, it won't keep people from doing bad things. There was a TABC blue sign on the doors to the Walmart prohibiting bringing anything other than an LTC weapon into the store. Did
Rick.
it stop evil? No, it didn't.
Okay.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Stephen Williford.
My name is Stephen Williford, and I represent myself, and I'm here to oppose the bill. On November 5th, 2017, a madman came into Sutherland Springs, Texas, which I am a resident of. We're under 600 people in total. He started shooting and killing people within the church that I live next to. I grabbed my AR-15, I ran across the street, I engaged that shooter, and I hit him 6 out of 6 rounds with him shooting at me and coming at me and trying to kill me after he killed 26 of my neighbors, my friends. I'm here to tell you, without an AR-15, that I had no license to carry, I would have been at his mercy. Criminals, by their very nature, are going to break these laws. And it doesn't make any difference, the laws that you make. When they pull it out of the car and they start shooting, they've already broken so many laws anyway. To inhibit me and my fellow Texans from carrying the same kind of gun that they used is ridiculous. They're going to get the guns that they're going to get. And I would say that we, the good guys, the good people of Texas, outnumber the bad people in Texas. I want to thank you very much as a committee, and I appreciate the right to come and speak today.
Thank you. Chair recognizes John Franklin. Next, we have Derek Reeves, then Emily Taylor.
Thank you. My name is John Franklin. I represent myself, and I oppose this bill. I just want to make 2 points really briefly. The first point, if the intent of this bill is to prevent mass murder, it's worded far too broadly because it bans all public carry with few exceptions, regardless of intent. The second point, the state of Texas has everything from the most urban of cities to some of the most rural land in the country. Where I grew up in, the part of Texas I grew up in, seeing somebody with a long gun was not a big deal. We don't feel threatened there by it, and it's just the bill is too broad and infringes on our long existing rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Derek Reeves. Derek Reeves, he's shown in the record. You're Derek Reeves. Okay. After Derek Reeves, Emily Taylor, then Billy Mustin, and then Walter Barnes.
Hello, I'm Derek Reeves, and I represent myself in opposition to House Bill 127. My testimony mirrors that of all the others who oppose it, in that this wouldn't prevent the tragedy that happened in El Paso, nor will it prevent any future tragedies. The wording is too broad, and if anything, display of more firearms would have been a deterrent, not less.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Emily Taylor. Then we'll have Billy Mustin and then Walter Barnes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Emily Taylor. I testify on behalf of myself in opposition to this bill. I believe the issue that Representative Ortega is trying to solve has actually already been accomplished by the Court of Criminal Appeals, and that happened in 2019. In 2019, in the case of Ross versus State, the Court of Criminal Appeals interpreted our disorderly conduct statute, 4201, subsection 8, which is carrying a firearm, specifically here a long gun, in a public place in a manner calculated to alarm. I tried one of these cases before this case, and at that time, the jury was instructed, you have to get inside the defendant's head and decide if he meant to alarm people. But in 2019, that was undone by the Court of Criminal Appeals when they said the standard applied is likely to alarm, and that likelihood is evaluated under an objective standard of reasonableness. So what that means now is openly carrying in a sling pointed in a safe direction, walking down a country road, not objectively likely to cause alarm. Doing so in a Walmart, in a highly populated urban area, absolutely. I think there is plenty of probable cause for that 911 call, for that arrest, under the standard the Court of Criminal Appeals has now applied. The only other thing I'll say, and then I will step down, is that this would, I echo Mr. Briscoe, signal a sea change in the state of Texas. We have never before regulated the open carry of long guns.
Members, thank you. Chair calls Billy Mustin, Then we'll have Walter Barnes, and then Jill Switzer. And then Christopher Turin.
I am Billy Muston, and I oppose this bill. I understand it's full of good intentions, but the road to hell's paved with good intentions. I mean, the perfect gun control was written in 1791. It was 27 words long. This violates that, and for that reason alone, I oppose it.
Okay, so just for the record, your name is,
Billy W. Muston.
and you are
Represent
representing
myself.
And you are
Opposed.
Opposed. Okay, thank you, Chief. Chief Muston. That's right. That's what I was looking for. Okay, Chief.
I'm tired.
Okay, I get it. Okay, Walter Barnes.
Good evening. My name is Walter Barnes. I am testifying on behalf of myself, and I oppose this bill, though I do appreciate that the author was here to actually explain the bill, because at first I wasn't sure what it was trying to accomplish besides banning, and I'll try to keep this short because my points have already been covered. The first of which is that there is already a statute in place that would have allowed for law enforcement to investigate this. And that's in the Penal Code 4201, disorderly conduct. The other part was that in the bill as it's written, it would allow carry, as was previously discussed, concealed in some way. So if it was in a case, it could be carried toward the Walmart, or if it could be carried in the vehicle, which the bill does allow for, now you've got from vehicle to the Walmart. That's the only span that you've got where there would potentially be any difference between the current law and this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right. Chair calls Gil Switzer. And after Gil Switzer, we will have Christopher Turin, Bradley Hodges, and Cody Ryan.
Hi there, I'm Jill Switzer, and I am the Executive Director of Texas Gun Sense, and I'm here in support of the bill. I appreciate Representative Ortega proposing this common sense, evidence-based policy that will reduce gun injuries and deaths. That's part of our mission at Texas Gun Sense. You know, when I started this job, I said to my son that the sad truth is I have trouble remembering all the mass shootings, how many people were killed, et cetera. And I had to look it up again. 23 people murdered and 23 injured, 46 people. Again, like the representative said, carried an AK-47 style rifle, did not commit a crime until he opened fire. It's true that the manner calculated to alarm is in the law, very subjective. There is no license, training, or certification required to openly carry an assault weapon on things like manner calculated to an alarm. Imagine if you lived in El Paso and you had lived through this situation and someone was open carrying a long gun right now. Pointed the right way, all that kind of stuff. It's alarming. The late Justice Scalia, a conservative justice of the Supreme Court, said that the Second Amendment is not unlimited. The Federal Circuit Court this week issued a ruling specifically that restricting the open carry of guns is not a violation of the U.S. Constitution. I'd also like to remind folks that Texas has extreme preemption of local governments making any sort of gun policies on their own. So Houston and Loving County all have to be addressed by this legislature at this time. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Chair calls Christopher Turin. Then we'll have Bradley Hodges, Cody Ryan, and Eric Schaefer.
Good evening. My name is Chris Turan. I am testifying against HB 127, the long gun carry ban bill. I am representing myself. During the summer riots last year, I know of many friends who carried long guns in defense of their family, in defense of their property, their neighborhoods, or in defense of public monuments. Now, some of these friends were defending their neighborhood and were not always on their own property. They had to step off their property to deter these mobs from burning down their homes. This bill specifically mentions the person's own property, but does not extend to the neighborhood as a whole. They would not have been able to step off their property. And what about public monuments? I have several friends who stood guard outside the Alamo. On May 30th, there was a mob of 1,000 rioters outside, and they had spray paint, gasoline, and lighters. We may have heard of a very different story if those men with long guns had not stood out guard outside that night. And these were all private citizens. The police were overrun that night. Banning the carry of long guns will only serve to hinder honest Americans from protecting public and private property against rioters and large mobs of people. I urge you to oppose this ban on long gun carry. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Bradley Hodges, then Cody Ryan, then Eric Schaefer. Well, you're
Brad Hodges.
okay. Yes, sir.
Self. Against.
Thank
I object on the grounds of authority, as in there isn't any, Article 1, Section 23, and also on intent. I also object on that, as in that not good intent. The intent is clearly to disarm, and I just want to mention these are the same folks wanting to cancel our license to carry handguns because they're too small, are also the same people wanting to cancel their rifles because they're too big. So which is it?
Okay. Thank you. Chair recognizes Cody Ryan. Okay. Cody Ryan registered against House Bill 127. Chair recognizes Eric Schaefer. After Eric Schaefer, we'll have Jake Collier, then Thomas Anderson, and then Chris Baker.
Eric Schaefer, representing myself and testifying in opposition to this bill. Again, anytime the state makes something illegal, it can be abused. Also, I don't believe that this particular one would have any positive effect. As someone who has openly carried long guns in the state of Texas, all over the state of Texas, for several years, I can testify that people do call the police on people carrying long guns. They don't recognize that that's illegal behavior, and so they are possibly fearful and they call the police. Or they're not fearful, they just think it's strange. There's evidence of 911 calls where, hey, this just doesn't seem right. Is this okay? You know, why is this person doing this? So the police, they come out, they observe, they ask questions. Sometimes they, interrogate people. Sometimes they arrest people. But anyway, the fact that people can call the police. People call the police if their pizza doesn't show up. I mean, these things have happened, right? They call 911, hey, my pizza's not here, or whatever. It's rare, but there's nothing saying they can't call 911 if Eric is walking to a Walmart with a long gun. So, and also, if I'm in the Walmart and I see someone coming with a long gun, then that time traveling across the parking lot is a good indication that maybe I should pay a little bit more attention. If this person is concealing this thing, then I have less time to respond to a potential threat. So this just seems like a bad bill altogether.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Jake Collier. Jake Collier registered against House Bill 127. Thomas Anderson. Thomas Anderson registered against House Bill 127. Chris Baker. Chris Baker registered against House Bill 127. Kyle Garacco. Okay. Chair calls Kyle Garacco. And then after you, we'll have Joe Bernay, John Finley, and Leonard Perez.
It's pronounced guacamole. G-U-A. All right. So, Kyle Guarco, I'm here representing myself. I'm opposed to this bill. In short, everybody, this strikes straight at the heart of the United States founding principles and the right to bear arms. 1700s definition of arms, short for armaments. This means anything and everything that would be carried into war. So yes, Second Amendment is very much about having that insurance policy against a tyrannical government. I do understand, as being someone who grew up estranged to the Constitution and being estranged from the founding principles, having grown up in New England, actually to be more exact, the Constitution state, that catchphrase is nothing but words. All right, there are generations of people that are being raised in places like Philadelphia, Boston, Hartford, Connecticut, who completely resent their rights and their liberties because they're estranged from them. And naturally, people just resent things that they don't understand. That's all I've got for you.
Members, thank you. Chair recognizes Joe Bernay. After Joe, we'll have Jonathan Finley, then Leonard Perez, Aimee Mobley Turney, and John Brandt. Yes, sir.
Minor correction, it's Joe Burns.
It is Burns. Okay,
Burns.
I was
Yes,
looking
sir.
at this. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and esteemed members of the committee here. I don't want to belabor the point. I think a lot of good points have been made against this bill. I'm definitely speaking against the bill.
And you're representing?
On behalf of myself, and as an elected representative sitting on the executive committee for the State Libertarian Party of Texas, representing ST24. So one thing I would like to bring up when we're discussing bills of this nature, ones like it, and specifically this one, the intentions, while good, they seem to believe that somehow laws like this are preventative in nature when they're strictly punitive in nature. So the difference in the thought process needs to be the consideration of preventative versus punitive. And if the law can't prevent the crime, which it obviously can't, criminals don't pay attention to the laws, they're going to violate them if they will, then we shouldn't pass a law such as this. It only serves to be punitive towards those of us who are law-abiding citizens. So please take that in consideration when looking at bills like this and other bills, and recognize that the criminals aren't going to be stopped. They're not even going to be swayed one way or the other by a bill like this. It only seeks to strip liberty from law-abiding citizens. Thank you for your time.
Members, okay, thank you. Okay, Chair recognizes Jonathan Finley, then Jonathan Finley. Okay, Jonathan Finley registered against. Leonard Perez. Okay, as Leonard Perez is making his way, after Leonard Perez, we have Aimee Mobley Turney.
Good evening, Mr. White of the Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Leonard Perez. I'm here to represent and testify on my behalf, and I am in opposition to the H.R. 127. I have stood in defense of this nation, and I have stood in defense of the Constitution. I have, in my years, watched as crime has increased and the burden has been placed on the police, the whole burden of protecting citizens, while citizens that are fully capable of defending themselves and defending others have stepped up and decided to put their lives in harm's way, should it be. I've stood next to officers offering support, and I believe that hindering any law-abiding citizen from his constitutional right to carry and bear arms is anti-liberty and anti-common sense. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Members. Chair recognizes Aimee Mobley Turney. Following Aimee Mobley Turney will be John Brandt, Clint Polar, Rebecca McNair.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Chair, representatives. I am Aimee Mobley Turney, testifying as a member and on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas for House Bill 127. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today, and thank you for allowing us to share the League of Women Voters of Texas' position on this bill. Texas law permits the open carrying of a long-barreled firearm in public without a license. This type of behavior can be perceived as menacing and meant to intimidate, which is prohibited by Texas law, yet the vagueness of laws concerning this curiosity that has only become a pattern in this century has caused businesses, law enforcement, and municipalities to grow weary of confronting this form of bullying behavior. As such, the shooter at an El Paso store who murdered 23 people, injured 23 more, and left mental scars on an even greater number of persons was free to approach his targets without question. This bill eliminates the question of behavior and simply focuses on the length of the barrel of the gun. Yet we believe everyone agrees that it is not normal to shop, attend a concert, sporting event, or church, dine at a restaurant, or even exercise one's First Amendment right while openly carrying a firearm, a long-barreled gun. I want to retract that, firearm, a long-barreled gun. Regulating the open carrying of a long-barreled firearm in public will not cause gun crimes and violence to cease, but it will give law enforcement and business owners the ability to make decisions without being penalized for the vagueness of the wording of the code when addressing this recent disturbing trend. House Bill 127 is an effective measure for saving lives and protecting the general public. We urge you to support this bill.
Members, thank you, ma'am. Chair recognizes John Brandt. Then we'll have Clint Polar, Rebecca McNair, and Melissa Weekly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members, for a long day and continuing to listen to us. My name is John Brandt, representing Texas Gun Sense. I am for HB 127. I'm the president of the board at Texas Gun Sense. We're a statewide, nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that works to reduce gun tragedies in our state. We are pro-safety, not anti-gun. We listen to data, reason, and moderation. I urge you to support HB 127. This bill would prohibit the open carry of long guns in public spaces with exceptions that would still allow individuals the flexibility they need to lawfully own and use these weapons. In Texas, as we've heard, it's currently legal to open carry a long gun in a public manner as long as it's not in a manner calculated to alarm. No license, training, preparation, or certification is required. We've heard plenty about El Paso tonight, and rightfully so, but you don't have to look as far as El Paso to see why the open carry of long guns is an issue. On July 25th, 2020, it was legal for an Austin protester to openly carry an assault-style weapon on Congress Avenue during racial justice protests. Whether as a matter of accident or intent, it is undeniable. The long gun this protester was carrying served to escalate what became a fatal conflict. We need to be thinking about the escalatory effect. All of this says nothing about the harm long guns have to our ability to have an open public dialogue when they are used to intimidate. As we've heard tonight, the late Justice Antonin Scalia, a conservative icon of the Supreme Court, wrote for the majority in the District of Columbia versus Heller in a 2008 decision that the Second Amendment is not unlimited. There is consistency between a right to own and use firearms responsibly and prohibiting the open carry of long guns to preserve the well-being of Texans. We're the only country in the world where this happens. This committee has a responsibility to act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brandt. Thank you. Clint Polar. Then we'll have Rebecca McNair, Melissa Weekly, and David Weekly.
Good evening again, Commissioners. My name is Clint Polar. I'm here to oppose HB 127, and I represent myself. If you can legally possess a firearm, a long gun, handgun, you should be able to carry it. It's pretty simple. Please stop creating statutes, victimless statutes, that criminalize law-abiding or good people that do not want to create harm against others, and instead focus on prosecuting others that actually do violence on their fellow man. These types of bills do nothing to increase safety and only increase the number of law enforcement contacts with citizens that often result in negative consequences and outcomes. And as my esteemed colleague Joe Bernays said, they just wound up being punitive. So thank you for your time.
Members, thank you. Chair calls Rebecca McNair. After Rebecca McNair, we'll have Melissa Weekly, David Weekly, and Patrick Harris.
Hello, my name is Rebecca McNair, and I'm testifying today in opposition to HB 127. I'm a business owner and a property owner. I'm a trained member of my church security team. It can be cold and lonely standing out in front of the church when other people are singing Christmas hymns. I have a very, very dear friend who used his long gun to stop a church shooter who was in the process of murdering worshipers on a Sunday morning. My friend took his long gun from his safe, loaded it, and shot the church shooter, wounding him. A car chase ensued, and my friend was able to kill the church shooter. He saved countless lives. Unfortunately, that day, 26 were fatally wounded, and 20 others were wounded but survived. Had long guns been banned outside of my friend's property, he would now be facing criminal charges. Thanks for listening.
Members, thank you. Chair recognizes Melissa Weekly. Then we'll have David Weekly, then Patrick Harris, Molly Bursey, and Ian Kress.
Good evening, committee members. My name is Melissa Weekly. I'm the president of and representing Texas Liberty Defenders. We traveled here today from over 5 hours away to testify. I would like to tell you that I was born in Austin, Texas, 50 years ago this weekend. My uncle grew up in the town I grew up in, and he was the chief of police. From a very young age, I learned to shoot and fire, defend myself, hunt for food, take care of my family, protect my friends and neighbors in various situations. My husband and I have had the benefit of living in several cities all over Texas, and several times we have worked in conjunction with law enforcement in several situations, down at the border, in rural neighborhoods, because we had long guns and we were able to be there and help. The restriction of long guns, I should have clarified, I'm standing against or opposing HB 127. Without long guns, it would restrict our position to be able to protect our homes, protect our families. We live in an area right now where it would take law enforcement 20 minutes or more to show up. Statistics show violent crime happens within the first 5 minutes. Many times we have been able to defend our friends and neighbors from would-be predators, from animals attacking their livestock, animals attacking our own livestock, and the list goes on and on. Texas has never before regulated long guns in this way. And now, during what we've been through in the past year, is not the time to set this precedent. So I ask you committee members to do what is right. Thank you very much for your time.
And you are representing yourself?
Texas Liberty Defender.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Chair calls David Weekly. Then Patrick Harris, Molly Bursey, Ian Kress. David Weekly.
Well, thank you, committee members, for the opportunity. I share the same thing with my wife. That we had a altercation. I was stationed down at Laughlin Air Force Base, and we were out in the residential place we were at. There was some illegals apparently that came in, and of course, they broke into certain places of the owner's outbuildings and appropriated some weapons. I do oppose HB 127, and it was a close call, because if it weren't for the rifle that we had and to more or less gave some warning shots and try to stave off what could have been worse. But they did try to break in, and they did fire some shots at us with a crossbow and a compound bows. And I just feel that I think too much intervention of one's right to be able to protect themselves, whether it be a long gun, carbine, or a pistol. Either way, I believe that one has the right to choose, and one has the right to defend himself. And if it weren't for what we had at the time, giving them a couple warning shots, I probably wouldn't be here today. I appreciate the time.
Okay, and for the record, you are,
I am Melissa Weekly's husband.
well,
Texas Liberty.
your name though. I mean, I know
David
that.
Weekly, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
and you're representing yourself.
I'm representing myself.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that. All right. The chair recognizes Patrick Harris. Everybody know he's white. After Patrick Harris, we'll have Molly Bursey, Ian Kress, Fred Stevens, and Jonathan Reynolds.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Harris. I am here with the Young Conservatives of Texas at Baylor, and I'm proud to be a lifelong Texan from the great cities of Pearland and Manville. I'm here to testify against House Bill 127. I believe the people are at their safest when allowed to constitutionally carry a firearm. We can clearly see the detrimental effect of restricting citizens' right to own and carry a firearm because it has been done elsewhere many times. In Chicago, 2020 ended with 769 homicides, 274 more than the previous year, despite being one of the cities in the U.S. with the most restrictions on guns. In the UK, over the past 5 years, up to March of 2019, gun violence increased 27%, even with the UK's infamous gun ban. Criminals also adapted to use new tools in the absence of guns, namely chemicals and vehicles. In 2018 in Toronto, a terrorist killed 10 people with a van. Vans and other vehicles can be dangerous killer weapons, but the government is not going to ban vehicles because obviously that would be a preposterous idea. And that's just the point. Guns are a tool which, when used properly, are used for good, but can also be used for bad. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Americans use their firearms defensively between 500,000 and 3 million times each year, versus 14,414 firearm homicides per year. Instead, we need legislation to focus on the people. For instance, Michigan State University found 75% of adolescent murderers came from fatherless homes. It really does not help that low-income mothers do not have an incentive to not marry the father of their children because the federal government gives them a bigger check. In closing, we should not focus on legislation to restrict the tools, but the evil people behind them. Citizens are safer when they can openly carry their firearm and defend against mass shooters before police can arrive on the scene. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you.
Members, thank you. The chair calls Molly Bursey. Ms. Bursey, if you will, when you come up, please state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
Yes, ma'am. So my name is Molly Bursey. I am testifying on behalf of myself and the thousands of volunteers in the Texas chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America in support of HB 127. So the open carry of long guns, including military-style rifles, has become a tool of intimidation and violence. Our volunteers have experienced this tactic designed to silence us time and time again, and we all witnessed the deadly consequence of the open carry of long arms over the summer. The open carry of long guns is not allowed on Capitol grounds or inside this very building. The same protection should be afforded to all the citizens of Texas. I urge this committee to vote yes on HB 127.
And for the record, you are for the bill?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you
In
very
favor.
much. Thank you for your time, and thank you for coming to your Texas Capitol to testify. The chair calls Ian Kress.
Good evening. My name is Ian Kress. I'm representing myself. I speak in opposition to H. Bill 127. There have been a lot of good points brought by other people in against this bill. One thing that I wanted to point out in my reading of it last night, there wasn't any provision that I saw in there even for open carry of long rifles and shotguns for people with license to carries. People with license to carries are among the most law-abiding citizens in the state of Texas. We're fingerprinted, background checked, photographed, received training, and yet with all that in place, we still would not be able to carry long arms. It'd be the strange situation where you could carry any pistol you wanted to on shoulder holsters or on a belt holster, and yet you'd be breaking the law if you had a double-barrel shotgun over your shoulder. So for those reasons, I would like to urge you to vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for coming to your Texas Capitol. The chair calls now Fred Stevens. And please state your name, who you represent this evening, and your position on the bill.
Yes, thank you. My name is Fred Stevens. I'm representing myself, and I'm speaking in opposition to this bill. Basically on two grounds. One is touched on earlier, that the bill is in opposition somewhat to the Texas Constitution, and I submit that it's in opposition to the U.S. Constitution, Article 2, or Amendment 2, excuse me. And under the preemption laws, I think that pretty much takes precedent. So, thank you.
It's been a long day, and thank you. Thank you for
It's a long
staying.
walk.
Well, thank you for making it down and for coming all this way to testify. The chair now calls Jonathan Reynolds. Please make sure, Mr. Reynolds, that you state your name for the record, your position on the bill, and who you represent. And thank you for coming to your Texas Capitol to testify.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Reynolds. I represent myself, and I'm here to oppose House Bill 127. First, to start out, I've heard a lot of mislabeling when it comes to the names of these firearms. For example, military-style weapons, assault weapons. What actually defines an assault weapon? I mean, I could take a baseball bat, and that's an assault weapon. And pretty much anything you have can be considered an assault weapon. When it comes to military-style weapons, what do you consider military-style weapons? So I don't think those can be valid arguments for making the claim against banning these long guns. Next point I want to make is that most mass shootings are carried out with handguns, not long arms. So why aren't we focusing on that instead? Not that I am for the ban of handguns. I just don't get why we all focus on these scary-looking long arms when most of the time they can be just as deadly as a long arm.
Thank you. Okay. Chair recognizes Rick Reinhardt. Rick Reinhardt. Okay. Then we have Rachel Malone. All right. Then Rick Reinhardt was against. Rachel Malone registered against. George Garado.
Good evening, Representative White, members of the committee. My name is George Guajardo. I go by Tony, and I am here to represent myself, and I am in opposition of the bill. First and foremost, as my fellow Tony, Representative Tinderholt mentioned, I want to just say to Representative Ortega, your authenticity is very beautiful. I've been working in the arena of politics since 2012, and that type of authenticity, quite frankly, is rare. So again, thank you, ma'am. So to be clear, I have no issue with Representative Ortega as a person. However, what I do have issue is the people who come up here claiming to be for common sense gun control advocates, saying that they are pro-safety. I mean, if they are pro-safety, then let me protect myself. Isn't this what us Tejanos, us Texans, what we're supposed to be so proud of, the spirit of independence? And the utopia that is imagined in, this thought process where, we have this world where, you can't carry these scary things called weapons or called firearms in particular out in public. What's the end goal? Like, is my safety, is my life, is the life of my family supposed to be held only in the hands of the state and of the police. I mean, earlier today, I was here when we had a room full of people here testifying on behalf of the George Floyd Act. And are bad cops going to act worse, or are they going to act better with a defanged public population? And I can talk more. I don't know if that's my time, but I should probably stop there before I just keep going. So.
The chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, do you think that the government grants and takes away rights or protects them?
I believe that my rights come from God and God alone, and I believe the government is meant to protect said rights, but I think that ultimately my safety should be in my hands. And again, if I can't, trust my family, if I can't trust my loved ones, and there are even some advocates, for protecting the Second Amendment that are also very pro Black Lives Matter. Like, for example, the rapper Killer Mike comes to mind. He says, if the police have, AR-15s, if they have shotguns, automatic weapons, then why can't I have that?
Well, the reason I asked it, you gave the answer I thought you would. I think inalienable rights are God-given rights, and I think it's the government's job to protect those God-given rights. We don't grant them, and we don't take them away. So thank you.
That's right.
Thank you.
I apologize for getting fired up there.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Chair recognizes Brandon Burkhart. After Brandon Burkhart, we'll have Ramon Garza, then Linda Nuno, and then Rachel Malone.
First of all, thank you, committee, for staying all day and listening to a lot of Texans. That's very much appreciated from the rest of us. I wanted to bring up a solid point that one of our members brought up earlier, didn't mention. In this actual bill, can't carry a long gun out on public property. Do y'all all love the Alamo? That Alamo would be burnt to the ground had it not been for our organization standing out there defending it against 4,000 rioters and looters who threatened to burn it to the ground. We gave intel over to San Antonio Police Department and the city of San Antonio, showing them that they were going to try this. The city didn't take us seriously. They thought it was just a big joke. In fact, the mayor invited more people out to the big rally they were having, which was 7 blocks away. Chief of Police McManus told me personally, they're not going to come over here to the Alamo. They're not coming, this and that. But I'll tell you what, it wasn't but a couple hours later, they overran the cops, and they started showing up in Alamo Plaza. If it hadn't been for the 150 men that had our long guns out there, the Cenotaph and the Alamo would have been burnt to the ground and vandalized. Not only that, but the Alamo Rangers and about a handful of cops, we protected them too, and I've got the aerial photograph to show you guys of them standing behind us while we were out there protecting them. So taking away our long gun rights to be able to carry out in public is actually doing us all a disservice. Because if we'd have been standing out there without those guns, those 4,000, rioters and looters would have overran the 150 men that were standing out there to defend that Alamo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, not one
okay.
shot was
Thank
fired.
you. Thank you, sir. Ramon Garza, then Linda Nuno, then Rachel Malone, and then we'll have Jonathan Finley.
Good evening, Chairman White, committee members. My name is Ramon Garza. I'm the outreach director of this Texas Freedom Force, and I actually, I'm speaking on behalf of many of our members that can't make it here. And we are definitely against HB 127. There's been many folks speaking against it, spoke basically a lot of stuff that I was going to say. If I had my notes here, it'd be scratched. Every good things were said tonight. But I just want to also add on, I'm a Marine veteran, and I'm also a Desert Storm veteran, so that means, I'm a little older than I look. But I would never take an AR-15 to combat. That is not a combat weapon. I just want to make that perfectly clear for anybody that does not know that. That's not a combat weapon, and it's not something that I would take, and a lot of my friends will never take one too. The other thing too that I just wanted to enforce or let everybody else know, many of our members of this Texas Freedom Force do carry long rifles. And they do carry them very professionalism, I should say. We've never had any incidents. If you ever see any of our rallies and any time we've come out, whether it was here in Austin, which we were here before, a few months back, not one incident. And not only that, we do support other organizations. Open Carry Texas, I have to admit, we do help them out. They help us out. Never have we had any incidents. And also, before I finish, I just want to remind everybody here, there's many law enforcement agencies throughout the state that do work with us because of the fact is we hold our members very accountable when it comes to the long barrels that we do carry. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your service, Marine. Chair calls Linda Nuno. Linda, yes, ma'am. And then after Linda Nuno, we'll have Rachel Malone, and after Rachel Malone, Jonathan Finley, and then Rick Reinhardt. Yes, ma'am.
Chairman, thank you so much. I just needed to sign up. There is a mistake here. Okay. The gentleman who was killed during that protest was Jared Foster. And Jared Foster was indeed carrying an AR-15. He was the one killed by a handgun. That's the reality. Guns don't kill people. You all know that. It's insane. It's insane. It doesn't matter. Just like pencils don't misspell words, I will misspell any word with any pen or pencil that you give me. And that's why I don't own a gun.
Okay. I want to make sure you're Linda Nuno.
Yes, sir.
Are you testifying on behalf of
the Second Amendment?
Okay. Are you? Are you testifying on behalf of yourself or some organization?
I'm here in my personal capacity. I can't bring any.
You testify on behalf of yourself.
Yes, sir.
And are you registered for, against, or on the bill?
There's a Second Amendment, sir.
Okay, but
and I am for.
Okay, I just wanted to get that clear for the record.
For the Second Amendment.
Okay, so continue.
On one side forever.
Yes.
Now I had to jump in front of 2 handguns during the protest because of police apologists were trying to engage protesters. If Austin did not become another Portland, it was because there were leaders like me who pulled their skin, flesh, and blood in the line. And we hold the masses back. There was people who were martyrs in this cause, carrying an assault weapon, killed by a gun, and not backwards. Thank you so much.
Okay, and it's important I keep this straight. So you're saying you're for restricting the carrying of long arms?
No, sir. We have the right to carry weapons.
Okay, so you're listed here as for that, and you want to be against that.
Sorry.
So you want to be against that?
Yeah.
Okay.
We should, yes. We should have the right to defend ourselves.
Okay, I just want to get it right for the record because I don't want to blow up anybody's legislation.
Yeah,
so we got you to say it, and we changed it. Okay, I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's been a long day. I get it. Thank you. Good to see you. Chair will recognize Rachel Malone.
Good evening, Chairman and members. My name is Rachel Malone. I'm testifying representing myself and Gun Owners of America. We oppose HB 127. Tonight, you've heard powerful testimony, strong testimony from my members. I think that they speak for themselves. Please oppose this bill.
Thank you. Chair, anything, members? Okay. Thank you. Chair recognizes Jonathan Finley. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, committee. I admire you guys' durability during all this for a very long day. My name is Jonathan Andrew Finley. I'm from Pasadena, Texas. I am opposed to HB 157. The primary things that we've heard throughout the testimony today from the people who are in favor of this bill have been primarily with respect to being alarmed or, basically it's scary, right? And that seems to be really coming from a place of emotion. And as we have seen over the last, year and something, with the rioting, with the incredible amounts of destruction to property, and with the tremendous efforts of the Texas, This is Texas Freedom Force, Open Carry Texas, and various other organizations that were very involved with the, the safe sanctity of our republic in the face of complete government breakdown and things like that. And that is very important. But also other things that people were saying that were opposing the bill is for rural folks that are moving around on public property and things like that. I mean, why would you not want them to carry rifles and things? I mean, they're not hurting anybody. And it's really not it's not an important thing to try and regulate that. So I would say that in this day and age, when things are so uncertain, that it's absolutely preposterous to try and prohibit people from carrying long guns on public property. I mean, that's just silly. So hope you guys will oppose the bill, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, the chair called Rick Reinhardt, and as he is making his way to the podium, is there anyone? Okay, we do have another one. Okay. It'll be Rick Reinhardt, and then after Rick Reinhardt, Irvin Light, and then Brandon Holloway. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Rick Reinhardt. I am speaking for myself, and I oppose HB 127. I'm just an old country boy, and I just need to get some things on the table here. First of all, I've heard the words of weapons of war. We hear it all the time. Can anyone in Texas tell me one nation that uses an AR-15 for their army? None. And why not? Because from a common sense standpoint, I want to talk about common sense. From a common sense standpoint, you're not going to use an inferior rifle that can be overwhelmed by automatic rifles, real weapons of war, M16s. An AR-15 is not that. The other thing I just like to throw out there is that we speak of first responders a lot. 100% of the time, first responders are civilians. They're the ones that are there. So if you take, I've never met this man. I think highly of him. I've read lots about him. But if you take somebody like Stephen Wilford, who was the first responder, and he saved lives, and he took care of the issue with an Armalite rifle. An AR-15 is not an automatic rifle 15. It's an Armalite rifle, model 15, not a weapon of war. So that's really all I wanted to say is that I thank you for your time, and I would like you to consider this.
And we're toward the end of testimony on this bill, and not getting into the debate for or against. I think when I listened, I'm going to let the author, come up and clarify this. But I think when she laid out another caliber of weapon. But we'll see.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was AR-15.
Well, an
but I
AR
understand
is a long gun.
Yeah, but I do. You're right. But no, and I'm not arguing with.
No, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just being a member to member, and she'll come up and clarify that. But you're absolutely right about the nomenclature.
Yes.
And yes, you would not go to war with a AR-15.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Pastor Light. Good to see you again.
Thank you, sir.
And then we're going to have Brandon Holloway. I was wondering where you were.
You haven't seen the last of me, sir.
Okay, good. All right.
I am Irvin Light. I am opposed to 127.
Okay.
I am representing myself. Carrying weapons goes way back into the Old Testament. I invite you to refer to Nehemiah chapter 4, and it tells you about the rebuilding of the wall in Jerusalem. And people were building the wall and had their weapons at their side. There is a comparable situation here in the United States. The Constitution does not limit where we carry our long guns. I am also the chaplain of a group of citizens that are working hand in hand with our city police chief and our county sheriff to protect the courthouse in our community, and we are ready to stand arm in arm with our police officers and defend them to the death if needed to be against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Sheriff Blackburn knows me well, and so does Mike Scoggins, our city police chief. We carry our weapons openly, most of the time in our vehicles, but we have them available when we are standing to take care of our community. My choice of weapons is a .22. I don't have to have a Barrett M50 caliber in order to do my business. I know what to do with it. But there's a lot of people that don't know which end of a gun the bullet comes out of. And these people need to be educated. My education started at about 5 years of age with a Daisy Red Ryder BB gun. My daddy taught me how to use it and use it safely. These are things that we need to consider. We need to make sure that we have the right, and my police chief knows that I carry my rifle with me at all times, on public property as well as in my home. Any questions?
Questions? Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, we'll go ahead with Brandon Holloway, and as he's making his way to the podium, is there anyone else that wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 127? If that is the case, I'm going to ask you to make your way to one of the assistant clerks here to make sure we get you registered in. Mr. Holloway, your name, who you're representing, and your position on the bill.
My name is Brendan Holloway. I'm representing myself, and I oppose this bill. I mean, look at what we're discussing right now. We're literally determining whether the Second Amendment is a right or a privilege at this point. You have gun licensing, registration, and insurance. Insurance? Okay, seriously? I am not a upper class person. I've worked at Walmart for 6 years. I am currently unemployed. Do you really expect me to afford insurance on a gun? That is my right. Do I really have to pay for that? Another thing, look at the age, 21. Am I an adult at 21 or am I an adult at 18? Can I vote at 18 or 21? Do you want to raise my age to vote at 21? Like, when do you decide that I am mature enough to own a firearm? Is it 21 or is it 18? Can I vote at 18? Can I vote at 21? This whole bill is determining that you're changing a right into a privilege. That is against the Constitution. What else have I looked at on here? I think that's pretty much it. Just this whole bill it's changing our right into a privilege, and that's against the Constitution. So I think that's about it. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Okay, we've got one more here to testify on House Bill 127. Chair recognizes Michelle Mostert.
Hi, Mr. Chairman and members. Appreciate your time and all the long hours you guys are doing. Like, you guys have to be exhausted. Anyway, everyone that has opposed this bill, I'm Michelle Mostert. I'm representing myself, and I oppose this bill. And everything that other people have said about opposing it, I'm not going to reiterate all that, but I just basically that. And, I mean, you're not going to stop the criminals from doing what they want to do. This is not going to stop it. It's just stopping people from being able to protect themselves and protect others if they need to. So that's it.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. The chair recognizes Representative Ortega to close on House Bill 127.
Thank you. I recognize that bills sometimes are difficult to read because of the way they're written, but I just want to emphasize that, again, this is not taking anybody's long guns away from them, and it's not eliminating any long guns, and it's not taking anyone's right to go out there and hunt. And police cannot do anything if someone is carrying a long gun until they start firing. And I think it's time to have a real discussion on the House floor for common sense gun reform. And this bill is all about safety and preventing the loss of lives. I close.
Thank you, Representative Ortega. If there is no objection, House Bill 27 will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 127 is left pending. Thank you for being with us this late evening. Thank you. Okay. Okay. The chair lays out House Bill 2733 and recognizes Representative Tinderholt to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I appreciate you letting me lay this out today. This bill passed last session 145-3, but did not get through the Senate. Before I go through my layout, I want to tell you that I removed the criminal penalty, and I think it's going to make it even easier. While parties across the state recognize the importance of ignition interlock devices, these are devices that are put in a vehicle when someone chooses to have to blow into that device to use their vehicle on a condition of bond. Since they were introduced in 2015, some potential enforcement loopholes have come to light. Judges may order defendants to keep ignition interlock both as a condition of bond or as a condition of probation. However, peace officers have absolutely no access to which personnel are restricted to driving with these devices. Although judges can order interlock devices, there's no mechanism to actually ensure that people are complying with that order. HB 2733 attempts to address that issue by giving peace officers access to that information. It'll appear in their mobile data terminal inside their car when making traffic stops. A careful system of reporting by the officer on the scene through DPS and back to the originating court will give the judge knowledge on how to handle the individual moving forward. Again, I said it passed 145-3, but we removed the criminal part. This is truly a cleanup bill that will protect Texans, strengthen our interlock law, and ensure roads are safe and free from drunk drivers as possible. With that, I believe there's witnesses here. I'm happy to answer any questions, and sir, I respectfully request the right to close.
You have that right. Members, any questions of our colleague here? Okay, great. Let's see. We're going to start with Susan Peel. Okay, Susan Peel. Okay. Jason Hester, Susan Peel. She did register for House Bill 2733. Is that the only one? Okay. Members, do we need to visit with any the resource witness? He did? Okay. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and see. Paula Ann's. Okay. Paula Ann's did testify for 2733. The chair recognizes Jason Hester Assistant Chief, Texas Department of Public Safety. How you doing, my friend?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. Doing great.
Mr. Chairman, members, Jason Hester, Assistant Chief, Texas Department of Public Safety, on the bill.
Okay.
Here if you have any questions.
Okay, did you have anything for us on the bill?
No, sir. The system only allows for the want to or not. It's a little difficult when it's just here as a resource if you need something.
Oh, okay. 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 Members, any questions for our resource? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Say what? All right. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2733? Hey, the chair recognizes Representative Tenderholt to close on House Bill 2733. Hey, Tony.
Yes, sir.
I think I voted for this. 145.
You're a joint author, I believe.
Right. Yeah, because I was going through the language. I've been going through the language. That's okay. I don't think I saw this last time. The JPs and Constable Association. Have you had any?
We've talked to them. It's very minimal. When in smaller departments, they're going to have someone do this, but they think it's going to be a handful in a month. Just a handful. They have to get on the system and report to DPS the handful that actually happen.
Okay.
We're literally talking a handful.
Okay. Well, you know how both of us are now when it comes to unfunded mandates, and we got a real good talking to by a sheriff. So let's you and I just call over to Mario Martinez over there and make sure we can, just iron that out. I'm with you on that, okay? But for some reason we've got that there. Members, any other questions? Okay. With that, thank you, Representative Tenderholt. If there is no objection, House Bill 2733 will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. HB 2733 is left pending. Okay. Okay. Yes, Tony, does he have to leave now? Okay. We're going to vote. We're going to vote. We're going to vote. Okay, we're going to vote. We're going to vote. Okay, members, let's do this. We're going to lay out Ben Lamont's. Hold on, Ben. We want to go ahead and lay out Ben Lamont's bill and then pivot over to Vicky Goodwin, Chairwoman Goodwin. Okay, Representative Goodwin. But since we got 9 here, and I think some of us are still moving between committees, let's see if we can get some of the pending business out of the way. Okay, and let's start with the legislation from last week. Okay. Okay, from last week. Last week. Yeah. Okay. We'll get that later on in the night. Okay. All right. Let's start with the stuff we did last week. Okay, and we'll get to some of the stuff today in a few hours, in a couple of hours. The chair lays out House Bill 1856 by Representative Cole Hefner as pending business, which relates to carrying and storing a firearm or firearm ammunition by a hotel guest. The chair, James White, offers up the committee substitute to House Bill 1856. Okay, all right. The chair will allow. Oh, he did. Okay. He laid it out last week. Okay. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. The chair, James White, moves that House Bill 1856 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Clerk, call the roll.
Chairman White,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bowers,
Nay.
Goodwin, Harless, Hefner, Morales, Patterson,
Aye.
Schaefer, Tinderholt.
Aye.
7 ayes, 2 nays.
Okay. There being 7 ayes, 2 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out House Bill 1419 by Representative Lacey Hull as pending business, which relates to the duties of a law enforcement agency regarding missing children and missing persons and regarding unidentified bodies. Representative Harless, okay, offers up the committee substitute to House Bill 1419. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. Representative Harless moves that House Bill 1419 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman White,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bowers,
Aye.
Goodwin, Harless, Hefner,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Patterson,
Aye.
Schaefer, Tinderholt.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 9 ayes, 0 nays, the motion prevails. Where's Harless's bill? Is it on the? Okay, all right. Okay. The chair lays out House Bill 530 by Jared Patterson as pending business, which relates to the applicability to election judges of a prohibition of carrying a handgun at a polling place. The chair, James White, moves that House Bill 530 be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman White,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bowers,
Nay.
Goodwin, Harless, Hefner,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Patterson,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Tinderholt.
Aye.
7 ayes, 2 nays.
There being 7 ayes, 2 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out House Bill 1172 by Representative Donna Howard as pending business, which relates to the rights of victims of sexual assault or other prohibited sexual conduct. Vice Chair Bowers offers up the committee substitute to House Bill 1172. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The substitute is adopted. Vice Chair Bowers moves that House Bill 1172 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman White,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bowers,
Aye.
Goodwin, Harless, Hefner,
No.
Morales,
Aye.
Patterson,
Aye.
Schaefer,
No.
Tinderholt.
No.
6 ayes, 3 nays.
There being 6 ayes and 3 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out House Bill 8 by Representative Leo Pacheco as pending business, which relates to access by hiring law enforcement agency to an applicant's employment records. Representative Pacheco does have a committee substitute. Members, that committee substitute makes no substantive changes to the bill. It simply makes it an official legislative council draft. Additionally, members, Representative Pacheco was informed that the negative $981,000 fiscal note was generated due to an erroneous interpretation of the bill, and that has been resolved. We have resolved that with the governor's office and T. Cole as well, along with House leadership. With that, Vice Chair Bowers offers up the committee substitute to House Bill 8. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. Vice Chair Bowers moves that House Bill 8 be, as substituted, be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman White?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bowers? Aye. Goodwin? Aye. Harless? Aye. Hefner? Aye. Morales?
Yes.
Patterson?
Aye.
Schaefer?
Aye.
Tinderholt?
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 9 ayes, 0 nays, the motion prevails.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I need to change my vote on HB 1172, and I apologize for doing that. I was a nay, and I meant to be an aye on 1172.
Okay.
Do we need to redo it?
We have to reconsider.
I apologize.
Okay.
I wasn't tracking. I apologize.
Okay, you'll make the motion? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we reconsider the vote by which HB 1172 was reported to the full House.
Okay. All right.
You second.
Okay. You second the motion. Is there any objection? Okay. We'll go ahead and lay that out again then. The chair lays out House Bill 1172 by Representative Donna Howard as pending business, which relates to the rights of victims of sexual assault and other prohibited sexual conduct. Vice Chair Bowers offers up the committee substitute to House Bill 1172. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. Vice Chair Bowers moves that House Bill 1172 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman White?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bowers? Aye. Goodwin? Aye. Harless?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye. Nay.
Morales?
Aye.
Patterson?
Aye.
Schaefer?
Nay.
Tinderholt?
Aye.
7 ayes, 2 nays.
There being 7 ayes, 2 nays, the motion prevails. Okay. Now we got one more real quick here. The chair lays out House Bill 766 by Representative Sam Harless as pending business, which relates to the entry into the Texas Crime Information Center of certain information regarding orders imposing a condition of bond in a criminal case involving a violent offense. Representative Harless does have a committee substitute. Representative Harless, I'll allow you to explain the substitute, and I think that solves some things. We like the bill, but there's some things we wanted to solve there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just changed in Section D. They omitted the word business, and we put it back in. It was just a typo error. And then in Section B, we removed the 24-hour requirement and just put in there a good faith effort to notify by telephone any named person the condition of the bond is intended to protect. And then it adds Section G, which states that the article does not create liability for any errors or omission of a sheriff caused by inaccurate information provided under this article to the sheriff by the magistrate.
Okay.
And the sheriff's organization, who were neutral on the bill now, are in favor of the bill.
Okay. And that solves any type of local government fiscal note?
Government problems.
Okay.
And as far as the reporting that Representative Schaefer had a concern about, it is, for the rural areas, it's less than 1 a day. I gave you that sheet on the violent crimes going in there. It's less than 1 a day.
Okay. All right. Okay. We're not going to have Sheriff Hawthorne come.
No, he loves it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Harless. Okay. Representative Morales offers up the committee substitute to House Bill 766. Is there any objection?
He's a freshman.
I know. Offering up. Okay, the chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. Representative Morales moves that House Bill 766 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman White?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bowers?
Aye.
Goodwin? Aye. Harless?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Morales?
Aye.
Patterson?
Aye.
Schaefer?
Aye.
Tinderholt?
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 nays.
Okay, there being 9 ayes, 0 nays, the motion prevails. When we get some other paperwork down from upstairs in my office, we'll take care of some of those very emergent items that we took testimony about 12 hours ago. All right. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and. Yeah, Lamont. That is page. The chair lays out House Bill 918 and recognizes Representative Lamont to explain his bill. Had to get a little drama there. You had to get a little
I like
entertainment there when you came down. Good
Thank
night.
you. Good night. Good night. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me and committee members for allowing me to lay out this bill, House Bill 918. It's a very important bill. Family violence is defined by Section 71.004 of the Family Code as an act by a member of a family or a household against another member of the family or a household that is intended to result in physical harm, bodily injury, assault, or sexual assault, or that is a threat that reasonably places the member in fear of imminent physical harm, bodily injury, assault, or sexual assault. As a former county judge, I presided over protective order court, and I am unfortunately intimately familiar with the desperate situations that many of these victims often find themselves in. An important piece of information for you to know is that in order to issue a protective order, the court must have made two findings, and that is that family violence has occurred and it's likely to occur again. It's not one or the other, it's both. The key there is that it is likely to occur again. So in my experience presiding over these cases, I've heard absolutely devastating stories of rape, of knives being held to people's throats, of vicious beatings where people thought they were about to die. And so these are real cases that I have presided over myself. And in some of these cases even, it occurred in the presence of children as well. So you are talking about a very traumatic experience and a very serious situation where people are vulnerable. I've also read many stories of women who have taken the steps necessary to obtain a protective order against their abuser, but the protective order failed to protect them, and these women were then murdered by the very individual that they sought protection from through the court. These perpetrators are often predators and stalkers, waiting to attack their victims at their most vulnerable moment when they have no defense except for that piece of paper that they secured from the courtroom. According to a meta-analysis of 32 studies combined, the rate, and I have this information, would be happy to share it with any of you, the mean rate of violation of protective orders is 40%. Additionally, the analysis revealed that 20% of the violated protective orders are associated with an escalation of violence, meaning the violence that occurred after the protective order was issued was more severe than the violence that occurred that caused them to seek the protective order. Simply put, in far too many instances, protective orders fail to protect the victims. Current law allows for someone that is 18 years of age to own and possess a handgun and acquire a handgun. Current law allows a person who is a legal resident at least 21 years of age and has not been convicted of a felony, among several other requirements, to be eligible to obtain a license to carry a handgun. Unfortunately, if the victim is over the age of 18 but under the age of 21, they cannot legally obtain a license to carry a handgun. In my home county, which has a population of 26,604 people, there are currently 35 active cases pertaining to violated protective orders where the protective order holder is between 18 and 21. And if you extend that to a statewide population, you are talking about approximately 38,000, as we sit here today, or tonight, active cases of individuals between the ages of 18 and 21 holding a protective order against an individual that has violated that protective order. What I'm proposing is very simple: to give the victims access to the one tool that they already have the right to own, to possess, to acquire, to carry in their vehicle, and that can reliably be with them in the time of need when they are most vulnerable, to have on their person. House Bill 918 would make it such that a person who has been granted a protective order by the court, an active protective order, who is over the age of 18 and under the age of 21, would be able to apply for a concealed carry permit under the same rules and same conditions that someone over 21 is able to do so, and possess that permit through the duration of their protective order. House Bill 918 applies to protective orders issued under Title IV, the Family Code, Subchapter A, and Chapter 7B of the Criminal Code of the Code of Criminal Procedure, or an active magistrate's order for emergency protection under Article 17.292 of the Criminal Code of Criminal Procedure. The license to carry that is issued under this bill would bear a protective order designation on the face of the license. So with that, I can certainly answer any questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a great bill, but I see one potential thing we should seriously consider changing before we vote it out at some point or when it gets to the floor. I think DPS should, I looked through the bill and I didn't see, I could have missed it. I didn't see where we could ask DPS or say shall quickly facilitate, because fingerprints take about 10 days and then they get a long time, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks. I think if we pass this bill that we seriously need to put really strict timelines on DPS and make them prioritize this and give them a very strict timeline so that if my license is sitting in there and a person with a protective order, they have priority and they have a number of days to process.
I appreciate that and certainly would be happy to work with you on that.
So it's fingerprints and then getting DPS to process it quickly.
Timeline.
Yes, sir. Please consider it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Chair recognizes Representative Morales.
Mr. Lamont, earlier today we heard from Representative Guillen on House Bill 2675 that also provided for an expedited shipping of a license if the applicant met the criteria. And I'd ask if you would also consider visiting with Representative Guillen, because I think this seems like a good bill, and it would address the issue of that Representative Tinderholt is expressing. The testimony that we heard earlier was that they may take 60 to 90 days. And by that time, you know, for some of these victims, it may be too late.
I appreciate that suggestion and will certainly contact him.
Okay. Members? Okay, Rep, we're going to reserve your right to close.
Thank you.
Okay. Members, we have Gary Zimmerman first. After Gary Zimmerman, we will call on Michael Belsick, then Andy Turner, then Emily Taylor, and Lisa Ross. Yes, sir.
Gary Zimmerman for myself, my family, extended family across the state, and for the Vista Ridge HOA. I am for this bill. As you know, I'm a paramedic, and when I was a paramedic before I retired, I came across many, many people who had been hurt, who had protective orders, and they didn't work. They needed some type of protection. Now, like I said last week, I have 9 license to carries from 9 different states, including Texas. Utah, you can, with a protective order, you can get your license from Utah in 10 days. So when you mentioned earlier, you might put in the bill as an amendment, DPS gets 10 days. Utah can do it in 10 days with fingerprints, background check, with NICS and everything. I'm sure DPS can do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Andy Turner. Oh, excuse me. Michael Belsick. I'm sorry. Michael Belsick. Okay, Michael Belsick registered for House Bill 1918. Andy Turner. As she's making her way up, Emily Taylor, Lisa Ross will be the next 2 up.
Good evening, good morning, good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
members
okay.
of the committee. House Bill 918. I testified earlier today, so I will zip through the first part. 30 years ago, I dated the wrong boy and ended up being a domestic abuse survivor as a result. And I know you have heard similar stories. So you know that you feel like you have no sense of control after this happens. You have no ability to keep yourself safe. And I had no way to defend myself if he came into my place of business or to my home or the grocery store, really anywhere I went. I wasn't 18, but I think the point is the way you feel as a victim doesn't change if you're 18 or 28 or 38. It is what it is. If you are old enough to fight and die for your country, if you are old enough to sign a contract, if you are old enough to be tried in a court of law, you are old enough to defend yourself, full stop. It is important to note that this bill does not require any victim to choose to carry. Having an LTC is one single tool that victims can utilize. Give victims a chance to feel some control over their lives. Most victims of domestic violence are women, so I will address this specifically. Women are not generally built to fend off the average-sized male. Being able to carry is the great equalizer for us. There is nothing more misogynistic than telling a woman she is not allowed to defend herself with the best tools available and to choose for herself what those tools are. That ends my testimony.
Members. Thank you. Chair recognizes Lisa Ross, and then we'll have Rick Briscoe. Lisa Ross. Oh, excuse me. Emily Taylor. Emily Taylor. Okay, Emily Taylor registered for House Bill 19. Now we'll move to Lisa Ross. She registered against House Bill 918. Rick Briscoe. Okay, and as Rick is making his way to the podium, I'll go ahead and ask, is there anyone else that wishes to testify on for or against House Bill 918? Okay, we may need to get you up here the register while he's, or over there to get the register while he's testifying. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I am Rick Briscoe, representing Open Carry, Texas, speaking in favor of this bill. There are a couple of items I would like to invite your attention to that I think would make it an even better bill. No matter how expeditious the processing by DPS might be, the individual affected has to take the class, get the fingerprints, submit them, and then however long it takes DPS to process it. In many instances, that could be too long. Under our Motorist Protection Act, an individual 18 years of age or older who can lawfully own or possess the handgun can carry it without license in their automobile. The effect of this bill would be to allow them to carry it on their person out of the automobile. I would prefer that the court be able to issue what amounts to a temporary license based on oath or affirmation of the applicant that they qualify for a license, and that it would be good until DPS completes their expedited processing, and that the individual should carry that court order as their license should they be stopped by law enforcement. And we therefore support the bill.
Thank you. Okay, we have potentially a couple of more witnesses on standby here. Yeah, you're right. Okay. The chair recognizes Heather Hill. After Heather Hill, we'll have Linda Nuno.
It's getting quite late, so I'm going to
Okay.
make this very short.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies that are here. My name is Heather Hill. I am testifying in favor of HB 918, and I am representing myself. That's about all I have to say, so you can record that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Linda Nuno.
Just really quick, something that this council is not even taking in place is that although
Your name,
Linda Nuno,
you're representing,
myself,
and your position on the bill?
forward.
Okay.
Yeah. So my name is Linda Nuno. I used to have a protective order back in 2015 when my daughter was kidnapped from the daycare. By the time that I got her barely breathing from a severe abuse with a rash from head to toe and blisters all over her body. This law, if passes, should be applied to officers who are the ones who are the most misogynistic, develop a God complex syndrome. And once we move out of a county that is not under CLIT, APD CLIT, the biggest mafia that we have here in town, when I moved out of Edinburgh, my protective order did not enter in place. I went 7 times to get a protective order, which are almost impossible to get, especially if you're seeking protection from a police officer. And although I was granted a protective order in Edinburgh, it was denied here in Austin 7 times. And that's why my daughter went through all the abuse that she has gone through for And that's why my daughter has gone through the abuse and torture that she has gone through during all these years, including drilling her teeth.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Schaefer. Chair recognizes Eric Schaefer. After Eric Schaefer, we'll have Jorge Landevar.
My name is Eric Schaefer. I'm representing myself, and I'm here to speak for the bill. Technically, I'm just trying to clarify something. I support the bill, but it is my understanding that a person needs to be at least 21 in order to buy handgun ammunition.
Why don't we, if that's a question, the author will take a note of that and let the author come up and clarify that.
Right. I just want to make sure that detail doesn't get left out, because if it is, then it's just going to be a club at that point. So,
okay. Thank you. All right, Jorge Landevar.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Jorge Landevar. I am speaking in favor of the bill, and I'm just speaking for myself. The modal age of forcible rape in the United States, according to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, is 14 to 15. That's the victim, 14 to 15. People get injured and are horribly harmed very, very young. Also, the criminologist Gary Kleck, in his landmark study, Rape and Resistance, finds that the rate of forcible rape drops to almost zero when a woman has access to weaponry. Specifically, he looks at knives because knives and guns. Please pass this bill. People who are at risk need access to the tools to be able to defend themselves. People who are younger are much, much more likely to be raped and injured and assaulted than older people. I'm almost 40. My chance of being assaulted is fairly low. But there's plenty of young people now who right now are denied the tools to defend themselves. And please pass this to allow them the tools to defend themselves. Thank you.
Members, thank you so much. The chair recognizes Representative Lamont to close on House Bill 918.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify the question that was heard, the legal age to acquire ammunition is 18 years old. There are some box stores that have a 21-year-old limit, like Walmart. You know, that's a policy issue there. But and then, of course, you can legally possess, own, and acquire a handgun at the age of 18. It is legal to do so. So, with that, if there are no further questions, I certainly appreciate y'all's time this evening and would appreciate your favorable consideration of this very important safety bill. Thank you very much. I close.
Members, any questions for the author? Thank you, Representative Lamont. If there is no objection, House Bill 918 will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 918 is left pending. Good one. Hurry. Give me the number. Give me the page. Chair lays out House Bill 1039 and recognizes Representative Goodwin to explain her bill.
Okay, I do have a committee sub.
Representative Goodwin states she has a committee substitute. The chair offers up this committee substitute to House Bill 1039.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not long after last session ended, I worked with DPS on a couple of bills that would help clean up the NICS system. So this bill refers to revoked and suspended license to carry licenses. It does not change the law about buying guns or anything like that. In Texas, the holder of a license to carry a handgun, LTC, is not required to submit to a background check before purchasing a firearm. If such a license is suspended or revoked for some reason, of course, the license holder loses that privilege. Unfortunately, when there's a problem with the license, it looks just the same as it did before. The result is that occasionally people try to use these invalid licenses to illegitimately bypass the NICS background check. To address the problem, Committee Substitute House Bill 1039 would make a few small changes aimed at reducing the number of these suspended or revoked licenses in circulation. First, the bill requires an officer of the court to seize any LTC that becomes invalid as a result of a court proceeding. It also allows a peace officer to seize any suspended or revoked license that he or she might encounter. Any such license would then have to be forwarded to DPS, and the agency would be required to make the numbers of those licenses available to dealers conducting background checks. The bill has two central provisions. The first is that federal firearms license dealers would be required to check the DPS website for bad numbers before using a customer's LTC as a basis for skipping the background check. The second is that buyers who are ineligible under federal law to purchase a gun would be prohibited from knowingly using an expired or revoked LTC to attempt to avoid a background check. The ability to purchase a gun legally is a different category from being eligible for an LTC. It is possible that someone can have their LTC revoked but still be eligible to buy a gun under federal law. With this bill, then, I was careful only to prohibit a deliberate and dishonest attempt to avoid a background check. So this bill only requires the FFL dealer to report the license number to DPS if the person presents it as an alternative to a NICS test and then either fails the NICS check or simply turns around and leaves the store. At that point, DPS would need to turn in the number and investigate the circumstances and refer the case to law enforcement. My bill would not criminalize someone who attempts to use a bad LTC but then does pass the required background check. The committee substitute makes a few changes to the original bill. It removes the requirement for officers to seize expired licenses. It changes some language. It changes some language regarding the requirements for DPS to post information online, and introduces the provision stating that the behavior of potential buyers is only criminal if that person is also ineligible to buy a gun. A representative from DPS is here to explain any of the more technical aspects. At heart, though, it's simple. It puts no new restrictions on gun ownership, but just makes it harder for people to evade the laws that we already have. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions and respectfully reserve the right to close.
You definitely will reserve that right, members. You definitely will reserve that right, members. Any questions for Representative Goodwin? Okay, we'll go ahead and go to testimony real quick here. We'll start with Gary Zimmerman, but we have, after Gary, we'll have Heather Hill, Michelle Mostert, Michael Belsick, and Claude Bittner. Yes, sir.
Gary Zimmerman, for myself, my family, and the Vista Ridge HOA. As you know, I'm also an FFL. So as an FFL, I am concerned about my responsibilities and my liabilities. I've already got a ton of paperwork to do already. To add one more to have to report it to the DPS is not something I really want to have to do in messing with that. At this point, if this bill were to pass, I just tell everybody that I was going to sell a gun to, just do the NICS check. That's period, the only way I'm going to do it, because I don't want to have to mess with trying to check and verify the Texas LTC. Is a phone number going to be available to me 24 hours? Or an online internet available to me 24 hours? That's an issue because I work out of my home. My FFL is out of my home and out of my business. And so sometimes I'm selling at 9 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night because I travel and do all sorts of things. I don't operate normal business hours. So is that number going to be available for me to call 24 hours a day, or that online to check that license 24 hours a day? NICS is available 24 hours a day. least their online system is. So that's a concern of mine. I was unsure of, when I read the bill, am I going to be responsible for confiscating a license? Because that's the last thing I want to try to do is deal with the customer saying, nope, got to take your license. I'd rather not. So, thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Heather Hill. Then Michael Belsick. She's on the way. And then Claude Bittner.
Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Heather Hill. I'm here today to oppose HB 1039 for the same reasons that I represent myself, and I oppose it for the same reasons that I opposed the other bill, HB 27.
Yeah, let's stay on this bill. You stay on this bill. Yes, ma'am.
Because it restricts the common law rights of all the people of Texas. And I actually oppose any constitutionally protected rights from being infringed upon the people of the state of Texas. We have a common law right, and that right is protected by the Constitution of the United States, by the Second Amendment. This is not, it is a human right. It isn't something that can be taken away, or will we allow it to be taken away. So I do oppose this bill, 1039. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Michelle Mostert. Chair recognizes Michelle Mostert. Say again. Say again. Okay. She registered against Michael Belsick. Oh, okay. Michelle Mostert.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this bill because it for the reasons they've mentioned before, and I don't think it should be public record or anything like that either to have our license numbers available. So, all right, thank you.
Michael, the chair calls Michael Belsick. Michael Belsick registered against. Claude Bittner. Chair calls Claude Bittner, registered for the bill. Rick Briscoe. Next, is that it? Okay. Next, after Rick Briscoe, we'll have Derek Reeves.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you. I am Rick Briscoe, representing Open Carry, Texas, speaking in opposition to the bill. Several fairly straightforward items that are a problem with it. An expired LTC has an expiration date on it. No one's going to recognize an expired LTC. We're dealing with a potentially extraordinarily small data subset here with a very large regulatory and records-keeping burden. It's been our experience that whether it's local police, sheriff, constable, DPS, or rangers, when there's an arrest that would be for an offense that would potentially be disqualifying for an LTC, they uniformly seize the LTC upon arrest, send it to DPS, and that triggers a notice from DPS for the right of the individual to request a hearing on whether or not the offense charged, whether guilty or not, would result in a disqualification if convicted. The form ATF 4473, which one fills out when they purchase a firearm, is executed under penalty of perjury. It could also be prosecuted under Title 18, Section 1001, United States Code, a 5-year felony. I simply do not see that the burden that this would impose warrants the very small possibility of someone accomplishing this. And lastly, I would simply say that the possibility of errors is rather large, and it easily could change the business practices of federally licensed firearms dealers to the detriment of us all.
Okay, members, thank you, Rick. Chair recognizes Louis Witchers or Wikers. Next will be Dick Reeves, followed by Dylan Price, and then Billy Mustin, Chief Mustin.
Hello, my name is Louis Witchers. I represent Texas Gun Sense, and we support this bill. I find it has reasonable processes and a reasonable goal, and we're always wanting to support DPS in matters such as this. On a personal, selfish note, I am a gun owner, and occasionally I have to sell a gun. And usually what I try to do is either funnel that through a licensed dealer or a store, or it's someone I've known for a long time if they've passed the stability test, or because of their occupation, I know they've been run through a criminal history check on a regular basis. The problem is if I have to sell it to a private person, which I don't because I'm always afraid of who I'm going to sell it to, the fact that if someone can present me with a LTC, and if it's not on that list, that gives me some comfort if I sell the gun. Well, the advantage to me is I can sell it at a higher price rather than going through a store or a pawn shop or whatever. So that's just from a personal, selfish perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek Reeves. The chair recognizes Derek Reeves. Registered against Dylan Price. Then we'll have Billy Mustin, Gil Switzer, and Brandon Bradley Hodges, followed by Darren Lasorte.
Hi there, my name is Dylan Price. I'm testifying on behalf of myself, and I am testifying against this bill. So as the committee is already aware, as it currently stands, a Texas resident with a Texas license to carry is not required to undergo a background check when purchasing a firearm from an FFL. This exemption is at the discretion of the federal firearms licensee, and an FFL can still require a background check. So this is the case for any transfer of an FFL. What this bill would require, though, is that those FFLs have to go through a database in order to verify people with a license to carry. The problem is databases go down. At the beginning of the pandemic, the NICS system was so backlogged and delayed that everyone is issued a delay regardless of their status. I dealt with a lot of people who had this issue and they were unable to buy firearms for months. Those who had a license to carry, though, were able to go ahead and make those purchases. It gets more complicated, though, when you have situations where someone perhaps pawns a firearm. You still have to go through that background check process. So I had people who were racking up fees at pawn shops because of the fact that they had pawned their gun. They couldn't pass the background check, and now they were waiting to get their gun back. Luckily, I worked with those companies, and they were able to get their guns back, but that was still a huge issue. Also, this does require that FFLs report anyone who uses a license and is expired. So they have an affirmative duty to report. One issue with that, though, is that there aren't any penalties there. And so maybe that's something that would be considered, but I'm also against that. It also does create new responsibilities for law enforcement agencies. So when someone is arrested and it's a crime where their license to carry would be revoked or suspended, the law enforcement agency normally takes that. But what this would require is that that agency also take that license and also submit an affidavit to DPS. So it creates more responsibilities for law enforcement. That burdens them.
I want to, and look, again, I just want to make sure you're saying the same thing I'm saying in the bill. So
yep.
I go to, you're an FFL, I come to you, I purchase a weapon, I whip out my LTC, the license is expired.
Yes, sir.
And then if this was statute, you would be immediately, I don't know if it's immediate, but you would have the responsibility of forwarding my name to some, to the authorities, which would be the...
Correct, to the DPS. And so if I didn't do that, there would be some sort of penalty, but that's not listed in the bill from what I read.
Okay.
I don't know if there was substitutes.
So I'm interested in it. So are you saying, I mean, I don't know. I guess you could forget that your license is expired and, you just walk in the store and you just whip it out. So you're just saying it's the criminalization of someone just whipping out an expired license, and therefore there's some mens rea default there that I'm just trying to...
I believe the standard in the bill is with knowledge.
Okay.
So, I mean, you'd have to prove that they had knowledge that it was expired, but I mean, that'd be kind of apparent from the license itself.
Mhm.
But also for the FFL itself, if they don't report that person, there's a penalty there as well. So the FFL has a duty, as well as the person who has a suspended license or revoked license or expired license also is committing an offense. That, I think there's a penalty. I think it's a Class A. That's listed in there, but the penalty for the FFL isn't listed in the bill, from my understanding.
Okay. Members, any questions for the witness? All right, thank you. Chair recognizes Billy Mustin. After Billy Mustin, we have Gail Switzer, then Bradley Hodges, Darren Lazort.
I'm Billy W. Mustin. Apparently, I let my old eyes and big fingers make a mistake on the keyboard. I have no opinion on this bill.
Okay.
What it makes me wonder is, what did I miss that wasn't?
Okay, so
I'm neutral.
You're neutral. So
I'm
we're going to
neutral.
change you. So you're Billy Mustin.
Yes, sir.
You're representing
Myself.
and you are neutral.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. We'll change that up here. The chair recognizes Jill Switzer, then Bradley Hodges, Darren Lazort, and Eric Schaefer.
Hi there, I'm Jill Switzer, and I'm representing Texas Gun Sense, and we are in support of House Bill 1039. Texas Gun Sense is a nonpartisan nonprofit that advocates for common sense, evidence-based policies that reduce gun injuries and deaths. Thank you for the opportunity to testify after 11 p.m. And I know your staff are watching, so thanks to them too. I appreciate Representative Goodwin filing this bill, and she is my representative. When I first heard about this bill from her staff, I thought, wow, we don't do this already? I appreciate DPS for recognizing this gap and bringing it to the legislature to get fixed. It's obviously an example of common sense policy. All Texans have a safety interest in persons who are prohibited from having a gun. Unfortunately, in about 70% of cases, the holder of a suspended or revoked license does not turn in that no longer valid. I have a license to carry that I am very proud of. I had to work hard to do it. And I believe that this bill is not only important for public safety, but it protects folks who have their license to carry. I worked hard for mine. I carry it in my wallet. It gets me in the Capitol quickly. And I don't want it to be like a deck of cards that everybody has one. I want it to be taken seriously, and if someone no longer is entitled to that because of something they've done, it needs to be taken away. Thank you.
Thank you. Bradley Hodges, then Darren Lazort, and after that, Eric Shaver, and then we'll have Amy Mobley Turney.
Brad Hodges, self and against. I'm going to object to this. Doxing and swatting are enough is enough. On this bill in particular, interface with the DPS and FFLs, that's state and federal. This is the state portion of that. I get that. Looking at they're saying the FFLs are here testifying that it's a detriment to burden on them. I tend to believe them.
Thank you. Darren Lazort. And then we'll have Eric Schaefer.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Darren Lazort with the National Shooting Sports Foundation. I'm the Firearm Industry Trade Association representative, so I do represent the FFLs, the gun dealers here. So we've heard a lot about the burden that this bill would create on our dealers. It would be a burden. It would also be a potential liability. They are already one of the most regulated business people in the country. We don't need more. The state-issued license should mean something on its face. That's why we issue it in the first place. So dealers should be able to take that license and utilize it for government purposes. That's why we issue licenses. It is the state's responsibility to seize those licenses that are suspended and revoked. The dealer should not have any responsibility in that mix. The representative, the sponsor of the bill, Representative Goodwin, did say that this has no new restrictions on gun ownership. It does. As Dylan mentioned earlier, if the automation systems are down, whether it's NICS or whether it's DPS's current system, that's voluntary. So a dealer can voluntarily go in and check DPS's systems to see if these licenses are revoked or suspended today. But if those systems are down, today with my carry license, I can go in and still acquire a firearm. If the systems are down for whatever reason, if this bill becomes law, that right will be lost. That ability will be lost. That's a great benefit for all license holders in the state. So I do disagree, Representative, respectively, that there is restriction on current gun right and gun ownerships here. From a public safety standpoint, we have to assume that these license holders, even though they're suspended or revoked, already own guns. So from a public safety standpoint, I don't see that the real benefit here. And then finally, we think that the costs associated with this bill, the ones that I explained earlier, certainly outweigh any perceived benefits, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, real quick. So if you're the FFL dealer and you see it's expired,
yes,
then what?
So you would not, Mr. Chairman, you would not be able to proceed with the transaction, but if it's revoked or suspended, you would not necessarily know unless you checked the current voluntary system. Ideally, the state does go ahead and seize those suspended and revoked licenses. So with an expired license, the dealer would recognize that it's expired on its face and not go through with the transaction. Then they could proceed to a NICS check if they want.
So it being revoked, you're saying there's nothing that is going into I'm just saying, using this term, a master database where it would be picked up by NICS as well?
Mr. Chairman, that would not be in the NICS database. A suspended or revoked license would not be in the NICS database. But again, the benefit here with having a license is not having to go through a NICS check, which could take some time, or if the NICS system is down like it was last year during the COVID crisis and the buying frenzy, then you'd still be able to acquire the gun, as you should be as a citizen who lawfully can take possession of firearms.
Understood. Members? Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Chair recognizes Eric Schaefer, then Kyle Garacco, Amy Mobley-Turney, and then John Brandt.
My name is Eric Schaefer. I'm representing myself and I'm testifying against the bill. It is my understanding that this bill will make public this information. If that is correct, then that is why I oppose this. I don't see why that information needs to be made public. If there's some kind of system that a dealer can query DPS in a private way that it's not public, then I guess I would possibly think differently about it. But those are my reasons.
Members, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Kyle Garacco. Then after that, Amy Mobley-Turney, and then John Brandt. Then David Markle, and then we have Melissa Weekly.
Kyle Gorko, I am representing myself, and I am opposed to this bill for all reasons that are previously stated.
Thank you. Amy Mobley-Turney.
Told me she didn't mean to testify. She just went to register.
Okay, so we do show her registered for House Bill 1039. John Brandt. Then we'll have David Markle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members, for continuing to stay with us this long night. My name is John Brandt, represent Texas Gun Sense in support of HB 1039. This bill would help ensure that licensed firearms dealers are selling to lawful buyers. It would do this by requiring dealers to validate that a license to carry, when presented as evidence of lawful purchase, is currently valid and not suspended. This is a common sense idea. It's one of those things that when you think about it, in fact, it's hard to believe we don't already do it. From an administrative perspective, HB 1039 is really about efficiency, about making sure that when a change in licensing status occurs, that information quickly flows from DPS to licensed firearms dealers. This would help stop unlawful sales to individuals who were previously eligible to purchase a firearm with their license but are no longer because their license has been revoked or suspended. This matters because up to 70% of expired, suspended, or revoked licenses are not returned to the authorities, meaning that there is a potentially dangerous loophole to be exploited in our background check system when invalid licenses are used to purchase firearms. The bill would require that a licensed firearms dealer notify law enforcement when an individual attempts to use an invalid license, ensuring that any such attempts are properly flagged for notice by the authorities. But look, ultimately, this bill would help enshrine the license to carry, building our trust in the integrity and the meaning of the license by ensuring that we have an up-to-date understanding of when it is valid for someone and when it is not. These types of common sense administrative measures are key to building a robust framework to protect Texans from unlawful firearm sales and the harms to all of us that may result from them. It's also been stated there's a question about information being made publicly available. My understanding is that what's being made publicly available is anonymized, if you will. So it's a license number, but not necessarily a name. So I believe there are those protections that are built into the bill. Thank you.
Members, thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes David Markle. David Markle is registered against this legislation. Melissa Weekly. Melissa Weekly is registered against this legislation. Ann Furs. Okay. Thank you very much for being with us. Ann Furs, and then we will have Rachel Malone and Michelle Mostert.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Ann Furs. I'm testifying very briefly, both on behalf of myself, and I'm a gun owner, and also the Texas chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America in support of HB 1039. We urge the committee to promote the safety of all Texans by giving our valued law enforcement members tools to ensure that people who are carrying handguns in public are not doing so with a revoked or suspended license to carry. And of course, an LTC is required by law. It is illegal for a driver to continue to drive if his or her license has been revoked or suspended. We should hold our LTC holders to the same standard. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we will call Rachel Malone. And as she's coming to the witness podium, we're going to ask, is there anyone else that wishes to testify on, for, against House Bill 1039? If that is, just walk down here to the clerk and let him help you, the assistant clerk, and let him help you sign in.
My name is Rachel Malone. I represent Gun Owners of America and myself. We oppose this bill for many of the reasons listed, and we ask you to oppose it as well. Thank you.
Oh, okay. That's right. Thank you. Anything, members? Thank you. Michelle Mostert. Okay. Let's show Michelle Mostert registered against. Chair recognizes Representative Goodwin to close on House Bill 1039.
Seems like the main argument against it is that we don't want to burden our FFLs, and I just would say that this is a measure requested by the Texas Department of Public Safety to make sure people with revoked or expired LTCs aren't using those to go buy guns, and that seems like a safety measure, a very small step in the direction of making sure we don't have guns getting into the wrong hands. And with that, I close.
All righty. Thank you so much. And members, any questions for the author? Thank you, Representative Goodwin. The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 1039 is left pending. He can't. It's 133 of them. What? It's 133 witnesses, so he can come down and get on the bill. Okay, let me go get him. Okay. Let's do this here. Let's go beat him. Okay. Chair lays out House Bill 1238 and recognizes Representative Biederman to explain his bill.
Thank you, Chairman and members. Appreciate you staying up late for these very important bills that we're about to lay out. More than 70 counties in Texas have declared themselves Second Amendment sanctuary counties, and on January 15th, Governor Abbott announced the need for Texas to be a Second Amendment sanctuary state. House Bill 1238, the Personal Protection and Safety Act, directly aligns itself with that mission. I, along with 4,836 Texans who have contacted my office in support of constitutional carry, agree it's time that Texas be among the nation's leaders for gun rights. HB 1238 will help solidify Texas' position as a pro-gun state by making a license to carry optional when carrying in Texas, and ties the ability to carry your firearm to the ability to legally possess a firearm. But we'll keep the license to carry program in place in order to maintain our current reciprocity with other states. The only permit in America an American should need in order to carry a firearm was issued in 1791. After the ratification of the Bill of Rights, anything required for law-abiding citizens to carry and bear arms beyond the text of the Second Amendment is a usurpation of the people's sovereign right to self-defense. With the current political climate and increase in crime, personal safety is a serious concern for Texans. Talks of defunding the police and riding around the country all point to the need for Texans to have every ability to protect themselves and their families. Forcing our citizens to ask the government for permission to exercise this right reduces its status as a privilege, and then making them pay for it adds insult to injury. Those who view the constitutional carry as simply a Republican priority miss the crux of this whole matter. In a world where evil persists, we as a legislature must be mindful of barriers that restrict the ability of citizens to respond to that evil. We must eliminate those barriers so law-abiding citizens may defend themselves in the most crucial moments that bridge life and death. On Sunday morning, December 29th, 2019, innocent church members were confronted by this evil. In White Settlement, Texas, a congregation was gathered in worship when a stranger walked into a house of peace and sought to make it a place of death. He was determined to kill, steal, and destroy. He took the lives of Anton Wallace, 64 years old, and Richard White, 67. But that gunman did not count on an amazing citizen, an armed citizen named Jack Wilson, who was willing to stand in the gap and defend the church from any more carnage. Mr. Wilson, drawing upon his prior firearm experience, returned fire toward the gunman, killing him. Because of Jack Wilson's action, the shooting lasted only 6 seconds, saving numerous lives. Constitutional carry is about the people of Texas and their God-given right to preserve their life and the lives of those they love. without having to ask the state for the right to do so. I'm excited about the movement on this issue, and I thank Speaker Phelan for his support, Chairman White for your tireless work on this issue, and for many supporters of House Bill 1238 that have come to the Capitol tonight to testify on this bill. Chairman and members, I thank you for your time, and I'm available for questions.
Members, any questions from Representative Biederman? Okay, we'll reserve your right to close. We will reserve that for you. Yes, sir. Let's start with our testimony. First up here is Heather Hill. Heather Hill. Okay. After Heather Hill, we'll have Dennis McKee, Sylvia Colson, Jesse Cohen, and Randy Bellamy.
Finally, we're here. And I feel like it's not even over yet. Hello, everyone. My name is Heather Hill. I am testifying in favor of HB 1238. I represent myself and Come and Take It, Texas. Our organization proved way back in 2015 without a shadow of a doubt when we conducted a mock mass shooting on the campus of the University of Texas that the police are unable to respond in a timely manner to any event of this nature. In 2016, your body passed our law, the Campus Carry Act. And for that, mothers all over the state of Texas are grateful. I have appeared before this body on several occasions, and I appear again today in support of all constitutional carry acts that are sitting on your desk again this year. The right to bear arms is a human right protected from government encroachment by the Bill of Rights. These inalienable rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They are rights given to us by God and protected by the Constitution of the United States, a higher law than those passed by this legislature. The Second Amendment is a right that cannot be diminished by acts passed here. It is already the law of the land. However, to send a clear message to the people of the great state of Texas, I believe it to be a good thing to encode this law, so all the people of this state see this body is doing what the people of this state want. My point here is that all that fear that was forced down on the people in Texas did one thing this year, or last year now. Not only here, but in all our states. It caused firearm sales to skyrocket and the ammunition sales too. So I must say this. The current government of this state are fantastic salesmen for the gun industry. I am blood an Oklahoman and by choice a Texan. When I came to the state, Oklahomans look up to our big brother in the South. But today, Oklahoma is kicking our behinds, not only in gun laws, but also in cannabis legislation. I would like to see our Texas legislature turn this around and show that our little brother in the North can't beat us in freedom. I respectfully ask that you pass any of the constitutional carry acts on your desk this year so we can finally move on to other priorities for the economic success of the future of the great state of Texas. Thank you so much for your time. And I'm Heather Hill with Come and Take It, Texas.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hill. And so now the chair calls Dr. John Lott. And please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Sure. My name is John Lott. I'm president of the Crime Prevention Research Center, and I'm just here as an expert to talk about the various issues involving the bills.
He's on the bill? You're on the bill, and you're showing as neutral?
Right.
Okay. Yes, we have it that way. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to thank all the committee members here, and I want to thank in particular Representative Mike Schaefer for inviting me to come and talk here. Texas could be the 19th state to adopt so-called constitutional carry that would allow adults who legally own a gun to carry without a permit. In the last few weeks, there have been a number of other states. Indiana and Iowa state houses have passed constitutional carry bills. Tennessee's state senate also did so, all by 2-to-1 margins. Just as a comparison, there are 33 states right now that allow open carry without a license. If you include Iowa, which allows it outside of cities without a license, you have 34. Gun control advocates regularly make dire predictions about what will happen if Texas adopts this law. I guess what I would just point out is if you go back and look, you'll see the types of predictions that were being made for this law are exactly the same as the predictions that were made for right to carry laws when they were passed in 1995 here in the state. Since then, we've had a total of 43 states that have right to carry laws. One thing that's interesting is if you go back and look, you will not find one of these states that have adopted a right to carry law that has rescinded or reversed the law in any way. And none of those right to carry states have even held a hearing to go and reverse the right to carry law. And you see a similar type of pattern with regard to constitutional carry. What might be a debate that occurs in legislators when it gets passed quickly becomes a non-issue. None of the states that have passed constitutional carry have even held a single hearing to try to go and reverse the laws that they've passed on that. Constitutional carry in Texas is going to make two major changes in the bill, in the way people are right now. One, it will allow people to start carrying quickly if they run into some type of emergency, if dangers arise quickly, and also it will lower the cost of people being able to go and carry. Let me just talk for a minute about the costs of permits. The main factor that determines the number of people who are able to go and carry is the cost of getting permits. And let me give you a simple example. There's more sophisticated work on this, but if you were to compare Illinois with Indiana, in Indiana, 20.3% of the adult population has a concealed carry permit. In Illinois, it's 3.3%. It's very easy to go and explain the difference between the two. In Illinois, it costs $450 to go and get a concealed carry permit. In Indiana, it costs $12.95. Not only does it explain the change in the percentage of the adults that has it, it also explains the type of people who go and get permits. In Illinois, the type of people who get permits are basically wealthy white males who live in the suburbs. In Indiana, you much higher percentage of minorities, particularly blacks, who have concealed carry permits. Blacks have a higher share of concealed carry permits in Indiana than their share of the population in the state there. And why is that important? If my research convinces me of anything, it's the people who are most likely victims of violent crime who benefit the most from having the option to be able to go and protect themselves. And so, even if you had the same percentage of people having permits in Illinois and Indiana, the fact that you're more likely to have people who are victims of violent crime being able to go and carry means you're going to have a greater reduction in crime in Indiana than you're going to be seeing in Illinois. The other big change is how quickly people are going to be able to go and get a permit. After you've done, in Texas, after you've done the fingerprinting and met the other requirements to go and get a permit, the Texas Department of Public Safety tries to go and issue concealed carry permits within 60 days. If a woman's being stalked or threatened, 60 days is a pretty long time to go and make her have to wait before she's going to be able to go and get a permit to be able to go and legally defend herself.
Dr. Lott, thank you very. No, I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you to leave. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Sure.
I've read plenty of your, especially your quantitative research in this policy space. Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
In any of your quantitative research, and you can pass some along to us at another time, do you see any significant causation, correlation between more of these unlicensed, possessing of firearms, handguns, correlating to increased crime, increased suicides, or any other social maladies.
No, in fact, that was the next issue I was just going to get to in the thing. I mean, there are lots of comparisons you can make. You can do more sophisticated analysis. But if you just take the 5 years before they passed constitutional carry and the 5 years after, you actually see a few percentage point drop in violent crimes, about a 4% drop in murders, and about a 4% drop in rape rates that occur. And there's no statistically significant evidence with regard to either suicides or accidental shootings.
Okay. Okay. So, you know, because, you know, these are some of the, you know, some of the data points I see. You know, well,
right.
I'm sent data points people send me. You know, they said, well, Indiana, I believe one famous one is Indiana, you know, in the mid to just a few years ago, a couple of years ago, maybe a few years ago, you know, started their constitution carry or unlicensed.
But Indiana hasn't started. They're voting on it right now.
Okay.
The Indiana House has passed the bill, but it's before the Senate right now.
Okay. Well, some Midwestern state passed.
Well, they're right. I mean, you have pretty much the whole northern part of the Northeast. You have Kentucky in the center of the country. You have Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and then you have many western states from Arizona all the way up through Idaho and Montana and North and South Dakota. So you have pretty much a good cross-section across different types of states in the country.
Okay. Okay. And again, there's no statistical significance of any of these correlations of suicides, murders. What about mass shootings?
Yeah, and I haven't seen anything with that. Look, the big thing to me with regard to mass public shootings is that you have to take into account that 94% of these attacks occur where guns are banned. I mean, anybody who reads the diaries or looks at the statements from these people may be crazy in some sense, but they're not stupid. They want to go to a place where they can go and kill as many people as possible. And if they go to a place where they know victims can't defend themselves, they're going to be able to go and kill more people than they're going to be able to go and get more attention than they could have otherwise gotten. You know, if you have one police officer in an area guarding what otherwise is a gun-free zone, they have an almost impossible job. If you have an attacker there, and there's one officer in uniform who they can identify as being the only person with a gun, who's the first person that they're going to try to take out before they go after the other people that are there? It's going to be the officer. If you actually allow people to be able to go and carry concealed in those areas, it actually makes the job of the officer safer, because those people, when they go and do the attack, realize that they're revealing their position, and they have to worry that there's somebody behind them or to the side that they don't know, you know, who may be able to go and stop them at that point. But, you know, I can give you case after case where these people have consciously, I mean, these people plan these attacks for 6 months to 2.5 years prior to the attack. The Sandy Hook killer was planning his attack 2.5 years prior to the attack that he did. And these guys, you know, like the Aurora Batman movie theater shooter, he would go and actually stake out the different movie theaters and go and visit them beforehand. He visited other targets, and his thing, he would try to talk, is there somebody there with a gun who's going to be able to stop him? You look at something like the Batman movie theater shooter. There were 7 movie theaters that were showing the premiere of the Batman movie within a 20-minute drive of his apartment. Only one place banned permitted concealed handguns. That's the one he went to. You look at like the mall shootings in like Omaha, Nebraska, or in Salt Lake City, or in Portland, Oregon. Again, you look at these places, you may have 8 malls in Omaha, Nebraska that were indoor malls. Only one of those had signs posted banning permitted concealed handguns. That's the one the attacker went to. At some point, even if you didn't have these statements from these killers, you'd have to realize that this just isn't random, what these guys go and pick out as their targets. You know, these guys, you have people who overwhelmingly have no political ideology, but want to commit suicide. At some point along the line, these people realized that they could get a lot of media attention when they committed suicide if they took other people with them. So the way you try to eliminate their incentive for doing that is taking away their goal, which is to go and kill as many people as possible. And the faster somebody can be there in order to try to stop them, and in a way that, convinces them beforehand that they're going to run into trouble, you'll be able to deter that and take away their bizarre gain that they have to go and get the media attention that they have.
Okay.
Sorry if I went on for too long on that.
No, thank you. I just wanted to. Thank you. I just wanted to get that commentary. Before I turn you over to see if some other members have some questions for you, your scholar. What's really the dynamic with the license or not having a license, being a lawful Texan, a lawful American that can possess? I can go to a retail store if I'm not licensed. I am licensed, but if you can go to a retail store tomorrow morning. You can purchase a handgun here in Texas, unlicensed. You can walk out of the store unlicensed, get in your truck unlicensed, ride around town unlicensed, go home, and do that all over again, except you can't get out of your truck after you've bought it and you've possessed. Nothing's happened to my status as a lawful, person. What's your take on that, on that dynamic there in the license?
Well, first of all, let me say we've collected data by state on the number of concealed carry permits for like 8 years now. And what you find is that when a state moves to constitutional carry, there's really little change in the number of licenses that are there. There's been a big growth overall in the number of licenses, but the states that adopt it pretty much just kind of flatten out there. There's other reasons, either because they want to go and be able to go and buy a gun without having to wait for a background check, or whether they may travel to other states or whatever, or just because they feel better getting a license. I have no idea, but if you look at it, it stays very flat. What you do see, though, when you move to constitutional carry, you do see more people carrying, and you see a change in the type of people who carry. More poor people, I believe, carry in those cases. When Texas went from $140 to $40 in terms of the fees, or reduced the training requirements, prior to that, it had kind of leveled off at about 500,000 people having concealed carry permits. At that point, you kind of saw an explosion in the number of people who get permits. And you can go and you can see the zip codes for where people have it. It was much more heavily suburbs where people had concealed carry permits beforehand. And I think if you move to constitutional carry, you're going to see even more of a move to that. I would argue the very people who need it the most, the ones who are most likely victims of violent crime, are going to find it more affordable to be able to go and protect themselves and their families than you would have been able to do otherwise. And the other thing is just you have people that have dangers that arise from time to time, and they need to move quickly. If a woman, her ex, all of a sudden starts to stalk her, she may want to start to carry and not go. The process would take a long time to get approval. So I think it's not so much a change in the number of people who get it, but you'll see a change in the composition, and you'll see other people who need it on temporary basis to be able to do it.
And in many of these communities that you're talking about, where lowering the barriers to entry, so to speak, they're able to start exercising their constitutional rights. These are very virtuous people. Vast majority, almost unanimous numbers of them are very virtuous people.
Yeah.
Okay, and they deserve access to their constitutional rights just like everybody else.
They're no different than other people in terms of wanting to protect their loved ones and themselves. They may even have more of a reason because they tend to live in more dangerous areas than other people do.
Okay. Members, any questions for this scholar here? Yes, Mr. Tenderholt.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I want to, I think, dispel rumors, but I'm guessing that you've probably got this data. I'm not talking raw numbers. I'm talking percentage. is there an increase in accidents when the states do this, or is there an increase or decrease in crime? Both of those.
Right.
Because a lot of people try to say the opposite. They try to say there's more accidents. Well, is there a percentage increase in accidents, which I wouldn't believe? And is there an increase or decrease in crime when these are passed across the states, or does it stay about the same?
There's slight drops in crime. You know, we're talking about single-digit drops, and I have not seen any evidence that there's a change in either accidental deaths or suicides.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Dr. Lott. Can you talk about the experience the United States has relative to violent crime with guns and other countries? We hear a lot of comparisons. You know, there's something unique about the United States and the amount of gun violence we experience. Could you give us any of our neighbors, Mexico or Canada or the like?
Well, I'll make two general points. I recently had two peer-reviewed articles that were published that looked at, for example, mass public shootings across the world, and then I'll talk about murders and stuff. And, you know, because the claim is that the United States is somehow unique in terms of mass public shootings. The United States makes about 4.6% of the world population. We make up a little bit less than 1% of the mass public shooters in the world. It just doesn't get news attention, things that happen in other countries. France, for example, in 2015 had more casualties in 1 year from mass public shootings than the United States had during the entire 8 years of the Obama presidency that was there. Now, with regard to gun ownership and murder rates, there's one really simple way that I talk to people about this, and that is there are places that have tried to ban either all guns or all handguns. If guns on net are bad, you would think that that would be an easy way to go and reduce murders and homicides in a country. And yet you cannot find one single place in the world that's banned either all guns or all handguns and seen murder rates go down or even stay the same. Every single time, because, you know, there are lots of comparisons you can make across places, you know, cultural differences or other things that may be different, you know, law enforcement, other things that are different. But if you take any jurisdiction, you know, in the United States, we're familiar with Chicago and Washington, D.C., and the bans that happened there and the increases that happened. Gun control advocates will normally say, well, that wasn't a fair test, because unless you ban guns every place within a country, people could still get guns from Illinois or Indiana or from Maryland or Virginia, and so you need to be able to ban guns every place. That doesn't really explain why the murder rates went up in those places after the bans went there. It may have explained why it to go down, like they were promising. But you can even look at island nations, which don't have any neighbor that they can readily blame too much for importation of guns. You have readily defined, easily defendable borders. And yet, even in island nations, there's not one case where you've seen a ban where murder rates have either stayed the same or gone down. In every case, they've gone up, often by threefold, even 7 or 8-fold after bans have gone into place. If you look across countries and you look at the gun ownership, most countries license guns for people, and so it's relatively easy to go and get the percentage of the adult population in different countries that own guns. We've just finished a study that we spent about $70,000 going and hiring translators to go and around and look at the numbers for different countries. But what you find is, in fact, a fairly strong relationship between the countries with higher percentage gun ownership rates actually tend to have lower murder and homicide rates.
I understand that Mexico has some very strict gun regulations. What's the murder and mass shootings like in Mexico?
Sure. Since 1973, I've actually testified before the Mexican Senate and House Federal Constitution Committees about this stuff. Since 1973, Mexico has only had one gun store in the country. It's located in Mexico City. It's run by the military. The guns are very expensive there. And you can go and get a license. It's a 2-year license. It costs you about $2,000 to go and buy the license that's there. The most recent numbers for 2017 and 2018 indicate that in each year there are about 3,000 licenses that were issued. 3,000. when you're talking about a country with about 87 million adults in it. And yet Mexico has a murder rate in recent years that's like 6 times higher than the murder rate that we have here in the United States. When I was testifying there, I talked to federal senators, and they would tell me that they get death threats all the time, but they can't even get a license themselves to be able to go and carry a gun. They have a hard time even getting a license to be able to even own a gun that's there. And you know, they are getting weapons from around the world. The drug gangs that bring in the drugs bring in the weapons that they need to go and be able to protect that extremely valuable property that they have there. And the people that have the weapons are the criminals, not the people who are the citizens who are trying to protect themselves and their property and their loved ones.
Members, any other questions for Dr. Lott? And again, I'm looking at this screen here. You are testifying tonight as neutral. You're not here to sell or promote any piece of legislation or anything.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time. I appreciate it.
Hold it down, hold it down, hold it down. All right. Okay, okay. Who's next? Let's go ahead and call Chair calls Chris McNutt. You know the routine, my friend.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman and honorable members of the committee. My name is Chris McNutt. I am the Executive Director for Texas Gun Rights and the Deputy Director of Field Operations for the National Association for Gun Rights, and I am speaking for House Bill 1238. I want to thank Representative Biederman for filing a clean constitutional carry bill. In Texas, you can legally open carry your rifle or shotgun, as we've learned here in the committee earlier today, without a permit. But if you do so with a handgun without a permit, then you're made a criminal in the state of Texas. But there are 30 states, over 30 states in the country that offer some form of permitless open carry. And we need to end this disparity in the state of Texas. Ultimately, this disparity, as was already pointed out in previous testimony, only hurts the law-abiding and the poorest of citizens in our society who can't afford to go through the bureaucratic permission slip process and expensive government-mandated training. 18 other states have constitutional carry, including neighboring Oklahoma and Arkansas. Louisiana is looking very good for potential passage of that legislation this year. So Texas will essentially be surrounded by constitutional carry states at that point. Vermont, the original constitutional carry state, is consistently considered one of the safest states in the entire country. And since New Hampshire and Maine have joined as constitutional carry states, those states have actually catapulted to the top of the safe list as well. So I urge everyone on this committee to quickly support this bill, vote it out of committee as soon as possible, and do not settle for anything less than true constitutional carry. True constitutional carry would allow any law-abiding individual in the state of Texas to carry their handgun to protect themselves and their loved ones without begging for government permission. And that means all law-abiding Texans should be treated equal under the law, which means if you're a law-abiding citizen carrying a handgun, you should be allowed to carry in the same areas where someone that has a LTC is allowed to carry. And this is just simply to prevent otherwise law-abiding citizens from accidentally running afoul of the law and carrying in places where they aren't allowed to carry.
Any questions for Mr. McNutt? Thank you, my friend.
All right, thank you.
Chair now calls, let's see who we got here. Tara Mecha. Tara Mecha, okay. The chair calls Rick Briscoe. After Rick Briscoe, we will go to Molly. Is that Bursey? Yeah, Molly Bursey with Moms Demand Action.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you. I'm Rick Briscoe representing Open Carry, Texas, and we are strongly in favor of this bill. I'll pose the question, what is permitless, unlicensed constitutional carry? It's really quite simple. An individual can lawfully own or possess the handgun. They can carry it without a license or a permit or permission from the state. I used to say that it would probably take 12 to 15 pages to put that in nice lawyerly language. This bill's 54 pages. Do you honestly expect an ordinary citizen to keep up with 54 pages of law? These bills that we seek the repeal of were passed in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War, and in the actual records of the legislature, they were passed with the express intent of repressing the recent freedmen, quote, and Mexicans. That's in the journals. And in time, we all came to be treated as second-class citizens. With each law which has been passed restoring liberty to the citizens of Texas, it's been said blood will run in the streets. I'm here to tell you it hasn't. It simply has not. The legislature is not giving us anything. It is a matter of restoring fundamental rights and liberty to the citizens. We have several situations which have been described. Our Motorist Protection Act is a limited form of unlicensed carry. I've asked members of the legislature in years past a little trick question. Are you aware we have limited unlicensed carry? Most of them go, what? No, I didn't. And then I tell them, and then I say, have you been overwhelmed with calls from your district on what a problem it's created? And they look at their staff, and staff goes, I guess we haven't had any. And so once again, we have to look at what this is. It's simply a logical extension of the laws we've already repealed and provided liberty to Texans.
Thank you so
Please
much.
pass the bill, sir.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Molly Bursey. Bursey. And we'll go back to Chair.
Thank you, Chairman White, Vice Chair Bowers. My name is Molly Bursey, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself and the Texas chapter of Moms Demand Action in opposition to HB 1238. I was born and raised in Boulder, Colorado, where on Monday, a man walked into the same grocery chain where my mom shops and shot and killed 10 people, including one police officer. My family owns a handgun that is responsibly stored in my home in New Braunfels, and I'm a constituent of Representative Biedermann's. Texas's permitting system is a strong one that promotes the culture of responsible gun ownership that we Texans value. We heard testimony in this committee 1 week ago, and indeed today, about how responsible Texas LTC holders are. We agree. That is why we oppose bills like HB 1238 that would allow people to carry handguns in public places without a criminal history check or safety training. By eliminating our LTC requirements, how would I, the MBPD, or the Comal County Sheriff's deputies know that the man carrying a loaded gun next to me and my son at the farmer's market or wandering Landa Park isn't a prohibited possessor? Texas has had more than its fair share of gun violence. From the mass shootings in Sutherland Springs, Santa Fe, High School, El Paso, and Odessa, to the daily gun violence that cut short the lives of too many of our friends and family. The need to maintain the safeguards built into our LTC requirements is clear. Lastly, I'd ask you, in light of the revelation that Representative Biedermann was present in D.C. during the January 6th riots that took 5 lives, including the life of a U.S. Capitol police officer, what might have been the consequences in terms of lives lost and political instability for this country. Had D.C. allowed anyone to carry a handgun without a permit, like this committee is proposing today?
Questions for the witness? Thank you so much, Ms. Bursey. Chair recognizes Tara Mecha. And then after Tara Mecha, we'll have Gil Switzer.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Tara Mecha, represent the members of the National Rifle Association here in the state of Texas. NRA strongly supports allowing persons 18 years of age or older who are not prohibited by state or federal law from possessing a firearm to carry a handgun concealed or holstered without a license to carry. Professor Lott and some of the previous witnesses have touched on some important points that I was going to make. I want to highlight that the existing license to carry law would not be repealed under this measure. Criminals who are prohibited from possessing firearms, such as felons, fugitives from justice, domestic abusers, or people with a history of mental illness and adjudications of mental incompetency, would still be barred from carrying handguns, even under this bill. Lastly, this legislation would not prevent the enforcement of any laws broken by criminals who misuse firearms. Permitless carry is not the dramatic policy leap that opponents would have you believe it is. You can carry a handgun on your property without a license. You can carry a handgun in your car without a license. You can carry long guns in public without a license. 18 other states have passed similar laws. Iowa became the 19th just this week to pass a law, and we expect Indiana and Tennessee to possibly pass laws as early as next week. The state of Arizona is probably the most populous state with the longest track record on permitless carry. From 2010 to 2015, the years immediately preceding and following their 2011 permitless carry law, the murder rate in the state dropped 29.7%, and the robbery rate fell 14.2%. Arizona's experience about residents continuing to get their permits even after the state passed a permitless carry law is instructive as well. In 2011, USGAO estimated approximately 163,000 active permits in Arizona, and at the time they had a population of 4.5 million, which was about 3.6% of the adult population being licensed to carry. As of February 2021, there were 388,000 active licenses in the state, and the state had a population of about 7.3 million. So 5.3% of the adult population is now licensed to carry in Arizona.
So we saw an increase.
You actually did see an increase over that 10-year period.
Okay. Let me see if members have any questions for you. Thank you for your concise approach, always. The chair calls Gil Switzer. And after Gil Switzer,
It's Jill. But it looks like Jill. Jill Switzer, Texas Gun Sense. I am definitely opposed to this bill. We're going to have 4 of these, so I'll try to focus certain comments at certain times. I'm a bit embarrassed in Texas that John Lott was allowed to testify and to ask a lot of questions. Others will comment, but he has been completely debunked, his research. I was looking up information and I thought, you can Google him. You can Google his persona that he created to support his own research, Mary Rosh, R-O-S-H. I disagreed with most of what he said, and I have significant data that I will bring to your offices, every one of you offices, and explain the inaccuracies. So, you guys make tough decisions all the time. This is a tough decision, and you should do it only based on data and facts and accurate analysis. And so I hope that you will do that.
questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. The chair calls Dennis McKee. Dennis McKee, Sylvia Colson, Jesse Cohen, Randy Bellamy, and Paula Owens. Okay, so let's just go to another, since we just started this phase of the testimony, and we'll come back to those. Okay. Randy Bellamy. Okay, after Randy Bellamy, Randy Bellamy, Paula Ons, Troy Jones, Charles Raines, Alexei Swirsky.
My name's Randy Bellamy. I'm the Ellis County Republican Party chairman, and I'm here tonight to first say thank you to each one of the members and the chair for staying up so late and listening to us, but the job you're doing as a whole. I know what it is to have to put out and not get paid for it. So, guys, thank you a whole lot. So, my main point is I'm in favor of constitutional carry. There's a lot of people that want to be able to feel safe in their homes. Home invasions are on the rise in this state. Down along the border, it's significantly rising as our immigration crisis just goes crazy. And y'all all know that. But this is just another way that we can protect our people. Not only home invasions, but also car thefts, muggings, everything down along the border is going. Let's not think that's not going to travel up through the rest of the state. They're going to move through. So thank you for considering and listening.
Thank you, Chairman. Paula Ons. After Paula Ons, we have Troy Jones, Charles Raines, Alexei Swirsky.
You called Sylvia Colson, and then you didn't call her again.
Are you Paula Ons?
I'm Paula. But
Okay.
Sylvia's out there.
Okay, thank you. You have the mic now.
Right. Hi, my name is Paula Ans, and I represent myself, and I am for House Bill 1238. I'm a registered nurse, and I live in Waxahachie. I work at a hospital in Dallas, which is about a 40-minute drive from me. I do not have a carry license, but I do carry a handgun in my vehicle under the Texas Castle Law. So I want to tell you a story. I was called into work one night at 10 o'clock. I work in a level 3 trauma center, and left there about 3 o'clock in the morning, realized I was almost out of gas. So I knew I was in a bad part of town and leaving downtown Dallas, but I needed to stop for gas. So I went on and stopped, pulled over. As I was pumping gas, I looked up and saw two very large men coming rapidly at me. I had to make a decision. Do I reach in my car and now commit a crime because I have my gun out of my vehicle? I did. I grabbed my gun, 9 at 10, 11. The two men saw it in my hand and turned and left. I should never have had to worry about making that decision. In Texas, if it was a constitutional carry, I wouldn't have had to make that decision for my life or what was going to happen. I would have already had that with me. So I ask you to please pass this.
Thank you. Okay, Troy Jones, Charles Raines, Alexei Swirsky, Julie Campbell, and Sylvia Colson. You are? Sylvia Colson. Okay, we're next. Yes.
Good evening, or good morning now. I'm Troy Jones, Jr., and I drove in from Paris, Texas, and I am in favor of this bill because it is high time. We don't need to be left behind. Texas has always been a leader in things to do, and now we're following the other states. And I am a Second Amendment supporter, and if we cannot do this, we may follow the way that it happened in before World War II, to where they didn't have guns and those people were slaughtered. because they didn't have the means to protect themselves.
Okay.
And I thank you for your time, and I will be back for the next bill.
All right, thank you. Charles Rains. Charles Rains, we show him registered for House Bill 1238. Alexei Swirsky. After Alexei Swirsky, we have Julie Campbell and then Sylvia Colson.
My name is Alexei Swirsky. I am for this bill, and I'm speaking for myself.
Yes.
A right delayed is a right denied. Currently in Texas, a young adult cannot legally carry a firearm until they are 21 and can obtain a license to carry. Their Second Amendment right to bear arms is delayed for 3 years after they become an adult at age 18. My daughter is age 20, an adult. She works a full-time job, which she had to pass a background check to obtain. She owns a home, including getting an approved mortgage based on her full-time job. She drives all over Houston, mostly for work, yet she cannot legally carry a handgun to protect herself because she isn't yet 21. She has wanted to get a handgun to protect herself. This bill would change that. Her father and I would be much more comfortable with her driving around Houston if she had a handgun to protect herself. I'll spare you the statistics this time. The law seems set up to hurt law-abiding citizens like my daughter. If Texas lawmakers want crimes committed to decrease, they need to target the criminals, not the good guys. Please pass this bill so that responsible young 18 to 20-year-olds can exercise their Second Amendment rights and carry a gun to protect themselves in Texas. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Julie Campbell and then Sylvia Colson and then Jorge Landevar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Julie Campbell. I'm from Waxahachie, Texas. I represent myself, and I emphatically support constitutional carry, specifically HB 1238. Texas became part of the United States in 1845, partly because she was unable to defend herself. Let's keep that from happening again. Let's be adults. Let's be Texas. Let's be Texans. Pass this legislation and remove the current licensing requirement so Texas and Texans can defend themselves.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair calls Sylvia Colson, then Jorge Landevar.
Hi, I'm Sylvia Colson. I am representing myself. I'm also a member of GOA and I'm vice chair of the Ellis County Republican Party, and I'm in favor of the bill. I wanted to go and commit assault and murder, but I have to wait for my license to carry to come in. Said no criminal ever. But every day, honest Texans who want to carry a gun simply to come home safe at night are forced to wait for their permits to carry. Most states have constitutional carry. I have this map. The green states have constitutional carry concealed and open. You'll notice them here. Texas, it's time to turn Texas green. Thank you.
Thank you. Jorge Landevar. After Jorge, we'll have Michelle Mostert, Kayla Thompson, Diane Velasco.
Jorge Landevar. I'm testifying in favor of the bill.
And representing your...
Myself.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So HPD in December 2019 put out a press release that 2,000 guns were stolen from cars. This is a problem, but why does this happen? This happens because people can't take their gun with them, so they leave it somewhere unattended. This is not a safe place. Right now, you can leave your gun in your car, but that's not the safest place for your gun. The safest place for your gun is on your person. If it's not on your person, it can be stolen and then used by criminals in nefarious deeds. This is not good. This is happening right now. Please allow people to carry without a license so they're more likely to actually keep their gun in a safe place with them, as opposed to leaving it in their car where a child might find it or where criminals might break in and steal it. And by the way, the 2,000 wasn't for the whole year. It was the previous 10 months in 2019. That's just one city. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Mostert. Then we'll have Kayla Thompson, Diane Velasco, and Kenneth Gibson.
Hello, Chairman White and members. Thank you for, hearing us. My name is Michelle Mostert. I'm representing myself, and I support this bill wholeheartedly, 100,000,000%. I'm from Indiana, actually, before I came here. And it was real easy. I was able to get a lifetime permit, or a license, rather, for $55, and I didn't have to take any tests.
Yeah.
It was real simple, you fingerprints, and that's about it. When I went to get a license last year, 3 months. Okay, and I've already told you the story about how I had an ex that was stalking me and threatened to throw it. What if I had to wait 3 months and he's around and I have nothing to protect myself? So this bill will help with that. Okay? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we have Kayla Thompson. Kayla Thompson, we're showing her registered for House Bill 1238. Kenneth Gibson. Kenneth Gibson, we have him registered for House Bill 1238. Eric Brakey. Yes. You're Eric Brakey?
Yes, right.
Yes. We're calling you up, my friend.
All right, wonderful. I figured there was people in front of me. Well, looking forward to the opportunity. Take this off. Well, hello, good morning. I feel like we got here in the morning, and it's morning again. It's been a long day. Thank you all for being here with us. So, Chairman White, Vice Chairman Bowers, members of the committee, my name is Eric Brakey. I'm a former senator of the state of Maine and a current policy advisor for Young Americans for Liberty. I'm here today speaking in favor of HB 1238, constitutional carry. In 2015, I authored Maine's constitutional carry law, which passed with bipartisan support through a Republican Senate and a Democrat House. In my hand, actually, today I have, this is the pen that signed constitutional carry into law, making Maine the 6th constitutional carry state in America. In just 6 years' time, that number has grown to 18, and I certainly hope that the Republic of Texas will join us. In Maine, we heard many dire predictions from Bloomberg-funded gun control groups. Some of those dire predictions I'm sure we have heard and we are hearing today. They told us that Maine would become the Wild West. Actually, they compared us to Texas. They told us that there would be shootouts on every corner. They told us that blood would run through the streets. And I'm happy to report that none of that came true. In fact, after passage, Maine became the safest state in America with the lowest violent crime rate in the entire country and has maintained its position there 5 years in a row. 4 of the top 5 safest states in America, according to U.S. News and World Report, are constitutional carry states. The old saying, it turns out, is true: an armed society is a polite society. Now, some argue that permitting prevents criminals from carrying firearms. I think we heard some of those arguments earlier today, but this is absurd just on the face. Criminals are no more likely to seek a permit to carry than a permit to rob a bank or a permit to commit murder. Others argue permitting encourages training, but there are 2 problems with this, keeping this very brief as I wrap up. First, minimum training thresholds encourage people to plateau rather than seek lifelong training, which is what the real hallmark is of responsible gun ownership.
Senator.
Yes.
You're a senator. Okay. Thank you so much for your vigor. Any questions for the senator? Thank you, sir. Oh, stand by. Go ahead.
Just how many people does a... oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Schaefer.
Thank you. It's late, Mr. Chair. Thank you
I know.
for that.
Yeah.
Decorum still matters. Yes, sir. Okay. How many people does a Maine senator represent?
Enough that I can knock on every door in the district.
Okay.
Okay. Small. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. Let's go to Eric Brakey, then George Gerhardo, Fran Rhodes, Michael Fossum, and then Charles Raines.
Oh, excuse me, I forgot I need to do this thing. All right. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is George Anthony Guajardo, and I'm here to speak on behalf in favor of HB 1238. I am also representing not just myself, but an organization called Young Americans for Liberty. I'm a regional director. Our organization is headquartered in Austin, Texas. We are the most active and effective youth organization advancing liberty on campus and in American electoral politics. In Kentucky, we mobilized students to pressure the establishment there to pass constitutional carry. We did the same thing in Montana, and I'm very proud as a native Texan to fight for liberty here in the state that has always been my home. My father and I are both gun owners. We're proud Tejanos. Tenemos familia en el Valle. Casi todos mis abuelitos nacieron en Mexico. And I would like to be able to protect myself and my loved ones as I see fit. Okay, but it's not just me that I'm worried about. Like, what about my nieces? You know, my nieces are, they're about to be college age. They're about to enter college. Under the current law, they cannot defend themselves on campus till age 21. We Texans like to believe we are the biggest, the best, the brightest, the most free, but sadly that is not the case. Over 30 other states have some form of constitutional carry, whereas we do not, including great state of Maine. Requiring a license to carry, as mentioned earlier, hurts those who are poor, working multiple jobs just to stay afloat, just like many of my own family members. I'm a first-generation college student. But the license requirement does nothing to stop a criminal who has already determined to break the law and infringe on another's life, liberty, or property. Why does the law-abiding citizen have to wait for permission from the state of Texas to exercise a God-given right inscribed in the U.S. Constitution while the criminal waits for no man, woman, or law? Please, I implore you, pass constitutional
Thank
carry.
you, my friend. Thank you. So we go with Fran Rhodes. Fran Rhodes registered for House Bill 1238. Michael Fossum. And as he's making his way up, then we're going to go to Charles Raines and then John Balgiano.
Good evening or morning, as the case may be. My name is Michael Fossum. I'm testifying for myself. I am in favor of the bill. I think Dr. Lott and the other speakers have covered anything that I wanted to say. I would just add one thing, that when the ladies from Texas Gun Sense bring you studies and data to your office to prove their assertions, be sure to have a large box of salt at hand, because you'll need plenty of grains of salt to go along with that data and those studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Charles Raines. After Charles Raines, we'll have John Balgiano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. I want to appreciate all of your time. My name is Charles Raines. I represent myself, and I'm in favor of Bill 1238. Lady Liberty has a gorgeous twin sister. Her name is Responsibility. In a free society, these two sisters must always attend the big dance together. A great freedom, such as constitutional carry, also requires a great responsibility. Statistically, less than 1% of the population is incarcerated. A tiny fraction of that number is the violent, soulless killers. Our friends on the left seem to think that the way to address the issue of violent crime is to punish the 99%. When you require a license to carry a handgun, you only punish the law-abiding citizens, responsible citizens who have committed no crime. Why do we do this? Because of the actions of 1%. Violent criminals who do these crimes, and they make up less than 1% of the population. I am in favor of constitutional carry because it reminds all of us that we still live in a free society. But it also reminds the merciless, heartless killers. This ain't Chicago, baby. This is Texas. You kill us, we'll kill you back.
Okay. And Charles, you registered as Charles Raines, and you registered representing yourself and for House Bill 1238.
Yes, sir. I thought I.
Okay, you probably did, and I just want to
sorry.
check. I want to check because I don't want to blow anything. Hey, thank you for your very compelling approach there. Okay. Here. I thought we called her name, but we'll do it again. Fran Rhodes. Okay. Michael Fossum. Okay. John Balgiano. Then we're going to go to and then after John Balgiano, we'll go to Jesse Cohen.
Chairman White, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is John Balgiano, representing myself and testifying in absolute 100% support of House Bill 1238. When I got my first LTC and moved to Texas from Maryland, a state with absolutely ludicrous restrictions on handgun carry, I thought I'd died and gone to heaven. I looked at that license like a starving man looks at a Whataburger. And I took a closer look at what I needed to get that precious license. I needed a computer, a scanner, an email address, internet access to complete the DPS online application, to find and schedule a class, and to make an appointment for fingerprinting. I needed a credit card to pay the DPS fee and to pay for fingerprinting. I needed a car to get to the class, to the range, and many miles further to get fingerprinted. In comparison to the barriers I faced in Maryland, these were minor obstacles to me and probably minor obstacles to most of the people in this room. They are, however, resources unavailable to many Texas citizens. So what are we saying to these citizens? That they just aren't the right sort of people? Be carrying a gun for protection of their own life and that of their loved ones? Right sort of people has some pretty negative connotations when viewed through the lens of Reconstruction era black codes or New York City's infamous Sullivan Law. It is long past time for Texas to end the elitist permit requirement. If you can legally own a firearm, you should be able to carry it, openly or concealed without a state-issued license. There should be no distinctions on time, place, or manner of carrying between licensed and unlicensed individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Chair calls Jesse Cohen. After Jesse Cohen, we'll have Bob Bagley, Michael Belsick, Ryan Simpson, and Ben Leader.
My name is Jesse Cohen. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 1238. As you can see, I'm a GOA member. I'm also a 5-year law enforcement officer, but I'm here testifying on behalf of myself.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. As an officer, I've observed a problem that I call the revolving door of criminal justice. That is that violent criminals are arrested and quickly get out and are back on the street in short order, committing more violent crimes only to be arrested again. Programs for releasing offenders like bonds, probation, and parole were originally intended to assist with rehabilitation of nonviolent offenders and reduce jail and prison populations without endangering the public. But due to overcrowded facilities caused in part by frivolous laws like the permit requirement, these programs often become the default regardless of the potential danger to society. I've seen many situations where violent offenders were released within a day or two of being arrested and were back on the street doing what they pleased. The permit requirement not only violates the civil rights of law-abiding citizens, but contributes to the overcrowded facilities, which in turn contributes to this revolving door problem that endangers all of us, especially as officers, because we are the ones that have to arrest these people repeatedly. The precious few spots in our facilities should not be wasted on citizens who are only carrying a firearm without a permit for self-defense.
And I just to clarify, because some members just asked, your position on House Bill 1238?
I am for it. I'm for constitutional.
Okay. Chair recognizes your state rep, State Representative Schaefer.
So, Mr. Cohen, you are a licensed peace officer.
Yes, actually, I think in your district, Tyler.
Very good.
Yeah.
And you are out on the street facing whatever is required of a patrolman, family violence situations, traffic stops, the full range of what a policeman might encounter.
Anything and everything you can imagine.
And do you have any concern that if this bill becomes law, that your job will become more dangerous?
I don't believe that it will, and even if it were, I would be down with that because that's the oath that I swore. We were taught in the academy to place the lives of civilians over our own. The officer safety argument, which I've heard a lot against the constitutional carry, basically puts that in the wrong order. It puts officers' lives ahead of innocent civilians who just want to carry a gun to protect themselves. And so if you really think about that, that's pretty legally, morally, and constitutionally disgusting.
Well, Mr. Cohen, I just want to say thank you for coming to your Capitol to testify, and I think every member on this dais appreciates the work that you do out there on our behalf, and thank you for sharing your testimony with us this evening.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, officer. Bob Bagley. Bob Bagley, registered for House Bill 1238. Michael Belsick. Michael Belsick, registering for House Bill 1238. Ryan Simpson, registering for House Bill 1238. Ben Leader. Ben Leader, registering for House Bill 1238. Irvin Light. Pastor Light. Irvin Light, registering for House Bill 1238. William Nance. Okay, as he's making his way, we'll have Andy Turner next.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. You guys must be a lot closer to college all-nighters than I am. Anyway, I'm Bill Nance. I'm the Military and Veterans Affairs Director for the Texas State Rifle Association. Mm-hmm. I will be testifying for myself as well as for TSRA. Well, I believe that permitless carry and for law-abiding citizens has come to Texas. It needs to come. I've had a Texas license to carry since 1996, and I've been an instructor for license to carry for over 10 years, and I've been an NRA instructor for almost 40. I truly understand and value the education and training that is really required to carry a firearm to defend yourself and those about whom you care. In my teaching, the vast majority of my students are actually active duty military personnel who have just come to Texas and they want to get their license to carry. But all too often, these military personnel who have just arrived in Texas are met with congratulations, welcome, and oh, by the way, you're deploying in 3 months. So they roll into a training cycle that makes it extremely difficult to schedule and attend class. And it's not just the military member. That military member who will be deploying and gone anywhere from 6 months to a year is very often leaving behind spouse, children, and again, with spouses working, with taking efforts for child care, that spouse has difficulty enrolling in a class for a license to carry. While that military member is deployed, he wants to know that his spouse and children are safe. and wants to be sure that they are safe, not just in their home, not just while they're driving their vehicle, but when they get out of that vehicle to go shop and go about the daily business of their lives.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We need to be definitely always watching out for military spouses and because they're really serving too.
Very much.
That's right. Members, thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you, and I do encourage your favorable consideration of this bill.
Thank you. Thank you. Well taken. Pastor Light. And then after Pastor Light, we have Andy Turner, Dr. Alma Arredondo Lynch.
I'm Irvin Light from Llano, Texas. I am for the constitutional carry. I'm here for myself.
And House Bill 1238.
Yes, 1238, yes, sir. While I was in the military, I carried weapons many times. I was qualified as convoy commander for nuclear weapons. That is a very high responsibility and a very high honor. Once I left the military, I carried a sidearm, whether it was legal or not, merely because I'm in a rural area and nobody thought anything about it. I'm plain, I'm simple, and I ask your consideration. This is a God-given right that we have, and it's guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States, and I believe the Constitution of Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Dr. Alma Arredondo Lynch, registered for House Bill 1238. Andy Turner. As she's making her way up, we got Francis Schenken, Stephen Williford, Jeanette Harmuth.
Mr. Chairman, Andy Turner for the Texas State Rifle Association. We are for this bill. I had all this lovely testimony written up. Let me just sum it up. The TSRA stands fully behind Dr. John Lott's research and the policy behind this bill.
And you're for House Bill 1230.
Absolutely.
You're registered for it. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Francis Schenken.
When I wrote my testimony, I'm Francis Schenken with Texas Gun Sense, and I am opposed to this bill. I wrote it saying good morning, and that turned out to be so.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Since 2016, Texas has made some changes to license to carry. It cut the number of hours of instruction to 4 to 6. It lowered the fee to $40 from $140, and it lowered the renewal fee, and it allowed a person to take the course online. Earlier, it extended the renewal period from 4 years to 5 years. Now, 1.67 million Texans hold a license to carry. Still, that's about 8% of the population that would be eligible. In June alone, there were 58,000 background checks for a permit. It was a new record. Not many people are rejected. 2,200 people in 2020. Who holds a license? DPS, until recently, broke down who holds a license by sex and by race. It no longer does that, or I haven't been able to find it. But in the 4 fiscal years of 2016 to 2019, at least 71% of the applicants were male. They were mostly white, more than 80%. 41% of Texans are white. Now, that's a glitch in the DPS statistics because DPS, for some reason, did not break the statistics down and never has, as far as I can tell, by including figures for Latinos. So we must assume that the white category also includes Latinos. But there is good reason to think that there are not that many Latinos who have a permit. In an NBC story after the Walmart shooting in 2019, it was found that 8 out of 10 Latinos in the state support stricter gun laws.
Thank you.
Blacks hold 9% of permits. They are 12% of the population.
Yes, Ms. Schenken. Yes, thank you for that. Let me see if some members have some questions. Did you have one more data point on race and ethnicity?
Just one note at
Okay.
the end. I noticed there's not a fiscal note to this.
Mm-hmm.
By my calculation, $40 times the number of people who have a permit would get us several $1 million in revenue.
Yeah, and I think the bill author, when he closes, he can clarify why that's the case, and we've been studying that too, and we'll give you some insight on that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Stephen Williford. Then there's Jeanette Hormuth, Angela Smith, Richard Bonnert.
My name is Stephen Williford, and I support this bill, and I represent myself. I introduced myself to this committee earlier today. I'm from Sutherland Springs, Texas, where there was a mass shooting. And I am the guy that ran across the street and engaged the shooter and took him out. I think our Second Amendment right is paramount to be able to take care of our communities, to take care of our families, our neighbors, and even our country itself. I think constitutional carry was not written to have to pay for a class and take a class. A single battered mother shouldn't have to decide whether she feeds her children or defends them with the money that she may have. I personally believe that the Second Amendment, there is no other of the Bill of Rights that you have to pay for to exercise. It is a Bill of Rights. And we as American people deserve that right. It is a God-given right, as was said before. It is not a right granted to us by our government, but it is a right granted to us by our God, and the Second Amendment says that the government does not have the right to infringe upon that right. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Jeanette Hormuth. Jeanette Hormuth, registered for HB 1238. Angela Smith. Then we'll have Richard Bonnert, John Franklin, Brandon Burkhart, and Louis Weichers.
Well, good morning, committee. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak on constitutional carry. I will not go into all that I had written down, but I just want to thank my excellent Representative Kyle Biederman for filing this bill. I am here representing myself and the Fredericksburg Tea Party. Fredericksburg Tea Party has watched session after session constitutional carry bills being filed, but not being even gotten out of committee sometimes. So we are very excited about this bill. From my own point of view, I'm a single female, and I find myself in many situations where I feel vulnerable, and not where I really believe that I need the ability to protect myself without having to go spend money on a fee. Also, I want to say that this is a God-given right, and I'm just excited to see that reinstated through this bill. I just want to quickly read a quote from Lieutenant Colonel Jeff Cooper, USMC. If violent crime is to be curbed, it is only the intended victim who can do it. The felon does not fear the police, and he fears neither the judge or the jury. Therefore, what he must be taught to fear is his victim.
And for the record,
Yes,
you
sir.
are
4.
okay. You're for
Yes.
HB 1238,
Yes,
and
sir.
your name is
Angela Smith.
Angela Smith,
Yes.
and you're representing.
Fredericksburg Tea Party and myself.
All right. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Richard. That's what we're going here next. Richard Bonnert. Okay, Richard Bonnert is showing registered for House Bill 1238. John Franklin. Okay, and as he's coming up, we're going to have Brandon Burkhart, Louis Weichers, Derek Reeves.
Mr. Chairman, committee, thank you for your time and thanks for enduring. My name is John Franklin. I speak for myself, and I 100% support House Bill 1238. A couple of years ago, my son met a girl and they started dating. She broke up with her current boyfriend and he became a cliche. He was jealous and angry and began threatening both of them. According to her, he had a history of violence against her, so this was not an idle threat. My son felt the need to arm himself for protection. He already had all the training he needed to safely carry a firearm. He'd spent years practicing and had even given some of his friends informal training. He knew the law, and while no one should ever be considered fully trained, he was as competent as anyone could expect. But he lacked one thing: permission. Up until then, the expense and time was not worth it to him. He was a poor college student, but now suddenly it became a priority. But what could he do? If he armed himself against a credible threat, he would have become a felon. Thankfully, the story had a happy ending. The ex eventually reconsidered and backed off. But for at least a few weeks, had he chosen, he could have easily put both their lives in danger. My son was lucky, but how many times does this same story play out in our state with tragic results? Men, women, and children we never hear about are battered, beaten, and killed. Innocent people are threatened and are left defenseless because of a short-sighted law. How many lives would constitutional carry laws save? Many people are like my son and don't feel the urgency of getting an LTC until they do, and then it's too late. It's time this law changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Burkhart. After Brandon Burkhart, we'll have Louis Weichers, then Derek Reeves, then Ramon Garza, and Brandon Holloway.
How you doing, committee? My name is Brandon Burkhart. I'm president of This Is Texas Freedom Force. I'm for the bill, and we are all, as an organization, 60,000 strong in the state of Texas for this bill. New constituent of yours that just moved over there with you, and also I'm probably the guy they were talking about looking for a Whataburger, because, man, it's been a long day. So I'll start off by saying this. Carrying a firearm is a right, and it's not a privilege. I'll even go further than that. Carrying a firearm is a God-given right. It's not a privilege. The Bible says to sell your cloak and buy a sword. That's because the sword was the finest weapon back then. Had they had guns back then, God would have said, sell your cloak and buy a gun. The Second Amendment guarantees that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That translates into the people of Texas do not have to beg their government for permission to carry a firearm. Law-abiding citizens should not have to be photographed, fingerprinted, registered before they can exercise their Second Amendment rights. Criminals certainly don't jump through these hoops. Being forced to get the government's permission to carry a firearm, having to pay a fee and for the privilege is the opposite of what our founding fathers intended. Furthermore, the issues of permits can be abused by government officials. Government does not grant us our rights. Once again, God grants us our rights, and our rights of self-defense come from Him. Any constitutional carry bill is worth the salt, should be recognized. The freedom to keep and bear arms in the self-defense as a God-given right, not a privilege bestowed on the people by the governments. I thank you for your time, and I strongly encourage y'all to pass this time. It's been around for a while. We've seen this come up every legislative session. Let's get it done. Thank you, Representative White and Representative Peterman.
Okay, thank you, sir. Louis Weichers. And after Louis, we'll have Derek Reeves, Ramon Garza, Brandon Holloway, and Joe Burns, Max Dominguez.
Hello, my name is Louis Witchers. I represent Texas Gun Sense. I oppose this bill for a long list of reasons. What I'll only discuss, just point out a couple things. Number one, the two largest institutions that issue firearms are the military and police departments throughout the land. None of them will do that unless they have put people through training so that they can safely handle that weapon. And that's why I like LTC, because it not only does it provide screening, but also provides training, because firing a firearm is a physical skill. The second thing, I will kind of emphasize that point. There's a Navy SEAL, and he has 5 questions when it comes to firearms. And the name of the YouTube video is a firearm ever right for me? And he, amongst the 5 questions are, can you use any other options to defend yourself? Another question he asks, do you have the time to train so that you can safely and effectively use the weapon? And I do have to ask, I'm out kind of late. Do you guys have permission slips? Give my wife. Thank you.
All right, bro. Thank you so much. Derek Reeves, Ramon Garza. Derek Reeves, good. Gregory Vital, he'll be up next in a few minutes as well.
Hello, my name is Derek Reeves, and I'm representing myself in support of HB 1238. I'm a private contractor with the U.S. Army. I'm also a member of GOA. Like many things in life, you never know when you may need to protect yourself or others. In 2013, the company I work for released a memo from the Department of Defense stating that there were credible and confirmed threats against employees and their families from foreign actors. Unfortunately, at the time, I lived in California, in a county where it was notoriously difficult to get a concealed carry permit. Knowing I was a target put me into high alert. I removed friends and family off social media and changed where I lived and worked, just to keep a lower profile. It even affected how I would shop, expecting to be attacked at the gas station or when I went grocery shopping. Because of the difficulty in getting a concealed carry permit and the difficulty of getting a handgun in general, since I did not own one at the time, as I had just gotten into firearms, it was very stressful, and it limited the options that I had in defending myself. If I was able to have that firearm, I would have been less fearful. And if I had come across a situation which put my life in danger, it reduced my chances of coming away with minor injuries. By passing this bill, it gives the people, the law-abiding citizens of Texas, the choice on how they wish to defend themselves. It would also allow people to come out of a threatening situation with minimal injuries.
Thank you. Thank you. Ramon Garza.
There it is. Good evening again. Just fix it right there. All right. Or I'll just stand right here. My name is Ramon Garza. I'm the outreach director of This is Texas Freedom Force. I'm speaking on behalf of many of our members, and we do support HB 1238. Earlier this, or was it morning or evening yet? Well, earlier today, State Representative Biederman stated Personal Safety Act. I like the sound of that. I have a story here that I want to share with you folks, and it goes back years. December 12, 1995, I had a friend of mine by the name of Kenneth Holland. He was like a brother of mine. I don't have many friends that I can honestly count on, and he was one of them. On December the 12th, he went to his mom's house to visit. And what happened was his oldest brother was there. He hadn't seen his brother in 3 years. His brother was in the Army. So it was a homecoming. A car drove up to the front of the house. Kenny didn't know who it was. He walks up to the car. The driver rolls down the window, puts a shotgun out, shoots Kenny in the chest. When I heard about this, I wasn't angry because Kenny was shot. I was angry because I knew he always had a 357 with him. But at that moment, it was in his vehicle. He was not around his vehicle at the time. Even though the story happened in 95, we hear it to this day. Stuff like this happens. And the fact is, bills like 1238 need to be passed in order to protect ourselves, you know? And that's why I support it. And the fact is this, not the other thing I didn't add, that night when Kenny died, he had a little boy, was 4 years old, and his daughter was 6. So they grew up without him in their lives. I don't like to see that, never again. I don't like to hear it in the news. And the fact is this, we need to do something to stop stuff like this.
Thank you, Marine. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Brandon Holloway. Then we'll have Joe Burns, Max Dominguez, Gregory Vital, Jonathan Reynolds, Wayne Howell, and Tyler Fulkerson.
I'm Brendan Holloway, and I am for this bill. I represent myself. I mean, what a contrast tonight. What a contrast. We had one bill earlier tonight that is saying, hi, I'm the government, and I do not trust you with firearms. And to this bill, we're looking at this bill is saying, hi, I'm the government, and I do trust you with your rights. Now, that's a bill that law-abiding citizens can get behind. For example, like, what does it make sense that I can legally buy a gun, but I cannot legally carry it without going through all these protocols? I mean, you're saying you trust me to buy the gun, but I can't defend myself with it outside of my car or my home? I mean, that makes zero sense to me. It's a constitutional right. It's our amendment. We're born with this right. As soon as I hit 18, I have the right to defend myself. I have the right to go buy a gun. And so it makes zero sense that I buy this gun and then I have to go take these classes, pay a fee, and that's a privilege. That's not a right. That's saying it's a privilege. We're in Texas. It's supposed to be a constitutional right. It's in the U.S. Constitution, and it's in the Texas Constitution. And also there was a lady that mentioned Kyle Biederman, that he was at a protest on January 6th. I want to state that's irrelevant to this bill. I don't care whose name is on that bill. You could slap Beto O'Rourke's name on a constitutional carry bill, and if it's a clean bill, I'd pass it. It's not about who's on the bill. You don't have to like the person, but if the bill is expanding our rights, then it is a good bill. That is what your job as our representatives is, to expand and protect our rights, not to infringe and control them. You work for us, not the other way around.
Thank you for that reminder. Joe Burns.
Thank you, Chairman White and esteemed members of this committee. My name is Joe Burns. I represent myself, and part of the Libertarian Party of Texas is I'm an elected representative sitting on the executive committee representing Senate District 24. I'd like to speak in favor of 1238, and I'd like to thank Mr. Biederman, Representative Biederman, for putting this forward. It's about time we get this thing done. It's just as a matter of Texas pride. Coming in 19th place in anything liberty-related should be a shame for all of us. I'd also like to thank Mr. Tinderholt for bringing up earlier in one of the previous bills when we were speaking against 127 the fact that many perceive this constitutional carry as a God-given right. I would like to address that and go a little bit further. I have a slight problem with calling it constitutional carry. We look up to the Constitution as something that to be revered, which as well it should. But these rights come from something above that. I would say if you believe in God, they come from your Creator. If you believe in the universe, they come from the universe. But however you believe you arrived into this world, you arrived with the right to defend yourself and your family intact. And it has only been the government that has sought to strip those rights from you. You folks have a unique ability to give us back the rights that were given to us by our Creator. And I hope that you do that. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Max Dominguez. Max Dominguez is shown registering for House Bill 1238. Gregory Vital. After Gregory Vital, we'll have Jonathan Reynolds, Wayne Howell, Tyler Fulkerson, Destiny Hallman, and Darren Roos, and Walter Barnes. Yes, sir.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. And, well, we're getting ready to shut it all down after this one. This is going to be the easiest bill for you guys to pass, and I'll tell you why. How many pages is in this bill compared to the Second Amendment? I'll tell you, the Second Amendment is only one sentence with one comma right in the middle. If you cut through all the huss of this bill, it pretty much says everything in the Second Amendment when you break it all down. We're in the step in the right direction by passing this bill. This will get us that much closer. I don't have nothing here to read. I don't need a cell phone. This is the most common sense bill that I've seen today, besides maybe 918 and another one. There's a little story I want to tell you, and I'll be real quick about it. I know a hand forger who hand forges knives and edged weapons in Finland, okay? And he has a bunch of friends out there that he hangs out with up in the mountains. And when he found out what the Texas Freedom Force does and everything, and by the way, I'm for this bill, and I'm representing myself and Texas Freedom Force. Sorry, I know you're waiting for that.
And you're Gregory?
And I'm Greg Vittle.
Okay.
Now, this guy, when he heard about what we do, and he says, we always watch the news of the United States, and when we're watching what happened in Portland, Oregon, and everything like that, but when we see Texas, we change the channel. We get here. All my friends are coming over, and we're watching to see what Texas does, and we see them out there with their firearms and stuff, and there's no firefight. There's no shots being fired, and they're protecting these monuments and protecting their history, which is what owning firearms and keeping and bearing arms was all about. He's telling me this. I have it on Messenger. I can show you the message he sent me. He says it offers us hope because all we have over here is pitchforks and hoes and shovels and stuff to go fight these rioters. They're having the same rioters over there that we have here.
Yeah, thank you, Gregory, for that inspiration. Yes, sir. Chair calls Jonathan Reynolds.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jonathan Reynolds. I am testifying in favor of House Bill 1238, and I'm representing myself. I'm 19 years old and came all the way over here from Houston, Texas. To start out, I would like to bring up some statistics. According to a 2014 peer-reviewed study done by the journal Injury Prevention, there are at least 100,000 felons in the USA that illegally own firearms. What this highlights is that criminals don't care about the law, and that the only way passing this bill is going to affect people that already disregard the rule of law is make the act of committing violent crimes more hazardous to their health and therefore disincentivize violent behavior. Studies show that violent crime typically goes down after the first 5 years in states that enact constitutional carry. This shows the effectiveness of the psychological impact this bill has on people that wish harm on others, as knowing that anyone could be armed will make someone think twice before trying to rape, murder, or rob. By enacting this bill, you are removing the barrier for entry of being able to protect oneself and family, which is something that government should not have the ability to enact and take away in the first place. When it comes to the public safety concern of people not being able to safely handle their firearms, I counter that by bringing up the fact that in Idaho, where constitutional carry was enacted, the amount of people that took firearm safety classes increased significantly, and there was no statistically relevant increase in accidental gun deaths. To the next part of the bill, the age decreased to 18. Considering the fact that I can join the military at the age of 18, fight and die for my country, it is absolutely absurd that I cannot carry a firearm to use for the purpose of self-defense. What gives the government the right to tell people that they cannot defend themselves? As most young young men and women leave home for the first time and into the real world at that age, there is no reason that they should not be able to protect themselves from harm. Thank you for listening to my testimony, and I hope to see this bill pass.
I'm gonna join with you, man. We've got to get this thing passed. I mean, I'm looking at all these people, and they're not jumping up. Maybe because it's so late or so early in the morning, but you know, no one's jumping up, you know, cussing and hollering. People are coming up to the podium. All the people are, not just the people in favor of Kyle's bill, but people are coming up making reasoned arguments and stand up late. Hope a lot of members are watching this. Okay, I feel a lot of good stuff in here. Hope the members are watching this and don't get caught up in all this rigmarole about, you know, safety and training and all this old mess. Okay. Because I've been through the LTC. I went to one that was kind of Cadillac. They had like steak and all that. Okay. And I think it was one of the TSR, Texas State Rifle Association ones, you know, beautiful landscape and all that. And look, I've trained with weapons. I've really done training. Okay. And I'm not saying they didn't do training, but it wasn't nothing like the training that I used to do when I was in the Army. You know, I think what was the firing table on the license to carry? I don't even think it's 50 rounds.
50 rounds, 250. Yeah, 50 rounds.
Yeah, 50 rounds.
I'm in LTC.
Yeah, 50 rounds. Okay. Now, I'm not against people going out and shooting 50 rounds, but I would go out and like shoot hundreds of rounds for hours. And what people need to understand, there's a difference between what we were talking about. There's a reason I stacked these bills away. I'd stacked them. There's a reason we talk about, because we love our law enforcement. They're standing here. Hopefully you're passing by thanking them on the way out too, right? But there's a reason why we take them through a lot of training. Okay, all right. The law-abiding people that I know that are with the LTC or at their home, you know, their role for having a weapon is not to necessarily go do an arrest. You know, they're not in the midst of initiating an arrest. You know, okay? So that's a whole lot different when people say, well, you know, the law enforcement and the military. Well, you know, you can't compare that to a waitress. I think I saw a waitress here, you know, walking across a dark parking lot and say, well, you got to go do training before you can carry a weapon. That's silly. Okay. So I hope members are watching this. I don't know what that means, even if you watch it, because people watch stuff and you still get a different answer. But again, I see good people, peaceful people. I don't see people jumping up, screaming, hollering, walking around with doing videos, cussing me out at the podium and stuff. Representative Tenderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You brought up a really good point. You said people can join the military at 18. Well, I joined at 17.
Mm-hmm, I did too.
And Chairman did. But you know, there's something else that I haven't heard yet, and I've been back and forth, but you can also be charged differently for crimes, for the same crime at 18. And so I think it's really important, if members are watching, to note both of those. You can join the military, be trusted to make split-second decisions on behalf of your entire nation that will make international news. And you can also be charged with crimes differently than prior to being 18 years old. You can be put in the prison system and be treated differently like as an adult at that age. So that's very good foresight. It was a good
And here's
comment.
another one. At 18, you can vote. I just kind of watch what people say, and this is just interesting. Where the people that are in charge are telling the people, okay, if you don't trust them with weapons, should I trust them to vote for me? I mean, this is just insanity to some of the arguments that I hear. So we're going to tell members. Apparently, they believe in constitutional voting. You know, they won't, you know, they're walking right up to your door knocking. They don't know what's going on the other side of the door. You know, vote for me. But then when we talk about this, oh no, we got to have training. You don't have to have safe storage. You know, we got to have all this stuff. So I want to thank you for your courage and staying up and something good. My grandpa would say, nothing good happens after 10 o'clock. Well, something good is happening after 10 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Oh, and then if I could add one more thing.
Yeah, you can.
I think part of the training aspect of people assuming that, oh, you need all this training for carrying firearms. I think part of it comes with, for me, I had a good dad, and I was exposed to firearms at the age of 5. So I think it's more of just people not understanding, being misinformed and not understanding about, how a firearm even functions. Because sometimes you hear just completely absurd statements about, oh, this firearm uses the 23-round magazine clip and just stuff like that. And those are the kind of people that are trying to make laws about firearms when they don't understand them anyways. So I just think it's important for people to, if they're trying to make decisions about a certain issue, to actually understand what they're making it about.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Wayne Howell. And then we have Destiny Hallman, and then, before that, we have Tyler Fulkerson, Destiny Hallman, Darren Roos. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, how are you doing?
Okay.
How are you doing again?
Okay.
I'm Wayne Howell from Houston, and I am with Texas. This is Texas Freedom Force, and I am in full support of HB 1238. The bad thing about going this late is everything's been covered that I want to say.
All right, and I said
really
a lot
scratched
too,
it.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can just say, I'm for Kyle Biedermer, HB 1238.
Well, that's right, but when I was doing research just last night on this, I saw that, and I counted twice, 25 states have concealed and open carry with handguns without requirement of a permit. I counted 25, I counted it twice. Hope that's correct. But anyway, I am a full believer in an armed society is a polite society. I 100% agree with that. And Representative Biederman, I really appreciate you with this bill and introducing it again. I appreciate it very much. And I vote for the bill, and I hope you guys will too.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Tyler Fulkerson. Tyler Fulkerson is shown supporting this piece of legislation registered for. Destiny Hallman. And then we'll have Walter Burns, Darren Roos, Walter Burns, Christopher McCreary, Thaddeus McCreary, Donald Dahl, and Christopher Turin. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hello, my name is Destiny Hallman, and I'm representing myself. I'm speaking in favor of 1238. So each day I drive to work knowing there's a chance I might not make it home to my son. I work alone at a local museum, and my boss lives in Virginia, miles away from me. We currently have multiple homeless men that live on the property as well as walking by, often talking to themselves, sometimes screaming at me. So it's definitely scary, yet I hold myself together each day knowing I have to go to work. So times have changed, and for the worse. The moment I leave my vehicle to enter the building, I'm in danger. Sorry, I lost it. I'm forced to leave my gun behind even though my Second Amendment states, and I quote, "The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." Infringe is the key word here. My right to keep and bear arms is infringed, and I am less safe because Texas law says that I have to go apply for a permit before I can carry my gun, and if I don't, I go to jail. So, we know it's impossible to keep guns from the bad ones. Why do we have laws infringing good citizens' rights to bear arms? That directly gives the power to who? The bad people. So as a lifelong citizen of this state, I drove over 100 miles to ask each and every one of you to do what's right here. Pass constitutional carry. Get rid of the permit requirement, please, so that I can carry my handgun. Prove to the people we will no longer be infringed upon in this great state, and that we value our Constitution.
Thank you so
much.
Thank you. Thank you. Darren Roos. After Darren Roos, we'll have Christopher, my eyes keep jumping. What's that about? Walter Barnes, then Christopher McCreary. Yes, sir.
Hi.
My name is Darren Roos, and I'm testifying in favor of HB 1238, and I am representing myself. I believe that current federal requirements, restrictions, and legislation already serve to grossly infringe upon our Second Amendment rights. As a current Texas LTC holder, I ask that Texas legislature please do what is in their power to lessen any further infringement at the state level by removing all Texas licensing requirements to carry a handgun for all people who can legally own one, and remove the state government's ability to restrict the exercising of what is a God-given, constitutionally affirmed right. Public safety is better served by allowing the law-abiding citizenry unfettered ability to secure their peace and liberty no matter where they are, inside or outside of their homes with handguns. State licensing requirements are ineffective at crime prevention, unconstitutional, and place undue financial burdens and bureaucratic restrictions and obstacles that only infringe upon, hinder, or otherwise prevent law-abiding citizens from exercising their rights to self-protection. Licensing requirements do not apply to criminals and do not deter crime. A right delayed is a right denied, and I appreciate the submission of an amended bill that lowers the required age of applicability of HB 1238 from 21 to 18 years old, so that young adults can also legally protect themselves and not be left vulnerable. It should be the choice of each person whether or not to obtain a Texas LTC for the purposes of purchasing firearms or reciprocity, but not a requirement for Texas carry, open or concealed. For these reasons, I respectfully ask for your support of HB 1238. Thank you.
Thank you. Walter Barnes. After Walter Barnes, we'll have Krista McCreary. That is McCreary. Donald Dahl. Yes, sir.
My name is Walter Barnes. I'm representing myself in favor of House Bill 1238. You've already heard all the good stuff. There's nothing really I can give you. The one point I will make from when I heard statements about military service, statements about voting, it is very curious to me a number of things that we hold dear. Again, if we're being watched, the number of things that we hold dear that we don't need training for, whether it's free speech, whether it's voting, whether it's freedom of religion, whether it's me expressing my opinion in written form. At some point I had to pick up language, but does it matter what the language is? Do I need government formal training for that? I don't. That's a very curious thing to me. That's it. You guys have all the information. Let's get it to the floor.
Thank you. We do. Christopher McCreary. Okay, Christopher McCreary is shown registering for House Bill 1238. Thaddeus McCreary is showing registered for House Bill 1238. Donald Dahl. How's it going, Donald?
Hey, good. I'm Donald Dahl. I'm here for myself, and I support 1238. Not what pretty much has all been said. But one thing you guys were talking about is one of the most important things that we do in this country is voting, and there's no training in that. But they all want us to train to carry a gun. Now, it's a good idea to train. I probably train a couple times a year. It's a little bit more extensive than what the LTC is. And you kind of review the laws every so often to make sure the law hasn't changed and got yourself in a mess. I mean, just because you went through class 1, you still got to check out on that stuff. But it's a good idea. Just go ahead, support the law, get this bill passed.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Christopher Turin. Then we'll have Jeffrey Rhodes, Eric Schaefer, Justin Miller, Bradley Hodges, Rick Reinhardt, Cody Ryan, Nathan Darsh.
Good evening. My name is Chris Turan. I am testifying in support of HB 238. I am representing myself. I believe the Texas LTC offers little benefit, and it hinders honest Americans from protecting themselves because the permitting process takes too long. Now, I was attacked shortly after arriving in Texas. I did not yet have a Texas LTC, but fortunately I did have a permit from another state, which Texas honored. I was driving, and a guy who had clearly had mental problems, I apparently took his spot, and he He started honking, yelling, screaming, and he follows me for quite a long time. I stop my car in a safe location, and this guy swings around and hits my car with his car. At this point, I realized I had a total crazy on my hands, and I quickly draw my firearm and I hold it at low ready. Now, he's not a stupid guy, so he speeds off, burning rubber as fast as he can. Now, if I did not have my firearm with me, then this situation may have turned out very different. I did not have enough time to establish a residency, get my driver's license, and then get my license to carry. That's the order you usually get them in. Thankfully, I was covered under another state's license, but my story illustrates why unfettered access to concealed carry is enormously important. Imagine what could have happened if I was walking or riding a bicycle. You can be attacked anywhere with no warning. I was attacked before I could even get my permit. They take too long to get. If you can purchase a firearm, then you should be able to carry it. I urge you to support constitutional carry and repeal the license requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Rhodes. And then we'll have Eric Schaefer after Jeffrey Rhodes. Yeah, he's coming.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. We're going to get you up.
Greetings. My name is Jeffrey Rhodes, and I'm testifying in support of House Bill 1238. And I'm just a simple man representing myself. So to get right to the point, my mother has worked as a police dispatcher for 33 years. She and many of her colleagues are insistent that the police, most of the time, cannot stop violent crime from happening, but rather their role is to respond after the crime has occurred. So that means that I, and only I, am the first line of defense for myself and my family. Now, there are some in this room that might think, it's, while they believe in the Second Amendment, it's reasonable to require Texans to prove themselves in order to exercise their right to carry. They might compare it to the process one goes through to get a driver's license. But I'm here to tell you right now that that is not reasonable or consistent to require a permit in order to carry a handgun. And I'll explain this rationale using the example that I just mentioned about the driver's license. So I clearly remember the time when I started studying for my driver's exam back when I was 17 years old. It was almost 10 years ago. And the DMV, the thing that stood out the most was the DMV telling me that I do not have a right to drive a car. That driving is a privilege granted to me by the state.
And that's, but this is a constitutional right.
Yes,
okay.
So if we agree that the right to keep and bear arms is a constitutional right, then it's a right isn't granted to you by the government. It's given to you by your Creator, and it was spelled out by our founding fathers in the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution.
Thank you.
So
so Jeffrey, well, I think we're following you, okay? And this is why we got the bill. Okay. All right, okay. So let me see if any members want to weigh in on that. What you just said about trying to compare this to driving and taking driver's test and all of that. Members? Okay, I think they got it. Thank you so much for visiting your capital and fighting for your rights. Yes, sir.
Thank you for listening.
Yes, sir. Eric Schaefer.
Here we go. All right. Good morning. My name is Eric Schaefer.
You remind me of somebody.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I get confused with Brad Pitt a lot. No, I'm just kidding.
Go ahead.
Actually, somebody else had that joke and I stole it.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, I'm Eric Schaefer. I represent myself, and I'm here to testify for 1238. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all for being here so long today, hearing what we had to say about this. I believe it was about 150 years ago, some bigoted thinking put this restriction in place on Texans' rights to defend themselves from attack. Now, I love the bill, but if I could talk y'all into striking through everything after the semicolon in Article 1, Section 23 of the Texas Constitution, that'd be awesome. But in lieu of that, I'm good with 1238. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Chair calls Justin Miller. What? Justin Miller? Okay, Justin Miller. You're coming up. How you doing?
Doing pretty well. How are you?
Fine.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you guys. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Justin Miller. I am here representing myself in support of House Bill 1238. I am not a native Texan. I'm a Texan by choice, not by birth. Came here to live in a more free state, and I'd like to see this bill passed so that Texas can move forward in that chase for as much freedom as we can possibly get. I just have one question for you. Would you require me to take a training course to go to church? If not, I don't think I should need one to exercise my other constitutionally protected rights. Thank you.
Thank you for your analogy. Bradley Hodges, and then we'll have Rick Reinhardt and Cody Ryan up next. Yes, go ahead.
Brad Hodges, self, and very much for. I guess my testimony would be a free, independent state is a secure state. So that is what that means, right? This is independence. It's something you do, not something on a piece of paper or this piece of cloth. Let's do it. Let's get this out of committee, get it on the floor, and we're going to harass the Senate.
All righty. Okay. Yeah, it is. It is. Just get out the blocks this morning, right? Rick Reinhardt, and then we're going to have Cody Ryan and Nathan Darsh.
My name is Rick Reinhardt. I'm testifying for myself. I support this bill, and I'm probably the luckiest person in this room because I actually came from a state where we didn't have it, and then we got it. I'm from Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
I choose to be a Texan. I almost want to slap my mama that she didn't move me over here earlier. But
not the mama.
Well, not really. But
not mama.
I lived in Tucson, Arizona, before they had constitutional carry, and there was all this talk about bloodshed. There'd be shootouts in the streets. You know, we'd have to hire more physicians. We'd have to have more hospital beds and all that kind of thing. And that didn't happen. Yeah. In fact, crime went down.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing that I know that I hope that the rest of the Texans will find out here after you pass this bill is that I heard a woman say, well, what about somebody that has concealed carry standing right next to me and my son at the farmer's market? Well, she should really like that because most of us consider ourselves sheepdogs. I'm not required legally to save your life with my gun, but morally I am. And the vast majority of gun owners that I know feel like sheepdogs. If they hear gunfire, they run towards it to stop it. And if I'd been in Boulder last week, and of course I wouldn't carry it illegally there, but
we got it.
Yeah.
We got it. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, all right. Okay. Cody Ryan, Nathan Darsh, and Kurt Norbert.
Well, good afternoon or wherever we are at.
Yeah.
My name is Cody Ryan. I'm very much in favor of HB 1238. I'm here with the Gun Owners of America, but I'm also a LTC instructor. I've been instructing for 4 years. My community, it is it's very kind of hot topic because we do not have the economic resources for some of our people. I've taught company owners, and I've taught the drive-through girl at Burger King. I've had people from every corner of our community. I've had blacks, whites, gays, transgenders, brown, Democrats, Republicans, everybody you can think of. And they're all there for one reason, and we all share one thing in common, and that's our desire for our freedom, our decision to choose how we want to live, when we want to live, and be able to choose how we go home every day, and that we can be safe and do whatever we feel like we need to do. Freedom to choose is what is right for us, and the freedom to carry our lawfully bought guns is all part of that. I teach LTC classes to make the ability for other people to carry guns more accessible. It's in our state, and having and our ammo and how much it costs to do stuff is it's very difficult. If someone can legally own a gun, they should be able to carry it. If you can't legally carry it, you couldn't buy one to begin with. So that's just a 1+1 opportunity there. Lately, we have heard much about weapons. To me, they are tools, and they are the tools of freedom. If a carpenter needs a hammer and some nails to be a carpenter, I need my tools to be free.
Thank you.
That's what makes us our free people.
Thank you for that, my friend. Thank you, members. Okay, Nathan Darsh.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Nathan Darsh, and I'm representing myself as a student of Trinity University down in San Antonio and as a member of the Young Conservatives of Texas, and I am here to support HB 1238. I am originally from California. Don't worry, I'm one of the good ones. But I have moved to Texas not only for college, but also so that I can live in a state that protects my freedoms and individual liberties. I support constitutional carry, which means removing the requirement for a license. In a time where we are all concerned about rising crime, especially crimes that occur in and around college campuses, this bill will give myself and my friends, regardless of our age, greater freedom to defend ourselves and allow us to carry. When seconds count and police can't make it in time, constitutional carry will make it that we all can defend ourselves when the need arises. Additionally, as someone who has lived on both coasts, Orange County, California, and Johnson County, North Carolina, Texas across the United States is viewed as the penultimate bastion of freedom and protecting gun rights. Texas should be the protector of these rights that many Americans believe it to be. Texas must make sure it leads the fight to protect our God-given right to keep and bear arms, instead of forfeiting that position to its eternal rivals of Oklahoma and Arkansas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Kurt Norbert. After Kurt Norbert, we'll have Jason Bennett, Patrick Wamoth, Richard Davey, Karen Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and the members of the committee. My name is Kurt Norbert, and I'm testifying for HB 1238, testifying for myself. 4.5 years ago, I left a state that is intent on demolishing the Second Amendment to move to a free and safer Texas. I'm struck that when Utah was considering constitutional carry, and of course we know they have passed that, they looked into a study that was done in 2019 by the Journal of the American College of Surgeons, which is not affiliated with Dr. John Lott, so I don't think they've been debunked. Their conclusion was this study demonstrated no statistically significant association between the liberalization of state-level firearm carry legislation over the last 30 years and the rates of homicides of other violent crime. What they're telling us is that liberalization of state carry laws do not result in an unsafe situation. That is consistent with Dr. Lott's findings. So the statistical and experiential evidence shows that Texas will be a safer state when it becomes a concealed or a constitutional carry state. And I urge this committee to vote in favor of HB 1238.
So real quick, Kurt, every correlation is not necessarily a causation, but there's probably a correlation with every, just because a lot of times people do these sort of like these bivariates, this happened and therefore this happened. Okay, so there may be a correlation, this happened, but the point is there a causation, right? And one way to really know about causation is you do these robust regression type models. So, I get tweets, even though the master of tweets has left, the political scene, I get tweets. And they say, well, so-and-so state did permitless or constitutional carry. And then we had juvenile suicides increased. It's probably so. I'm going to tell you, when it gets humid outside, sometimes my back hurts. It's a correlation. But it doesn't mean humidity is causing my back. I don't know what it is, okay? Exactly. So and especially when we know that FFL dealers and gun shows do not invite kids to come in and buy firearms, right? And then it is illegal to transfer a firearm to a child with some defense to prosecution in some cases, like hunting and that sort of thing. So those little tidbit facts that people send to me on tweets are fascinating. But when I sit there and look at them, because people sometimes forget, some people just don't know this. I have what do you call them? Colleagues in the legislature that don't know I'm a PhD. They just think I'm a guy from East Texas that just got elected. No, I'm a PhD. So when I look at these the data, and I said, well, no, that's no way they could. You would have to have, numerous variables, independent variables to come up with that. So I'm going to be interested in looking at this other set of data that someone's going to send me that will debunk Dr. Lott's data, because I have the book, I have the regression models that he used, I know his R-square ratio in 60, 70, 80%, and so I'll be interested. But if someone comes to me and says, well, so-and-so state passed constitutional carry in 2012, in 2020, juvenile suicides went up, which is a horrible thing. That's just not the way you do statistics. That's just not the way you study statistics. So thank you for bringing that out. Thank you.
I'll just note the Mexican legislature didn't seem to doubt Dr. Lott either. So
yes, okay, thank you.
And the findings of the American College of Surgeons encouraged Utah to pass.
Well, this is what I do. This is what I do. I analyze data. This is what I do.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Encourage the committee to do likewise.
Okay, we will. They will. I hope. I hope. Is it Jason Bennett? Jason Bennett.
Hi, my name is Jason Bennett, and I'm testifying in favor of House Bill 1238. And I'm representing myself and also my company. I'm an FFL, and I own Huckleberry Arms. And I'm a Texan. I'm born here, raised here. I'm a husband, father, entrepreneur, a veteran of both the United States Army and Navy, and formerly a Texas licensed to carry instructor. I'm not at the moment due to time constraints, but one of the things that I like about constitutional carry is it would allow people that have approached me that would like to carry and can't get actual instruction right now because there's a large demand for it. I believe constitutional carry is inherently good. Somewhere back in 1836, the saying was born, God created men and Sam Colt made them equal. Interestingly enough, that was the same year the Republic of Texas was born. So, skipping ahead 186 years to today, we are now here discussing if Texas citizens have fundamental rights to carry a firearm. In other words, should we recognize individual Texans as having the right to make themselves equal to all others without prior express permission of the state? So how do we get here? Where and why should we go next? In top functioning systems and institutions, first fundamentals are defined and then rules are made based upon those fundamentals. Texas is the best place in the world to live today because of our fundamental recognition of individual rights. But unfortunately, we have allowed ourselves to rationalize a departure of those fundamental rights via unjust laws, and it is time to correct for that mistake. The further we allow ourselves to creep away from those fundamentals by forgetting them, or worse, making rules and laws in violation of those rights, the further our descent into chaos.
Thank you, Jason.
One more.
Well, okay, one more.
But to stay with those fundamentals, the more free, by extension, productive, and healthy our state and individuals alike.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Patrick Warmoth.
Thank you. It's just after 1:38 in the morning, so I'll make this quick.
Thank you.
My name is Patrick Wamhoff. I represent myself and numerous other patriots from North Texas. I'm here today to support this bill and constitutional carry in the great state of Texas. Gun rights are human rights, gun rights are women's rights, and gun rights are God-given rights. Everyone deserves the right to protect themselves without having to pay the government a fee. As my friend Maj Toure would say, all gun control laws are racist. Underserved communities where crime is high are discriminated against with unnecessary government restrictions and fees. These communities deserve the right to protect themselves just like the rest of us. The Second Amendment is for everyone, regardless of race, gender, or socioeconomic status. Gun rights are not only for the elite or people that can afford those rights. Finally, gun rights are personal to me and my family. My wife, Misty, and I have a vested interest in making sure that everyone has their gun rights. Less than 8 months ago, my wife's sister was kidnapped and murdered in South Texas. Our family believes that Melissa Bonda's situation would have turned out differently had she been armed and trained. There's a phrase that goes around that bills come to committees to die. Please honor Melissa Bonda and pass constitutional carry, get it out of this committee, get it to the House, get it through the Senate, and let's get constitutional carry in the great state of Texas so we can exercise our Second Amendment rights. Thank you.
Hold on a second. The chair recognizes Representative Patterson.
Thank you. Mr. Wamhoff, thank you for coming down. What city do you live in?
I live in the best city in Texas. That's Frisco, Texas.
Frisco, Texas. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. And do you consider yourself a conservative?
Absolutely.
Do you consider your state representative a conservative?
Absolutely.
Now, remember, you signed up under oath with threat of perjury.
Oh, I'm going to catch hell for this.
Okay. And who's your state representative?
Jane Nelson?
No, that's the senator.
Oh.
Who's your state representative?
You are, sir.
Okay, good.
Jared Patterson.
Did you, what issue have you talked to me most about in the 4 or 5 years that we've known each other?
I have constantly bombarded you about constitutional carry.
This issue. It's near and dear to your heart?
Yes, sir.
Even before the tragedy in your...
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming to your Capitol and speaking up today. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you and the chair and all the rest of you as well.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, sir.
Richard Davey. Richard Davey. We're showing him registered for House Bill 1238. Karen Lane. Okay, we have Karen Lane. After Karen Lane, we'll have Beryl Cotton, David Covey, Mark Pitts, Jake Collier, and Thomas Anderson. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you. I am really glad to be here.
Thank you for that.
My name is Karen Lane, and I am testifying 100% in support of HB 1238. I'm testifying on behalf of myself, and I am also a member of the Texas Gun Owners of America, and I am active in the McLennan County Republican Party as well as the McLennan County Women's Club. One of the reasons my husband and I moved to Texas 2 years ago was so that I could buy a gun for self-protection. In New York, where I was born and raised, I was denied my right to protect myself on a technicality which was unreasonably strict. This didn't keep me or my family safe. It only made us more vulnerable and defenseless. Similarly, in Texas, people are hindered from the ability to freely carry a gun to protect themselves on an unreasonably strict technicality that requires them to get a permit first. The other day, 100 people were held hostage at a Wegmans grocery store in Rochester, New York. I have been in that particular store many times, so this incident hit close to home for me. I thought about the fact that due to New York's restrictive gun laws, there was most likely not one shopper at that store who was carrying a gun and would have been unable to protect his or herself if the situation warranted it. And the supermarket in Boulder, Colorado may not have turned into a place of tragedy had fewer gun regulations been in place. Although Texas has a path for people to apply for a license to carry a permit, this is unnecessary regulation. Restrictive laws don't stop attackers. They only make it harder for honest, peace-loving people to stay safe. A responsible gun owner should have the privilege of exercising his or her constitutional right to carry their gun everywhere, to and from any place where there are gun owners who want to protect themselves and others. As a matter of fact, I don't think the bill goes far enough to keep us safe. I believe there also should be no such thing as a gun-free zone. In today's world, as the events of the past couple of weeks have shown us, anyone can be attacked at any time, anywhere, and especially in gun-free zones, which are a target of those who want to make their personal statements through violence. On a side note, as I've been sitting here tonight, I've noticed it's been very interesting that so many people have moved from other states to find freedom in Texas. So let's justify our faith in the freedom of Texas by passing this.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Thank you so much. Let's go to Beryl Cotton.
Finally, I get to talk with you. Thank God, and thank God for y'all.
Thank you.
My name is Beryl Cotton. I'm here to support House Bill 1238. I represent myself. I'm also a member of GOA. I reside outside of Lexington, Texas. I'm a Vietnam veteran, a loyal citizen, and taxpayer in this great state of the country. I'm here today to ask for your strong support and action on this bill to ensure citizens of Texas can regain their constitutional right to keep and carry firearms. Any law that restricts a law-abiding citizen's ability to carry a firearm, including the permit requirement, is a violation of the Second Amendment. It's time to repeal the permit requirement. This bill accomplishes that constitutional carry. Our forefathers recognized the need of citizens of the United States of America to be armed. Governments throughout time that are dictatorial, tyrannical, or totalitarian have disarmed their citizens. The present federal administration is headed down the path of socialism and ultimately communism. The need for a law-abiding Texas citizens to be able to protect themselves has never been greater with the uncontrolled flow of criminals across our southern border and federal overreach on all our constitutional rights. Carrying a firearm for protection is not something I want to do. but it's a responsibility I have to my family to protect them from individuals that have no regard for human life. The majority of states have some form of permitless carry, and 18 have full constitutional carry, open or concealed. In 2019, 4 out of the top 5 safest states were constitutional carry states. Maine has been mentioned, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Idaho. Restoring Second Amendment rights is one of the many steps that should be taken to protect the citizens of Texas. I urge you to vote yes on this bill quickly so that it can move forward for a vote in the House. Thank you.
And thank you for your service, my friend.
Thank you. They never said that in 1969.
Well, look, I had 3 uncles that went through the same experience, and those uncles were my real heroes. They were 3 Vietnam vets. They were really my heroes.
And thank you for thanking me.
Okay. Chair recognizes David Covey. All right, Orange County in the house. Okay, then we have Mark Pitts, Jay Collier, and Thomas Anderson. Chairman Covey, good to see you, my friend.
Chairman White, it is a pleasure to be here. Good to see you here. And David Covey, and I'm speaking in favor of House Bill 1238 on behalf of the TRCCA, the Texas Republican Chairman Association. I'm the president of that. I'm from Orange County, as you know, a neighbor to the chairman here. And we live down there by Louisiana and the Gulf Coast. We've gone through a lot of hurricanes, as you know. Starting in 2005 with Hurricane Rita, we've had Hurricane Humberto, Hurricane Ike, Harvey, and Laura. And what we find after these disastrous events is that there's a lot of neighbors helping neighbors. The communities pull together. And we're helping each other with water and with hot meals. We don't have electricity. We don't have phone service. But a lot of people are unlicensed and carrying weapons. And last session, y'all made it legal for 7 days after a declaration of disaster to be able to do that. It happens. And so my point tonight is just that if we can do it safely, if we can do it right in the worst of times, I believe that we can do it right in the best of times. And so also point out that it is also a priority of the Republican Party of Texas, and as SREC, I want to thank you all for hearing it. Thank you for being here tonight, and God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. The chair recognizes Mark Pitts. How you doing, Mark?
Well, I'm well. How are you?
Doing fine.
Hello, my name is Mark Pitts, and I am testifying in favor of House Bill 1238. I'm representing myself and my wife.
Okay.
I am a constituent of Representative Schaefer, and I'm a member of Gun Owners of America. Constitutional carry has always been a very important issue for me, and I'd like to share a story with you to help you understand why. A few years ago, I almost lost my younger sister. For the first time, she found herself living in a dangerous neighborhood due to financial circumstances. As a petite, blonde-haired, blue-eyed young woman, she realized that she needed to be able to protect herself, but she had not yet been able to obtain her license to carry. She was picking up a few items for her son's birthday party at a local dollar store. She was all alone except for the woman at the register. My sister became nervous when she noticed a man park a white panel van right by the front door of the store. She tried to brush it off until she noticed that the man was aggressively following her and staring at her in the store. She had a gut feeling that this man's intention was to kidnap her and throw her into the waiting van. In a panic, she called her boyfriend for help. Luckily, he was just down the street instead of at work. As she waited for help, the man continued to follow her around the store. Upon seeing my sister's boyfriend arrive, his nefarious intentions became clear when he abandoned his cart, ran out the door, and quickly left in the van. It's possible that this man was targeting my sister for human trafficking or worse. When seconds counted, help was minutes away at best. It's a travesty that my sister was unarmed that day due to the burden of licensing requirements. This incident happened in broad daylight, and it could happen to anyone. This is not a game. The right to self-defense is a life and death matter. I support constitutional carry because Texans should be able to carry a gun whenever they decide that it is necessary for protection. I urge the members of this committee to vote in favor of this bill and send it to the House floor.
Hey, Mark, your state rep wants to be recognized to ask you a question.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Well, I just want to say thank you for being here and for very ably communicating your position on the bill. What message do you have for your peers, the people in your age group, that you've grown up with? What would you tell them if they were listening to you right now?
Thank you, sir. That's a great question. I would tell people my age and the people of Texas that they need to be committed to being able to defend themselves, and that we need to pass legislation that enables all law-abiding citizens to be able to protect themselves in public, so that incidents like this, my sister was lucky, but other people have been caught unprepared, and it's cost Texans their lives.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Chair recognizes Jack Collier. Jake Collier, I'm sorry.
Thank you guys so much for having me up here, Mr. White. You've been awesome. Your energy has carried everybody in those other rooms. I mean, we're all about to fall asleep, and you started getting excited, and we got excited.
Yeah, that's good. Get excited,
That's
bro.
great, man. I'm
It's 2
glad.
o'clock in the morning.
It's
There's
late. It's
we
real
ain't going to
late.
sleep.
I know, right?
We don't want to be on the front page of the local newspaper, so we won't be going to sleep up here. Okay.
I love it. But yeah, so I'm here. I'm 150% in favor. HB 1238. It's Jake Collier. Yes, sir.
Jake
HB
Collier.
1238. I'm all for it. Let's do it. The language. I wish.
He's
Biederman's
around.
Still here.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
yeah.
somewhere. If you
Yeah.
can hear me, Biederman, it's great. Great language, common sense bill, everything in it, perfect. Let's do it. Everybody said it. All the other facts. I don't need to add any more. What I want to impress into you guys, and I want all of us to remember, I want everybody who's listening, everybody who's a part of this, I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican, whatever, it doesn't matter. Texas is always at the forefront of what everybody across the world sees. The U.S. used to be the big guy, but Texas is. And everybody has an example of it. Everywhere we go. I went to Ukraine last year. When I told people I was from Texas, they know about Texas. They know that people from Texas are tough. They know that they fight for their rights, and we've got to continue to be that beacon of hope for all those other people, because in Colorado and Boulder, when they see that Texas changed their laws and there's safer grocery stores, there's crimes that aren't even happening in some of these places, they're going to change their laws. Their citizens are going to stand up, they're going to fight harder, and we're going to lead that fight. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Chair recognizes Thomas Anderson. Okay, Thomas Anderson is being shown as for House Bill 1238. Chris Baker. Chris Baker is being shown as for House Bill 1238. Kyle Garacco. Okay. Chris Edmonston. Okay, here we go. Thank you, my friend. And after Chris, we have Jonathan Finley and Harrison Elliff.
Hi, my name is Chris Edmiston. I'm testifying in favor of House Bill 1238, and I'm representing myself.
Okay.
A lot of the good points have already been brought up, so I'm not going to reiterate them too much. I do want to point out that the Second Amendment is to protect our rights that are already given to us, and that the license requirement is an infringement upon our rights. So this is your opportunity to bring Texas law in line with the Constitution. So I think that's a great opportunity, and I hope that you guys take it. In addition to this, I'm a little concerned that when we get a license, our name would be on a list. And we kind of know that, or at least I do, that, or feel that lists are bad, right? People will use them in ways that they're not intended. We see in China, they call it a social score, and they'll start to use it to prevent you from being employed or obtaining a loan and things like that. And that's kind of a way to sidestep your rights, and that's not a good thing. So I think we really need to protect against that. As far as this specific bill, 1238, I also want to point out that I really like the campus carry, the foster home possession, the employee employee parking lot possession, and LCR property carry also are all aligned with if you own it, you can carry it. It simplifies the law and makes it easier for people to figure out what they can actually do. We really don't want confusion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Kyle Garco. Well, it's easy. We know it's him. Yeah.
All right, so straight away, I want to thank the maniac for coming down from the nation of Ayot all the way. I'm sure he's split by now, but Maine, it's New England humor. All right, so plainly, Kyle Gorko, I'm here to support this bill 110%. And to put it plainly,
and you're representing you.
I'm representing myself. Okay. Absolutely, thank you. So to put it plainly, I lived in New York City for a decade under Bloomberg's draconian police state of authoritarian gun control. Some would call that common sense. But I lived on Myrtle Avenue in Brooklyn. Now, you can hear this street name pronounced Murder Ave on a lot of gangster rap albums. The reason being is because rappers like to talk about my street because it gives gangbangers credibility that they survived living in my neighborhood. Police were constantly present and lined the streets during summer days and nights. They would be told at their roll call at the beginning of shift not to bother with taking rape statements because they were so backed up with unsolved sexual assaults. Instead, the priority was pulling over hipster kids for running red lights on bicycles and issuing them tickets. It's a low-hanging fruit approach to policing, I guess. The point being, Bloomberg and the people who oppose this bill are weak. They're weak, and they hold an irrational animosity against anyone who chooses to confront any kind of challenges or adversity. These people don't want to see the vulnerable or helpless raised up. They only want to demolish anyone who is strong. I already fled the hellscape that is the opposite of this bill. So because of this, constitutional carry is hands down the way to go. I moved here to Texas for freedom and peace of mind and to start and raise a family. My advice to anyone who's opposed this bill, move to California, move to New York. I've been in Texas for 5 years.
Kyle, hey, we got it. Thank you. Well, I need to move on.
All right, got you.
Give you a little bit. Okay.
Thanks so much.
All right, thank you. Jonathan Finley.
Thank you so much, guys. I am Jonathan Andrew Finley from Pasadena, Texas. I support HB 1238. I don't do this a whole lot. I really love what I'm hearing right now. You guys are fantastic. So everybody's covered a whole lot of stuff, but there's two important points that nobody's talked about yet, and that's what I'm going to talk about. 2020, pretty crazy year. Lots of stuff going on.
Yeah.
At the peak, when the martial law light took place and people started rushing to the grocery stores and buying up all the stuff. Y'all remember that. At that point in Pasadena, we had 2 or 3 incidents where elderly people in the grocery store parking lots were being robbed right there in their parking lot, in front of witnesses and stuff like that everywhere, right? And so as a result of that, people started getting really scared. The Pasadena Police Department started putting cars at all the grocery stores and stuff, additional security and everything. And that did deter further incidents like that, but that was completely unnecessary. And then the side effect of that was that people started buying a whole lot of guns. 2020 was one of the record years. And some of those people that got those guns didn't care about the law. They're society's breaking down around me. And, I care about my life more than my freedom at that point because, they got to fight for it, right? So you got elderly people who don't have the wherewithal to go through a LTC class. They have bathroom issues and things like that. They can't sit through a class like that, and they're not going to. They just stick it in their purse or whatever, even though they may be committing Class A misdemeanor. Secondly, there's a whole lot of kids that are coming up through our education system that are completely ignorant of civics and how to look up laws and figure out what they're allowed to do via the government. And those kids don't get the LTC either, and they may not even be firearm owners, right? And they look at it as scary. They don't do it. So the license requirement is prohibiting people from doing what they want to do in some cases, and in others making them criminals because they'd rather survive than deal with the stuff. So,
And Jonathan, hey, you're right. This has been a probably 16-hour civic lesson in here, right?
that's beautiful, man.
Okay, it could be, but so it could be. Okay, it could be. But look, want to thank you for your zeal. Members, anything from Mr. Finley here? Hey, yeah, thank you. Thank you for reminding us of what this is really about. Harrison, Elif? Okay. And after Harrison, we'll have Lindsay Hall Schwegman, Maritza Magura, Clint Polar, Justin DeLoche.
Good morning. My name is Harrison Elf. I'm testifying in favor of this bill 1238, and I'm representing myself. I'm a combat veteran and a Purple Heart recipient. I spent 4 years in the Army as military police from 2005 to 2009. While on duty, I always carried a pistol as part of my work. And for the past 5 years, I've been an over-the-road truck driver. During this time, my Texas concealed carry license expired. I was in the process of coming back to Texas so I could renew my permit. And then the panic over COVID-19 happened. And suddenly, no one could help me get a new license. I was caught in a bind. I have never committed a crime that disqualifies me from gun ownership. I have never been deemed mentally or physically unable to own a weapon by experts who were evaluating me. I have, however, been increasingly suffering physically as a result of combat injuries that I got after being blown up in Iraq in February of 2009. I recently had to get hernia surgery due to a piece of shrapnel that poked through the inside of my stomach. And now I have back problems, which began about 12 years ago from wearing all those plates. And it's been increasingly unbearable. There was a time that I could easily wrestle people who were twice my size. And now I'm having trouble getting out of bed some mornings. It's getting worse. To make matters more complicated, I no longer have to worry just about myself. My wife is of Chinese and Indonesian ancestry. As in tax increase on Asian people across America, so too does the likelihood that I might have to defend her. I'm not asking for your pity. I don't want a pity party, but I do ask for your trust. Over the past 15 years or so, you've trusted me with everything from 50 cals to huge 80,000-pound 18-wheelers. Why do I need the government's permission to keep a pistol in my pocket? I strongly urge all of you to pass HB 1238. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on a second. The chair recognizes Representative Tenderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to let you get away that fast, especially when
boy.
you got a Purple Heart.
Oh, thank you.
I got to tell you, I'm in awe of people. I spent 21 years in the military, and I want to thank you. And I think it's okay for me to thank you on behalf of everyone up here. Your sacrifice for our nation is something that most people can't even imagine.
Thank you, sir.
So first, I want to say thank you for that. Secondly, where are you from?
I'm from Arlington.
My city.
Yes, sir.
So it's interesting because what I was going to tell you is I was going to say when next time, if you ever have an issue getting your license fixed, to call your state rep. If you call me, I will help you do that. That is part of my job. I want to help you do that kind of stuff. So don't ever let something like that expire again. Our job is to work for you, and I'm super happy that I asked you where you're from because I didn't know you were from Arlington.
Mr. Tony Tinderholt, yes, I deeply appreciate that. But once again, I'd like to say that we shouldn't even have to ask you in the first place. But thank you so much.
You are
for
right.
help.
But until the date that this passes, or if you decide to keep your license even after we pass it, our job is to help you. But thank you so much for your service, and thank you for being here today. And I'm glad I asked where you're from because I work for you.
Thank you, sir. I'll be reaching out to your office.
Cool.
Thank you, folks.
All right. Lindsay Hall Schwegman. Yes.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Lindsay Hall Schwegman. I am representing myself, and I am speaking in favor of HB 1238. I am a student at Sul Ross State University and a member of Gun Owners of America. I'm going to just speed ahead here because I've almost been awake for 24 hours at this point. So Texas needs to fully recognize the inherent right of individuals to protect themselves from all threats. I personally live in Alpine, Texas, which has a wide range of reasons to need the ability to protect myself. Not only are we one of the largest counties in the state, coming in at over 6,192 miles, but we are also a border county, and it isn't always possible for law enforcement to be there when you need them. I want the committee to remove the licensing requirements and support constitutional carry to give me and my fellow Texans the best opportunity to protect themselves in any situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maritza Magura. And after Maritza, we're going to have Clint Polar, Justin DeLoche, Mark Yanaros, Richard McKenzie.
Hi. Please excuse me if I turn into a pumpkin, and thank you so much for being here this late. My name is Maritza Mugira. I am representing myself, and I speak in favor of House Bill 1238. I am a mother, recently retired electrical engineer, and a member of Gun Owners of America. And I want the committee to pass constitutional carry to protect the rights, the natural gun rights of good Texans, because those rights are protected under the Second Amendment of the Constitution. I have a 22-year-old daughter that is moving alone to Galveston, Texas, and she is going to start medical school there. She is of slight build, and she is your stereotypical, very easy target. I cannot have peace of mind worrying about her on campus, unable to protect herself, and especially during these increasingly turbulent times. When she begins medical school, she will be working long shifts, traveling from campus and to her home, often at odd hours. She does not have her license to carry yet because she doesn't have much money or time. I did try to set up a class for both my daughter and myself, but after waiting several months to get into a class, there was a problem with the gun range, and now I have to start the process again. Now, also in her defense, she is very busy working long hours, preparing for medical school, seeking loans and affordable housing, and she also works at a medical center doing research. She does have experience with the gun. Thankfully for her cousin, he has trained her, and she knows how to handle a gun. So I'm asking you to please consider my daughter and many other lawful citizens like her who do not have a license yet because of time or financial barriers. And I hope that you will remove the license requirement so that all citizens or all citizens that can legally purchase a gun are able to protect themselves immediately.
Thank you.
So thank you for your time.
All right. Clint Polar.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thanks to the committee.
Well, okay, just wait till you get to the mic. And
Yes.
so
Yes. Thank y'all very much. I appreciate y'all standing up. Y'all have a newfound respect for y'all. My name is Clint Polar, and I am an LTC holder here to testify in favor of HB 1238 on my behalf and fellow Texans. I'll try to trim this down since most of the good stuff has probably already been said. One thing that really hasn't been mentioned that much is I'm on the Libertarian Party Mises Caucus, and part of that caucus, Maj Touré of Black Gun Matters, is also part of that. And I've done a few events with him, and one of the big things that is pushed forward is who bears a lot of the brunt of the current gun legislation? Who catches these charges that where otherwise they would be, just regular law-abiding citizens like the rest of us? It ain't pasty white dudes like me. So we know gun control itself started out as a racist, basically, a way to keep people that, the state wanted to keep under control, not have, arms. So if it started out as racist and the outcomes are still currently racist, I don't believe the current state to be racist. So the only thing to do is basically to fix this legislation and get it and try to fix these lives so that we're not destroying people's lives that we don't have to, right? Because evil people will do bad things and hurt good people. That's going to happen. But when the state does it to good people, that's inexcusable. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. The chair calls Justin DeLoche.
Committee, thanks for having this meeting. Good evening. My name is Justin DeLoche. I'm the co-founder and legislative director for Lone Star Gun Rights. I've been involved in Texas firearm politics for close to a decade, so I've seen my fair share of issues and drama taking place in this building. I have to say, after years of lobbying in this historic building, it has left a bitter taste in my mouth. Despite its pro-gun image, Texas has been behind on many pro-gun issues. For example, Texas finally legalized open carry in 2015 when dozens of other states already permitted open carry, many of which don't even require a permit to do so. With regards to constitutional carry, the idea that any lawful Texan can carry a firearm without having to beg the government for permission, Texas is still behind many other states. So far, there are 18 states in the nation with constitutional carry, with Oklahoma beating Texas to the punch in 2019. This is frankly unacceptable for a state like Texas, which prides itself in being very pro-gun. Contrary to what fearmongers say, constitutional carry has not resulted in massive bloodshed in the states that have passed it already. In fact, these states have only become safer since enacting constitutional carry. It's amazing what armed, law-abiding citizens are capable of when they are free to exercise their God-given rights. The passage of constitutional carry has been a key plank in the Republican Party of Texas platform for many sessions, but Republicans in the legislature have dragged their feet and completely ignored the grassroots conservatives' demand to pass this legislation. Ignoring the will of the grassroots and not providing results will not end well for the Texas GOP, which is already beginning to lose credibility among its voters. As the state becomes more competitive, Republicans will need every vote they can get. The best way the Texas GOP can stay relevant is by activating the grassroots, and can do so by listening to the demands of red-blooded Texans and finally passing constitutional carry. Constitutional carry passage is long overdue in the Lone Star State, and I guess I'll end up by saying I hope this is the committee that can get it done.
And so, Mr. Deloche,
Yes,
you
sir.
are, just for the record, you are for the bill?
Four. Yes, ma'am.
And you are here representing yourself?
Myself and Lone Star Gun Rights.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair calls Mark Unaros, and if you are here, as you are, if you will, state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
Good morning, Vice Chairman and representatives. My name is Mark Unaros. I am testifying in favor of House Bill 1238. I am representing myself. My personal experience has shown that people rarely follow the concept of prior planning prevents poor performance. Many people's lack of preparation in the area of self-preservation is embodied by a false sense of security or lack of urgency that holds many people back from pursuing their license to carry. Unfortunately, this false sense of security for many is often shattered by a single violent event. Whether one is involved directly or witnesses a shocking act of violence in their community, this experience can come at a moment and in a fashion that drives them to gain immediate access to arms for self-preservation. Once an individual reaches this realization, they must go through a several-month painstaking process of requesting a license, a process in some states that has prevented some in imminent danger from protecting their life, has ended up placing their life at a higher risk, or cost them their life. The knowledge that this could happen to my sister's girlfriend, friends, and neighbors is what drives me to be here today. If we cannot exercise a right when we need it the most, then our right is clearly being infringed upon. I believe when representatives go further to explicitly protect a natural right, a positive effect on the constituents will follow by leading them to better understand their rights and be more disposed to use them. I hope this committee will pass this bill to the floor to provide greater legal security for Texans' natural rights to self-preservation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for coming to testify and staying as long as you have. The chair calls Richard McKenzie. Richard McKenzie has signed up for the bill. Next, the chair will call Sherry Barnes, and then Damon Rambo, Shelby Williams. Is this Mr. Rambo?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good. Yeah, it is morning now, isn't it? Yes, good morning.
Please state your name.
My name is Damon Rambo. I am the pastor of First Baptist Church Markham. I am also the Precinct 8 chair for the Matagorda County Republican Party. I am here today to speak in favor of this bill. I don't think I need to add anything.
Represent yourself, or
I am representing myself, although I could be representing the Matagorda County Republican Party because we did pass a resolution in favor of this bill. So,
thank you, Pastor.
yes, ma'am. I don't think there's anything that I can add logically to the reasoned arguments that have been presented by the people here today. What I will do with my time is just to encourage you to think about this issue not just in terms of logic, but in terms of good and evil, because I know, especially for my friends on the right, we think about a lot of these issues in terms of good and evil, pro-life issues and things like that. But sometimes when we get to this issue, we don't think about this issue in terms of good and evil. We start thinking about it in terms of, well, what about, these kinds of crime statistics, and what about this? I want to lay it out to you like this. It is evil to tell a husband that he cannot defend his wife unless he first asks for permission from the government. It is evil to tell a potential rape victim that she has to ask permission from the government before she's allowed to defend herself. This is not some policy issues for some back room where we go and look through all of the statistics. This is very simple. People have the right to defend themselves, and you don't have the right as our representatives to tell us no. All right? So I just encourage you very much to pass this bill. I thank you so much for hearing it. Some of us have been fighting for years for this.
Thank you.
And I just want to thank you so much. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. You have a great day today. It's a new day.
Yeah.
And so Sherry Barnes, if you're here. Yes. Thank you. The chair calls Sherry Barnes, Shelby Williams, Amy Mobley Turney, and Marco Alleman will be after that. Ms. Barnes, if you could state your name, your position on the bill, and who you're here to represent.
Okay. My name is Sherry Barnes. I'm representing myself. I am in favor of this bill. I urge the committee to pass constitutional carry. I'm a retired pharmacist. I'm a member of GOA. I'm a single mother of 2 daughters. During their raising, we experienced 2 break-ins. I worked in a gun-free zone, a psychiatric hospital, for 25 years. During that time, we had the severely mentally ill, the criminally ill, and we had domestic violence victims. Ex-spouses that had protective orders against them would wait in the parking lot for their partners to be discharged. I transported a nurse friend of mine to and from the hospital through a side exit to her car at a remote location so she could continue working while her abusive husband was waiting in the parking lot. Our hospital was 4 miles from the main campus where the security was stationed. Patrolling was sporadic, and for years we did not even have cameras in the parking lot. Although hospitals are gun-free zoned, danger's everywhere, and our patients were released into the public. Gun-free zones, licensing requirements are barriers, and the focus is the removal of these barriers. And as with Boulder, Colorado, the shooting that occurred earlier this week, the man was deeply disturbed, and it was evident prior to the event. And as Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana said, and I paraphrase, you can't stop drunk driving by eliminating all the sober drivers. Likewise, controlling law-abiding gun owners to stop mass shootings is illogical and ineffective. Colorado has universal background checks, red flag gun seizure laws, and high-capacity magazine bans, and yet 10 people are dead. So criminals don't abide by the laws, therefore remove the barriers for the law-abiding Texans and revisit
Thank you, ma'am.
the gun zones.
Thank you. Shelby Williams. Shelby Williams. Okay. All right. Amy Mobley Turney. Registered against. Marco. Oh, here she is. Yes. And then we need Marco Alleman, Leonard Perez, and John Brandt, and Audie Nelson. Ready to go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chairman, Vice Chair. I'm Amy Mobley Turney, testifying as a member and on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas in opposition to House Bill 1238. I'm going to skip down just to give you just a little bit of this. The Second Amendment is one sentence. It reads in its entirety, a well-regulated militia. Being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Justice Scalia wrote in his majority opinion in District of Columbia versus Heller, there seems to us no doubt on the basis of both text and history that the Second Amendment conferred an individual right to keep and bear arms. Of course, the right was not unlimited, just as the First Amendment's right of free speech was not. Thus, we do not read the Second Amendment to protect the right of citizens to carry arms for any sort of confrontation, just as we do not read the First Amendment to protect the right of citizens to speak for any purpose. As an example of lawful limitation, Justice Scalia states that prohibitions on carrying concealed weapons were lawful under the Second Amendment. House Bill 1238 encourages individuals to act unsafely and provocatively and reduces the ability of the community to prevent acting out or terrorist acts. We urge you to oppose House Bill 1238. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Marco Alleman.
Good morning. My name is. I am here on behalf of myself, and I am speaking in favor of HB 1238. I'd like to thank you all for helping me feel like a college student again. My first personal training client is at 5:30 in San Antonio, so I'm looking forward to that. Hope you all enjoy your weekend. I support House Bill 1238 because every single time in human history that any government has ever restricted any right, it has always disproportionately and negatively affected minorities and people of lower socioeconomic status. My dad's Mexican, my mom's German, the last name Aleman is Spanish for German, just a coincidence, not a joke, but I'm only second generation born in this country on my father's side. My dad and his brothers were first generation born here, and they're the sons of migrant workers. And I learned about how the unfairness that they faced growing up in the fashion, it was in joke form whenever my family got together and pointed and laughed at one another at their misfortunes in the past. So it was fun to learn about it that way. On my mom's side, not so much. My grandparents, they owned slaves. And my mother grew up alongside the descendants of who were previously slaves to her great-grandparents. So I got to learn plenty about the how it's really not okay for any government to restrict any rights to anyone for any reason, because they always disproportionately and negatively affect minorities and people of lower socioeconomic status. Y'all have a great weekend. Thank you all very much.
All right. Chair recognizes Shelby Williams.
Thank you, Chairman, members. My name is Shelby Williams. I serve on Plano City Council. I'm here representing myself. So I want to make sure we are on Representative Biedermann's bill. I just came over from State Affairs. I want to make sure I'm testifying on the right thing. Thank you. I'm going to tell you a little bit of a personal story. When my oldest daughter, who's now 14, was 2 years old, she was in the backseat of my car, was driving home, and guy pulled in front of me, cut me off, slammed on the brakes, honked my horn, usual stuff. Well, he took great exception to being honked at and pulled up alongside me at the next light and threatened me with a gun. I doubt he realized my 2-year-old was in the back seat, probably couldn't see her. Hopefully it would have made a difference if he had, but it shouldn't matter. I had owned a rifle at this point, never a handgun. After that incident, I figured, you know what, I better go through the effort to get, at the time, a concealed carry license. Well, had I not had to jump through the comparatively minor hoops of getting a concealed carry license, I might have gotten a handgun prior. I might have responsibly armed myself. I might have been able to respond had he actually carried it further. We don't anticipate such things happening in normal daily life, but they do, unfortunately. There are bad people in the world, there are crazy people in the world, and we never know when they're going to be bad or crazy. The Second Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and the guarantee in the Texas Bill of Rights is not about hunting or sportsmanship, target practice. It's about defense from one another and from government, which is still one another. We're all humans. We have to be prepared to deal with that on a daily basis. No person, nor any level of government, can tell us we're going to protect you. You cannot protect yourself. At the end of the day, the personal responsibility to protect ourselves falls ultimately with us, and we cannot ultimately depend on anybody else. Therefore, I support constitutional carry.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Leonard Perez. And as he's coming up, we want to remind Alexander Vargas that he's coming up in a few.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Leonard Perez. I'm here representing myself and my wife, and I am for HB 128. A first-generation American. My family fled Cuba because they registered their weapons, and shortly thereafter they were garnished, and then you know the story. We did not come to this country to watch it fall. I served in the Navy Reserves. My daughter serves in the Marine Corps. My cousin was a staff sergeant in the Air Force, and we have another cousin who's a brigadier general in the Army. That's only 2 generations, y'all. I moved from the state of Florida over here, and I challenge you, Texas, to get this right, get it done. This is the Constitution. You know it, plain as day, how it's written. It's not meant to be paid for, and I challenge you to beat Florida to it, all right? Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes John Brandt. John Brandt registered against House Bill 1238. Chair recognizes Audie Nelson. Audie Nelson registers for House Bill 1238. We recognize Alexander Vargas. Alexander Vargas? Hey, thanks a lot for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Alexander Vargas. I'm here on behalf of myself, and I'm in favor of HB 1238. I support the removing of the license requirements to carry a firearm. I'm not a small person by any means. However, there are people in this city who have tried to take advantage of my youth and possible naivete. I'm only recently 21, but I've lived in downtown Austin while going to school for 3 years now. Over those 3 years, I've experienced many stressful and dangerous situations. I've been chased in my apartment by a person who was definitely agitated and possibly under the influence. I've also had my truck beat on by a homeless person in West Campus. All of this happened before I turned 21. And due to current laws, I could not carry my protection with me and had to seek security inside my own residence or tucked away in a difficult-to-reach area of my vehicle. These bills, when passed, will allow others that will be in other dangerous situations as I was to protect themselves and not to allow themselves to be a victim. I was lucky and got away, but with current laws, law-abiding citizens, including myself, are at a major disadvantage to those seeking to do us harm. My age should not inhibit my God-given right to self-defense. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Jordan Clements. After Jordan Clements, we'll have Julian Anderson and Mandy Kirkland.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jordan Clements, chairman of the UT chapter of Young Conservatives of Texas, and I'm here to speak in support of House Bill 1238, and I am representing Young Conservatives of Texas as well as myself. While being chairman of the flagship YCT chapter is an immense honor, what I am first and foremost is an older brother to 2 little sisters. With the way the world seems to be going, I fear what could happen to them if they are unable to defend themselves under current Texas law. Firearms are the great equalizer, and if a citizen can own it, they should be able to carry it without any extra hurdles. I know one of my sisters, who's in 10th grade at the moment, does not have a weekend to spare, and as anyone in this committee room can attest to, you don't exactly get busy as you get older. In fact, when she is of age, she should not have her constitutional rights denied from her due to her being extremely productive and therefore busy. In fact, my mother has been wanting to carry for years, but has been unable to take the class due to her busy schedule as a working mother of 3. Texas is already behind 18 states, including so-called blue states like Vermont, on allowing citizens like my sisters and my mother to defend themselves. It's about time Texas lives up to her name as the state that defends her citizens' rights to defend themselves, and I call on this committee to remove the unjust licensing requirements to defend ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Julian Anderson. After Julian, we'll have Griffin Smith, Nathan Fleer, Christine Shegg, Mandy Kirkland. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Julian Anderson. I'm here in support of House Bill 1238. I represent myself, and I'm a member of the Young Conservatives of Texas, UT Austin chapter. I'm here before you all today to address the bill on the constitutional right to carry. My mom is a Mexican immigrant who worked hard to become a citizen of this country and is extremely proud to be an American and a Texan. She always follows the law, but is unable to carry her firearm of choice because she prefers a handgun. My mother does not have the peace of mind that her and her 5 children will be safe when we go out. All this because she does not have the time to take a class and ask the government permission to protect herself and her children while she's also working, going to school, and raising all 5 of us. Thankfully, we have not been put in a situation where a firearm is needed to defend ourselves. But unfortunately, because of the restrictions on the right to carry, tomorrow could be that day. Many Texans have been made victims instead of being empowered. This bill would remove the requirement to ask the government for a license to carry a firearm either open or concealed, and give peace of mind to my mom, my sister, and men and women all over the state of Texas. The right to bear arms is a right given not by our government, but by God. And it is because of this that I, regardless of my age and my location, have the right to defend myself. As we know, criminals do not follow laws, so by preventing legal gun owners from carrying a firearm, the government is turning its citizens into victims. You see, continuing to restrict the carrying of firearms is not the solution to stopping gun violence. In fact, it is the exact opposite. It is our God-given right to possess and carry a firearm. That is the solution to ending gun violence. Texas should be leading the way with gun rights, but instead has slowly been lagging behind. With this bill, Texas will be one step closer to leading the country on this issue, and one step closer to governing how the Founding Fathers envisioned it. So goes Texas, so goes the nation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Griffin Smith.
Good morning. I'm Griffin Smith. I represent myself. I testify in favor of all 4 permit lists.
Let's stay on this bill here. Are you're testifying in favor of House Bill
1238.
1238. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman White and committee members, for this time with you. This is my first time testifying at the Capitol. I grew up in Georgia and attended UT Austin for a PhD in chemical engineering. I now live and vote in Magnolia. My family has a long history of commitment to liberty. My sister is named for our great-great-great-great-great-grandmother, Rebecca Mott. She lived in Charlestown, South Carolina. The British soldiers occupied her home. She was delighted with the Patriots' plan to burn down her house to get the British out. She was so delighted, she provided the incendiary arrows that were shot at her roof to set it on fire. The British fled, and the Patriot rifles and cannons forced the British to surrender. How grateful I am that the Patriots held arms comparable to those of the Crown. A firearm is an equalizer supporting the natural right of self-defense. I have lived long enough to see the evil in this world to know that evildoers prefer unarmed victims. They don't wait for victims to get carry permits. They prefer the gun-free zones, which are really victim disarmament zones. Ted Cruz testified earlier this week in Washington that over 1 million times a year, firearms are used in defensive purposes. I would like to see recognition of the right of every person to carry whatever firearm they can legally possess anywhere that they can go without a government permission slip. The licensing requirement is inherently infringement. It has been abused politically. And every dollar and moment for fees and classes are obstacles for a struggling college student, single mother with a full schedule, or just a regular citizen. In conclusion, please support this bill, including
Thank you
modifications.
so much. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Nathan Fleer.
Howdy. See if you can guess where I went to school. So I'm Dr. Nathan Fleer. I am representing myself. I do support the House Bill 1238 as well as the other three, so I can give you those 6 minutes back. Now, there have been a lot of really good comments made, so I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail, but my personal sort of reason that I started carrying a gun was I initially got a concealed carry permit, and I thought, okay, this is a good another form of ID. It's a good way to, I can maybe get my TSA pre-check with it and help speed that along. But then I was witness to an event where I was sitting in my car and, nobody was around. I saw this woman walking down the street, and she kept kind of looking over her shoulder. I was like, well, who's she looking at? And then this guy started coming up on her, and he started chasing her and harassing her and, threatening her. And she, fortunately ducked into an office and got away. But I thought to myself, I was like, well, I wasn't carrying a gun. If she wasn't carrying a gun, what could I have done to, protect her? Or if he decided to, try to kill her or something, maybe she couldn't afford it. Maybe she'd already applied for a permit, but it was still waiting for it to arrive. And then I got to thinking, what would the penalty be for someone like her if she was carrying a firearm when she wasn't supposed to? And so I looked into it, and I was like, if you're guilty of assault like that, you can get 2 years, maybe up to 20, depending on the situation. It's complicated. I'm not a lawyer. That's not legal advice. Please don't sue me. But basically, then I looked at that. I was like, if she was carrying a gun, didn't have a permit, she could get at minimum a year. So I'm like, so are we in a situation where we look at the guy who maybe assaulted her and we say, well, shame on you for assaulting her. You get 2 years in jail. And then we look at her and say, well, shame on you for telling him he couldn't assault you. You get up to maybe 15 years. That doesn't sound very just to me. So, we need to remove those restrictions that can be harmful to people like that and create criminals out of innocent people who then can be slapped with felonies and end up in a cycle of crime themselves, because then they can't get a job very easily because they've got a criminal record, and it just makes life difficult for innocent people who are just exercising their rights as Americans.
Thank you, my friend.
All right, thank you.
Christine Shake. And after Christine, we have Mandy Kirkland, David Markle, David Lovelace, Brian Bodnar.
You were really close. Christine Scheig.
Scheig.
But it's okay. We answered everything. It's not my name. It's my husband's name.
Okay.
But Christine Scheig. I am in support of House Bill 1238, and I represent myself.
Okay.
I'm from Trophy Club, Texas. I know there's a lot of North Texans up here on the board, so that's where I'm from. Trophy Club is near DFW Airport, kind of next to South Lake, next to West Lake, and then we have a little Trophy Club right there. But up until a year ago, I didn't have that much experience with handguns. Mostly it was shotguns, because my birthday is September 1st. So my husband would come home every year and say, honey, I got you the dove lease of your dreams. And so that's where I spent most of my birthdays, was hunting doves. So, but last year, in January, we bought a rental house for our daughter in West Dallas, near the intersection of Hampton and Bickers. It's in Jasmine Crockett's district, District 100. It's an extremely rough neighborhood, so fraught with crime. The home builder put locking wrought iron cages around the HVA equipment in the backyard so it wouldn't get stolen. However, my daughter was working downtown, and she really wanted to live close to her job. So we took a loan, we bought the house, and then she's living there. But her neighbors are really great people, and they all watch out for each other. And she walks her dog, or they walk their dog on the street, and she's gotten to know the neighbors, and they, it's nice. In this neighborhood, the law-abiding citizens are at the mercy of any bad actor that may have ill intent in their minds. Driving in and out of the neighborhood caused me to think of my own safety and that of my family. That is when I began considering the LTC permit. I believe that law-abiding citizens across the state of Texas, as well as in this neighborhood, all of your neighborhoods, all of their neighborhoods, should have the right to protect themselves with their own personal handgun.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
And what I really have issue with is the fee. I believe that they should not have to pay fee upon fee to carry personal protection. I believe that the fees are an infringement to our Second Amendment rights granted by the U.S. Constitution. For these reasons, I support constitutional carry for the law-abiding citizens of the state of Texas.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mandy Kirkland.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for being here at this wee hour. I will make this brief. My name is Mandy Kirkland. I'm testifying in favor of HB 1238. I'm representing myself. I support constitutional carry because my Second Amendment rights should be enough to allow me to protect myself and carry my handgun without having to get permission from the state. There are so many hoops to jump through in order to obtain a license to carry. Of these, having an internet connection to fill out the application is burdensome for those of us who live in rural Texas and do not have access to reliable internet. Then, once the application is complete, fees paid, and fingerprints done, the wait time is ridiculous. That wait time keeps law-abiding citizens unarmed and unable to defend themselves and their families. Thank you, and
Thank you.
Ask you to support
David
this.
Markle. David Markle, registered for the bill. David Lovelace. David Lovelace, registered for the bill. Brian Botnar. Brian Botnar, registered for the bill. Rebecca McNair. And we have Kenneth Moore, Johanna McCary, Corey Pappas, Mark Randall coming after Ms. McNair.
Thank you for being here. Hello, my name is Rebecca McNair, and I'm testifying in favor of HB 1238. Many years ago, to my horror, I was being beat up by my husband about 4 times a week and other things. So I did what you do, and I grabbed the baby under my arm and I ran with the baby in the diaper bag and $900. He wouldn't give me a divorce, and I couldn't afford a divorce. I had a home-based business. I rented a warehouse, rented a house, and got a babysitter, and I worked. That just made him even madder. He stalked me, and twice he tried to kill me with my toddler watching. So, with that being said, constitutional carry will make Texas safer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Kenneth Moore. Kenneth Moore, registered for the bill. Johanna McCary, registered for the bill. Corey Pappas. Jake Needert and Felicia Bull.
Good morning.
Are next. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Corey Pappas. I'm born and raised in Dallas, Texas. I'm here representing myself and my family. I'm also a member of GOA. I'm testifying in favor of constitutional carry 1238. I believe this bill, if passed into law, will make Texas and its residents safer by allowing all of us to exercise our God-given rights to protect ourselves and loved ones without extra permission from our government. I work in downtown Dallas, and I have to deal with criminals, vagrants, and drug addicts on a weekly basis, breaking into the building and vandalizing it. We have had riots this past year that destroyed many businesses next to us. I'm worried about my wife's safety and my employees' safety constantly, and I don't believe I should be forced to take more days off to schedule a class and be subjected to a background check to carry my firearm that I've already passed the exact same background check in order to purchase. We should be making it easier for good people to protect themselves, and as long as they can pass the background check to purchase the gun, that's proof that they are responsible enough to make good decisions on carrying it. Punish the criminals, not law-abiding citizens. Pass constitutional carry for Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mark Randall. Mark Randall. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Mark Randall.
I'm representing myself, and I'm testifying in favor of House Bill, which one is it, 1368?
1238.
1238, I'm sorry. It's been pretty much said all day, so I'm not going to waste everybody's time here. I just urge you to go ahead and pass this bill, and let's get her done.
Thank you, sir. Jake Niedert. And then we have Felicia Bull, Melissa Weekly, David Weekly, Dee Chambliss, Catherine Nolde.
Hello, my name is Jake Neidert, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Young Conservatives of Texas for this bill. YCT was founded 41 years ago behind one singular idea, a unifying desire to put principles over party. These principles exist most completely, I believe, in the American dream. This American dream is what separates us from all other nations and people before us, and equal access to opportunity. Everyone has the opportunity to move up, to improve, to advance. And it's a dream that's shared by all Americans. Its endowment is paid by the blood, sweat, and tears, paid in excess by those who came before us, our fathers, our mothers, and our families. It's a dream embodied by many of those who cannot be with us right now because they're busy. Take the young worker, for example. You all know one like him. He's fresh out of high school. By the fruit of his own labor, he provides for his young family. He finds dignity in hard work, and he works to be the father he never had. What about the single mother? Without a high school diploma, she works all night, double shifts, 2 jobs, long hours. She rides the bus home from work late at night to save money. She's taking a GED class at the local community center on the days that she doesn't work. What would you say to her? It's a dream embodied perhaps best by the first-generation student. She walks to her job right off campus, 60 hours a week, to pay her way through college. It's an egregious miscarriage of justice that under current law, these 3 individuals cannot protect themselves or their families. When individuals are told that they cannot defend themselves or their families, the American dream quickly becomes an American nightmare. We call upon the members of this committee to put principles over party. We urge that you pass this bill and work to secure the ability of all citizens to defend themselves and their families. God himself grants the right to self-defense, not the state of Texas. Please vote and act accordingly.
Thank you, sir. Chair calls Felicia Bull.
Hey, y'all. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
My name is Felicia Bull. I represent Gun Owners of America and myself, and I'm here to speak in favor of House Bill 1238. I'm an Austin resident. I live in a part of town where the homeless population is rapidly growing, crime is increasing, and where, frankly, I don't feel safe anymore. We also know that Austin City Council has diverted funds away from the police department, and that has caused a shortage in officers. So as a single female who's typically out running errands alone, I need the ability to be able to protect myself because there's never a guarantee that someone else is going to be there to protect me. And frankly, I'm not the damsel in distress type anyway. For all intents and purposes, I'm a law-abiding, tax-paying, productive member of society. I can walk into the gun store, purchase any long gun or handgun I want. I have no problem passing a NICS background check, and I'm eligible for an LTC in most other states. But I'm not eligible in Texas. When I was in college, I made a mistake. I've never not claimed responsibility for my actions. I paid my debt to society and did everything the court requested. But on my record, I show a Class B misdemeanor conviction. So because of my one-time, non-violent, victimless crime, this conviction prevents me from carrying a firearm on my person, even though I can legally purchase and possess the firearm and even carry the firearm in my vehicle under the Texas Castle Doctrine. I'm proficient with a firearm. I do typically carry one in my vehicle because I know if I can get to my vehicle, odds are I will have a chance to protect myself. With all due respect, that's a big if, and not one I'm comfortable betting on. If Texas successfully repeals the license requirement and allows all individuals who can legally possess a handgun to be able to carry a handgun without a license, I'd be able to put on a holster now and carry within every letter of the law. I'd be able to protect myself. If Texas fails to repeal the licensing requirement, it'll be another 2 years, 7 months, and 7 days before I can legally carry on my person. That's another 950 days where I have to rely on someone else to protect me if I'm not home or in my vehicle. Please support House Bill 1238.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Very,
you.
very good. Very good. Very good. Thank you. Members, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Melissa Weekly. Yeah.
Good morning, committee members. Thank you again. My name is Melissa Weekly. I'm representing Texas Liberty Defenders, and we support House Bill 1238 for many reasons. Frankly, a lot of us are disgusted and repelled by the idea that Texas isn't leading the way on this. How many other states have this already in place and we don't? Mississippi's the poorest state in the country, and they've got it and we don't. So we would like to see see y'all vote the right way on this and do the right thing.
Thank you, ma'am. David Weekly. Okay. He registered for the bill. D. Chambliss. Good morning. Good to see you again.
My word. I'm not going to go over time.
No,
I'm in favor of 1238. My name is Dee Chambliss. I'm representing myself, and I also speak on behalf of Smith County Republican women. I support this bill. A lot of it I've supported it for a long time, but I was really happy to hear the cold, hard facts that were stated by John right off the bat here. Our lawmakers should be making decisions based on facts and not on emotions or assumptions. That said, constitutional carry does not create crimes. Criminals do. And criminals are not wasting their time in class before they commit crimes. To me, forcing law-abiding citizens to take a one-day class doesn't do anything to keep us safer from criminals. It doesn't. I have taken the concealed carry classes twice, once for me and once I took my son. What I remember most is the time, the travel, the expense, the scheduling. And this is what I had written down before I heard how hard it is for other people, poor people, busy people to go. But that's what I learned in the class was it took a lot of time. And others don't really have the luxury to be able to spend that time and money on a course. Constitutional carry is an equal opportunity law. So based on what we've heard, I think it should be a bipartisan law.
Yeah.
We want all Texans to be able to defend themselves and their families, not just those people that can afford the time and the expense. In Texas, I want all good guys to be able to defend themselves and their families, all Texans. Thank you.
Thank you. Caton Mattingly. Caton Mattingly is showing voting. Is that Kate? Okay. All right. And we'll have Catherine Nolde, Mia Graddick, Jack Anderson, and Gary Zimmerman coming up next. Go ahead, Caden.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee. My name is Caden Mattingly, and I represent myself, and I support House Bill 1238. I'm also a member of Young Conservatives of Texas at Baylor. As a responsible gun owner, I wholeheartedly support the repeal of the requirement of a license. Since I can possess a handgun, I should be able to carry a handgun for self-defense. This will restore the God-given right to defend myself and my family despite my age. Opponents claim laws like House Bill 1238 make states more dangerous. Statistically, this is not so. Vermont is one of the safest states in the Union, and it has been a constitutional carry state since its admittance into the Republic. Handguns allow citizens to defend themselves. Gun restrictions only prevent honest people from not being able to protect their lives. Criminals set on committing nefarious acts are going to commit these acts regardless of the law. Reducing restrictions on our natural right to self-defense allows more people to live freely and safely. As a God-given right to defend myself regardless of the law, my age and location does not negate my right to defense. Texas should lower the age to purchase a handgun to 18. Under current law, I cannot defend my own life because I am too young. I have a natural right to defend myself regardless of who is pursuing me, man, beast, or government. If our right to defense is limited to who the government decides is worthy, then it is not a right but a privilege. The permit process of license to carry delays our Second Amendment right. House Bill 1238 eliminates this delay and restores the right of the citizens to arm themselves and protect their families. I strongly urge this committee to vote yes on House Bill 1238. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Nolde.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Nolde, and I am representing myself, and I am a member of Baylor's Youth Conservatives of Texas chapter. And I support House Bill 1238, which removes the egregious requirements of a license to carry a handgun. In and around Baylor, as well as every other campus in Texas, I and many other women live in fear of sexual assault or attempted rape. Every adult has the inherent right to self-defense, which includes being able to carry a handgun. Even though I'm under 21, neither my age nor my location negate my rights to self-defense. Constitutional carry will make it easier for women such as myself to feel safer in our cities and campuses and exercise our God-given right to self-defense when the police are too far away to prevent crime or stop it in its act. I strongly encourage this committee to pass House Bill 1238. Thank you.
Thank you. Mia Graddick.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mia Graddick, and I'm representing myself as a member from the Young Conservatives of Texas at Baylor chapter. I support House Bill 1238. I strongly encourage the right to self-carry, removing the requirement of a license and changing the age requirement to 18. We have been given the right, the privilege, and the gift to be able to protect ourselves. Restrictions on the Second Amendment specifically endanger young women such as myself who need to be protected. As a young woman living in this dangerous era, having the ability to protect my natural right to protect myself is part and parcel to rights that are inherent from God and protected in the American Constitution. The rights that are, the bill urgently needs to be passed. I'm 20 years old, and legally carrying a firearm makes young women like me all across Texas feel empowered and protected. However, current government code prevents me from protecting myself because of my age. A firearm is the only equalizer between me and a potential aggressor. I'm an undergraduate at Baylor located in Waco, where there is a high crime rate and an aggressive homeless population. What happens when campus police can't get there fast enough? The God-given right for self-defense can prevent the crime before it can happen by acting as a deterrent, and what happens by acting as a solution. I previously lived in California for a year, where the right to carry a firearm is significantly restricted. I felt constantly suffocated by the entrenching laws that California evokes on its citizens. So I came back to Texas, but unfortunately, I still don't feel safe. On behalf of all the young women of Texas, the right to defend, protect, and better equip ourselves, and the right to carry is an essential good that will largely benefit and impact us in our current pandemonium. Young women all around me live in a constant state of anxiety, whether it's being followed home while walking home with keys tightly wrapped between our knuckles, to having our cars broken into, potential home invasions from disgruntled ex-boyfriends. Removing the licensing requirement and adjusting the carry age to 18 allows college-age women to protect themselves. My age, location, and my gender do not negate my right to defense.
Thank you. Chair calls Jack Anderson. Then we'll have Gary Zimmerman, Patrick Harris, Stephen Callahan, Fred Stevens, James Wright. Jack Anderson? Or is it Mia Graddick? Okay, Jack Anderson. Okay, registered 4. Let's go to Gary Zimmerman. Registered for the legislation. Patrick Harris.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Patrick Harris. I am an 18-year-old here representing myself and with the Young Conservatives of Texas at Baylor, SICM. I'm here to testify for House Bill 1238. This bill will make our state safer by allowing Texans to defend themselves. In 2019, Austin had an average police response time of 8 minutes and 53 seconds. That is too long in a life or death situation. Constitutional carry will allow citizens to protect not only themselves, but the people around them when no one else can. This is exactly what happened when Jack Wilson stopped an attempted shooting at West Freeway Church of Christ in White Settlement by using his own firearm. Moreover, I am confident that this bill would make the students at Baylor safer by allowing lawful gun owners to carry on campus. Students would be able to defend themselves against threats well before the police could arrive, which could be the difference between saving oneself and others or becoming a victim of gun violence. A recent study published in the Harvard Journal of Law and Public Policy conducted that there is a negative correlation between gun ownership and violent crime in countries internationally. In other words, more guns equals less crime. In fact, every year, guns are used over 80 times more often to protect a life than to take one. Thus, it makes sense that if gun owners can lawfully carry in more areas, future shootings can be prevented and people can be safer. In closing, I urge the committee to pass this bill in order to allow Texans to secure their God-given right to self-defense and uphold our founding fathers' wishes to form a government which upholds the people's rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Patrick. The chair calls Stephen Callahan. Stephen Callahan being shown for the House bill. Fred Stevens. Fred Stevens being shown for the House bill. Anthony Yard, or Ard, shown for the House bill. Ian Kress. Okay, after Ian Kress, we'll have John Eaton, Justin Jackson, Dayton Wright, Ryan Flugar.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
My name is Ian Kress, and I'm representing myself. I support HB 1238. I had a lot written here, but other people have covered it a lot better than I could. So I'll just go to the end on it and say that the right to bear arms in Texas has gone from one that earned a veto in 1993 and the subsequent defeat of the governor to a concealed handgun license in 1995, then campus carry to protect those attending college, and then open carry in 2015. Moving to constitutional carry in this session is the next proper step, one that allows for all legal gun owners who may need to carry a firearm for self-protection to do so. Please pass constitutional carry from this committee and on to the full House.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Eaton. John Eaton, 4. Justin Jackson. Justin Jackson, 4. Dayton Wright. Dayton Wright, 4. Ryan Flugar. Ryan Flugar, 4. Rose Ripa, or Ripa, showing 4. Sean Sheridan, showing 4. Nathaniel Dunning. Okay. Good morning, Nathaniel.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I am Nathaniel Dunning, and I am here representing myself as the chairman of Young Conservatives of Texas at the University of Mary Hardin Baylor. Recently, I turned 21, and one of the first things I did was buy a firearm. The reason I did this is because a student at my apartment complex was sexually assaulted and found running around the apartment complex, fully vulnerable, looking for help. Unfortunately, I was unable to help her because Texas law says that 18-year-old adults aren't allowed to carry a handgun for self-defense. This event has haunted me since that day and is the reason I am here before you today. I urge Texas legislators to support constitutional carry and removing the license requirements. The right to carry makes Texans safer, and all honest, legal citizens should have that right. If constitutional carry was the law of the land, I would have been able to help this woman by carrying my firearm instead of being another useless bystander. Restrictions on God-given rights allow situations like this to occur all over the state. By removing the restrictions, we can prevent situations like this from occurring by empowering individuals to protect themselves. I strongly encourage the committee to remove the requirements to need a license to carry a handgun and support carry for all of-age adults. Please support HB 1238. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Michelle Mostert. Michelle Mostert, showing 4. Aaron Rickel or Aaron Reichel. We have Cole Creech coming up next. Aaron, yes, and Cole Creech coming up next. Go
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'd like to show my respect. I have a lot of respect for you guys for allowing us to do this, especially this time of morning. My name is Aaron Rickel. I am representing myself. I am in favor for House Bill 1238. I'm a proud member of the GOA. I'll cut this short because a lot of people has made good points. But there's one point I want to address. I own a shooting school, a shooting training facility, and I travel all over the country and teach people how to shoot and how to be safe. I don't, with the current laws we have, the current training requirements we have, the LTC, I think it's pretty pitiful what their minimum requirements, because I have students, I have people that's trying to learn, first-time firearms owners, trying to get the gun. And they think, hey, this is the minimum requirement we need to safely carry a firearm. Well, that's a false assumption that we are implying to the new firearms owners. So that's another reason, that's one of the big reasons why I think constitutional carry is a big thing, because it invites new shooters to look out and seek new, actual proper training. People fly me all over the country to teach classes. There's one organization that flew me out for over a year, once a month, to teach in Arizona, to teach them classes, because they don't have a minimum requirement for shooting. So people seek out training. So the training requirement for the LTC we have in Texas is pretty pitiful. And I think it's a liability to safety for each individual standards. That's what I feel. That's what I have been seeing, because people are not seeking extra training. Because I hate to repeat myself again. That's what I have seen.
Thank you, my friend. Cole Creech. Cole Creech showing registered 4. Sean Sheridan. After Sean, we'll have James Wright.
All right. Sorry. Okay, so hi, my name is Sean Sheridan. I'm representing myself, speaking in favor of HB 1238. I'm also a member of Gun Owners of America. My support for this bill is over 9,000. I actually signed up to registered in favor of all the other bills, but forget all those. Let's pass this one, and I'll tell you why. I have a young daughter. She actually came with me so she could see how government works. She's been asleep for probably the last several hours, so she's seen how government works. She's 8 now. She's a recreational shooter, and she's had the 4 rules of gun safety memorized since she was 4 years old. When a little boy came over to our house one day to play Nerf guns with her, she stopped to teach him proper gun safety because she took umbrage with the fact that he had his finger on the trigger, and she very tactfully corrected his muzzle discipline. Okay. If nothing changes, when she turns 18, she won't have the right to carry for her personal defense for 3 years. That pisses me off. Okay? If she can drive a 2-ton machine at 16, go into the military at 18, vote at 18, get a job, get married, have kids at 18, there is no defensible reason why government should be stopping her from protecting her own life or the lives of her family at 18. Now, 2 minutes isn't enough to go through the dozens of cases I've read and collected of minors aged 11 through 17 who successfully defended their lives, their homes, their families with firearms. So I'm just not going to do it. But if they can do it, it's just kind of stupid to pretend that 18-year-old adults can't or shouldn't because they're not within the government sanctioned permission zone of their own personal dwelling. So I'm strongly in favor of constitutional carry, and especially in a form that doesn't arbitrarily treat whole age ranges of adults as not having their rights.
Thank you, my friend.
Please ask me about voting.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Never mind.
The chair recognizes.
Have a good day.
Yes, James Wright. Right. How you doing, sir? Next, we'll have James Dickey, Rachel Malone, Linda Nuno.
All right, hello. Thank y'all for staying up so late, and I haven't stayed up this late in quite a while. Actually, I work nights, so this is kind of normal for me. But anyway, my name is James Wright. I'm representing myself, and I'm speaking in support of House Bill 1238. I am a married father of 2, and I'm also an emergency medicine physician. I am speaking in full support of this bill. Tons of specific statistics. I'm not going to bore y'all with those. Again, y'all have already heard them. However, the Center for Disease Control estimates that there are anywhere from 500,000 to 3 million occurrences of a defensive use of a handgun. To put that in perspective, in the 2 minutes that I will speak, that's anywhere from 2 to 12 people who will successfully defend their life with a firearm. As an emergency medicine physician, I feel fairly confident that I've seen and treated more gunshot wounds than most people in this room. One particular one I will not forget. A married mother of 2, when I was in residency, was in a dollar store shopping with her kids. Somebody came in and held the whole store hostage and shot her in the head with a .22 long rifle. Life Flight brought her in, but there was nothing that we could do for her. And I know we can't live in the world of hypotheticals, but it makes me wonder that if they had constitutional carry, would somebody else who is shopping at a dollar store and may not have the financial wherewithal to, or take time off of work to go get a license to carry, if they had constitutional carry, I might not have had to tell that husband that his wife was dead. Again, in summary, I fully support any bill that would repeal the licensing requirement for any law-abiding citizen to carry a firearm. And it may be a cliche, but however, the Sutherland Springs shooting with Mr. Williford and Mr. Jack Wilson in White Settlement, again, it's cliche and it's been said numerous times, but sometimes the only thing that will stop a bad man with a gun is a good man with a gun.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Chair recognizes James Dickey.
Morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you. My name is James Dickey. I'm testifying on my own behalf in favor of HB 1238. I've testified on this issue for 3 sessions now, including last session as the chairman of the Republican Party of Texas. While permit-free carry did not previously pass, in each session, progress has been made. Open carry was passed. Numerous organizations, elected officials, and then activists warned of pandemonium in the streets, and they were clearly and completely wrong. Campus carry was passed, and numerous organizations, elected officials, and activists warned of pandemonium in schools, and they were clearly and completely wrong. And this session, you will hear again numerous organizations, elected officials, and activists warn of pandemonium in the streets if you pass permit-free carry. Again, we can carry and without a license in our house, we can carry without a license in our car, but if we're able to carry in between those 2 locations, there will be pandemonium in the streets. They will be just as wrong this time. I have 3 daughters. Any average assailant would have probably 100 pounds and several inches on them, and therefore wouldn't need a weapon at all to overpower any of them, and wouldn't worry about the laws and permits regardless. But with a handgun, any one of them can even the odds against any size assailant and enable her continued safety. For far too long, the hateful residue of gun control laws expanded and abused during our state's Jim Crow period have stayed in effect. Please fix that. Enable women like my daughters to defend themselves without waiting for permission. And once again, let the world see how wrong those are who distrust law-abiding Texans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rachel Malone. Linda Nuno, Megan Harris, and Manfred Wendt will follow Ms. Malone.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Malone. I represent Gun Owners of America and myself, and we are proud to support HB 1238. You've heard a lot of great testimony from our members today. You've heard that Texas is disturbingly behind the curve when it comes to recognizing the right to carry a handgun. 32 states allow permitless carry in some form. 18 states recognize full constitutional carry. If you own it, you can carry it. Open or concealed, no permit required. You've heard the data. When states pass constitutional carry, violent crime rates go down, accidental deaths don't increase. You've heard about safety. Getting rid of the permit requirement breaks down the burdensome barriers to self-defense, and it keeps Texans safer, especially the poor and vulnerable committees. And you've heard from law enforcement that they support this bill. And I have also given you, I believe being passed out now, a letter from Sheriff Mack of the Constitutional Peace Officers and Sheriffs Association, as well as a letter from Palo Pinto County Sheriff Brett McGuire showing strong support for constitutional carry. This echoes what I have heard talking to other county sheriffs all across Texas. And you've heard about rights. Government doesn't grant rights. Its purpose is to protect our rights, not the least of which is our right to keep and bear arms. This legislation is overwhelmingly the will of the people, and I urge you to listen to them and pass constitutional carry in Texas.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Chair now calls Linda Nuno.
Mr. White, thank you so much. I heard a few comments about being a bipartisan proposal. I'm also district chair for the Democratic Party, District 268. I cannot speak on behalf on my party, but I can speak as a mother. I can speak as a victim that could be in another situation if I had something to protect myself. I don't think that we are too far behind Republicans or Democrats. It doesn't matter really. At the end, we are victims, and I have these victims on both sides. There's also true that we're talking about permits to get these guns. The academy only holds a cadet for 6 months. In a 6-month period, we're hoping to have an executioner, an expert executioner, to have a jurisprudence erudite. Even to just handle seizures, to be a cosmetologist, you have to be like in a 2-year period of time. I think you can't teach common sense or humanity on any course. This is something that is taught and taught at home. Thank you so much.
And Ms. Nuno, could you do 3 things for me for the record? State your name.
Linda Nuno.
Okay. Who you're representing?
I'm representing myself as
Good.
a mother.
Thank you. And your position on this bill?
Is for conscious, logical, smart, gun.
Okay, well, on this bill.
I'm a Democratic Party. I also have that, but I can't speak on the behalf of my party.
Okay, so do you want to change your position to neutral from 4?
Neutral.
Okay, so we'll change it to neutral.
Thank
you very much, my friend. Megan Harris.
My name is Megan Harris with the Young Conservatives of Texas at Baylor, and I'm speaking in favor of this bill. I should start by saying that the state of Texas represents itself as an entity of liberty, and up to this point, this is a massive misrepresentation. I want to see Texas live up to its reputation of freedom, and this bill would be a step in that direction. More importantly, I'm in favor of this bill because living in Waco as a single woman can be unnecessarily intimidating. Texas as a whole exceeds the national average in the areas of violent crime and property crime. Most concerning to me is that all statistics for murder, rape, robbery, and assault top the national and state averages. Additionally, being under 21 should not hinder my ability to defend myself. It makes no logical sense to not be able to carry a gun that I can legally possess. Concerning crime and in reference to this bill, the idea that crime increases with gun-related deregulation is false. In fact, it has been proven that there is no significant impact on crime and even that it has decreased. Constitutional carry will allow citizens to protect themselves at minimal cost. Obtaining and purchasing permits requires time and money, which is effectively discriminatory against the economically disadvantaged and the working class, amongst other demographics. I would like to see constitutional carry implemented for the sake of liberty and safety. The licensing requirement must be terminated because the right to self-defense is inherent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And before we bring up Manfred, let me announce that is there anyone else that wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1238? Manfred Wendt.
Well, it's one way down the night. Is the clock running?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, my name is Manfred Wendt, and I'm here representing the Young Conservatives of Texas, and I support HB 1238. I'm here to express that YCT strongly supports constitutional carry, and all those eligible to possess a handgun can carry that handgun. As a college organization made up of over 500 active members on 25 college campuses, we're the largest college conservative organization in the state of Texas. That being said, the majority of our members are under the age of 21, and a majority of our members are forbidden from purchasing handguns, carrying on their person, or protecting themselves on a college campus or in college housing. Constitutional carry doesn't mean that all of a sudden everyone is mandated to holster up and carry weapons. It doesn't mean that criminals now have a free pass to carry firearms. Passing constitutional carry would allow law-abiding citizens the option to exercise their rights and defend themselves. Each Texan has a God-given right to protect themselves, and it's not a privilege that should require licensure from the government. As an organization with a significant amount of female members, personal safety on a college campus is always a concern. It's not out of the ordinary for our female members to ask to be walked back to their cars, their dorm rooms, and to have essentially a male escort when they're leaving our meetings or classes at night. These are simple events that our male members do every opportunity they're given to protect our female members from that being in the wrong place at the wrong time. As a former student, I can tell you that walking back to your dorm room or from your car at the late hours are a common occurrence as a college student. No matter how much a university tries, it cannot guarantee safety. In order to protect our members from the dangers of walking alone on a college campus, we support constitutional carry beginning at the age of 18 in order to allow our students to protect themselves. The right to self-defense should not be limited based on age or location. By supporting this legislation, you support keeping college students safe and reaffirming our need for safety. We strongly encourage the committee to support constitutional carry beginning at the age of 18.
Thank you so much. We got it. Thank you, sir. Okay. The chair recognizes Representative Biederman to close on House Bill 1238.
Thank you, Chairman and members. And Roel, great job. You've been here all day. And I close and ask for your favorable consideration.
Any questions for the author? Thank you, sir. If there is no objection, House Bill 1238 will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. 1238 is left pending. Members, before we finish out tonight with just a few more bills, we do have some pending business to clear out. And we're going to start out with the chair laying out House Bill 788. That is the Charlie Guerin bill as pending business, which relates to the eligibility of emergency service dispatchers to participate in a public safety employees treatment court program. Chair White moves that House Bill 788 be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman White?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bowers?
Aye.
Goodwin? Aye. Harless? Aye. Hefner?
Aye.
Morales?
Aye.
Patterson?
Aye.
Schaefer?
Aye.
Tinderholt?
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 nays.
Chair, there being 9 ayes, 0 nays, the motion prevails. Next, the chair lays out House Bill 2343 by Chairman Charlie Guerin as pending business, which relates to the purchase of food beverages by the Department of Public Safety for certain persons. Chair White moves that House Bill 2343 be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman White,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bowers, Goodwin, Harless, Hefner, Morales, Patterson, Schaefer, Tinderholt, 9 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 9 ayes, 0 nays, the motion prevails. The chair lays out House Bill 2462 by Chairwoman Victoria Nave as pending business, which relates to a forensic medical examination occurring with respect to a sexual assault reported to a law enforcement agency. So here's another bill here. Okay, that's reform. All right. Chair White moves that House Bill 2462 be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman White,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bowers, Goodwin, Harless, Hefner, Morales, Patterson, Schaefer, Tinderholt, 9 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 9 ayes, 0 nays. Okay, members, here's another criminal justice reform bill. The chair lays out House Bill 2555 by Chairwoman Victoria Nave as pending business, which relates to evidence included in the statewide electronic tracking system for evidence of a sexual assault or other sex offenses to report on the status of evidence in that system. Chair White offers up the committee substitute to House Bill 2555. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. Vice Chair Bowers moves that House Bill 2555 is substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman White,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bowers, Goodwin, Harless, Hefner, Morales, Patterson, Schaefer, Tinderholt, 9 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 9 ayes, 0 nays, the motion prevails. Lastly, here on pending business, the chair lays out 2733 by Representative Tony Tinderholt as pending business, which relates to defendants restricted to operation of a vehicle equipped with an ignition interlock device as required to submit to alcohol monitoring and establishing a central database of those defendants. Chair White moves that House Bill 2733 be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman White,
Aye.
Vice Chair Bowers, Goodwin, Harless, Hefner, Morales, Patterson, Schaefer, Tinderholt, 9 ayes, 0 nays.
9 ayes, 0 nays. The motion prevails. So, as we're tracking here, members, we are moving bills that relate to criminal justice reform. The Pacheco bill today, the Niave bill, which kind of really gets some guardrails on how law enforcement works in these sex assault kits. So it may not just be always the big, exciting bill. We are moving bills on law enforcement accountability and criminal justice reform. Okay. This is something else. I haven't done this since it's been a long time since I had a 24-hour day almost. It's been a long time. Let's go to Hefner. Are you ready to lay out the Harris bill?
Yes.
Okay. How many we got on that? Harris.
I'll do that from here if y'all are okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members for hearing this.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me lay it out. Let me get it laid out. I just want to see if you were ready.
I'm ready, baby. Go.
Chair lays out House Bill 1069 and recognizes Representative Harris to explain, recognizes Representative Hefner to explain this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Representative Harris had important business in the district.
And I believe he has a substitute.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
He does have his
The
committee.
chair offers up the substitute to House Bill 1069.
I'm just in a hurry to get going.
I get
Chief, I'm ready to roll, yeah. All right. In many rural areas, including my district, which will be Harris's district, professional firefighters and paramedics are the first to respond to an emergency call. In these same communities, law enforcement agencies are stretched thin, having as little as 3 officers on patrol at any given time in a county of more than 50,000 people. Many of these emergency calls are initiated for nonviolent reasons, but can quickly devolve into violent, life-threatening situations long before a law enforcement officer can arrive on the scene. For the families of these first responders, all they care about is whether their spouse or parent will return home safely after their shift is over. House Bill 1069 seeks to provide those families with a little bit more peace of mind by permitting a first responder to conceal carry if that responder obtains certain training. Let me be perfectly clear. This bill does not permit firefighters or paramedics to perform the duties of a law enforcement officer. It simply allows them the opportunity to defend themselves in the unfortunate event that such an action is required. After spending many hours addressing the concerns of various stakeholders, this bill has been carefully written to provide liability protection for the employing municipalities, de-escalation training, weapons proficiency training, safe storage requirements, and more. In addition, the provisions of House Bill 1069 will only apply to cities with a population of fewer than 30,000 and counties with fewer than 250,000 residents. The committee sub addresses things such as it would require proof of $1 million general liability policy. It would bracket to departments in cities with 30,000 and counties with 250,000. Require continuing education of 10 hours per year. Provide a method for a department to develop policies for the carrying of an on-duty firearm. It would require the person that wishes to carry to reimburse the department for reasonable expenses or provide adequate means to secure the firearm at all times. It would ensure that the firefighter's duty as a firefighter is paramount to their ability to carry a firearm, and at no point can carry the firearm limit or interfere with a firefighter's duty. It also doubles the amount of training instruction from 20 to 40 hours, and private EMS entities and those types of organizations can opt out of this bill. Members, I reserve the right to close. Hopefully don't.
Yes, thank you, Representative. You do have the right to reserve. You reserve the right to close, and you have it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So at this time, what will you say? Oh, you have a question for the author? Okay. The chair recognizes Representative Patterson.
Thank you. Representative Hefner, I know this is a little bit unfair because this isn't your bill, that it is Representative Hefner's bill, and I understand he's got important business in, in the district right now. But, and if you don't know the answer to this, it's fine. But can't volunteer firefighters already carry if they want? That's my understanding.
I'm not familiar with all the provisions of different first responders. I don't know if this is just applying to full-time or what. Okay. I could probably find it out and get back to you.
If it said professional firefighters, then that would lead me to believe that it would be employees of a city, which would not be volunteer firefighters. And so I'm guessing what this bill does is it allows the city to make the determination on if they want their firefighters to be able to carry. Are you familiar? Again, I know it's unfair. It's not your bill. You're doing it for another member, but.
Yeah, I'm not sure enough to say, but I think it. I don't know that it's a. I don't know. I'd have to get back to you, or maybe you could get with Representative Harris on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Representative Patterson, and thank you, Representative Hefner, for doing your best. The chair will begin to call the witnesses. If you could, please state your name, your position on the bill when you come up, and who you represent. The chair now calls Gary Zimmerman. And then we'll have Joshua Todd, Heather Hill. Joshua Todd, thank you. Please state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
So my name is Joshua Todd. I am testifying for myself, and I warned you ahead of time. I apologize. I've been up for about 46 hours because I came off shift to talk about this. I was originally going to testify strongly in favor of this. Based on that committee substitute, I have to reverse that and be strongly disfavor of that. So I work as the commander over special operations for Austin EMS. I'm certainly not representing my employer, but this is less a gun bill and more a healthcare equity bill. And I'd like to take a little bit of time to talk about two different aspects of it. So I supervise our rescue and our tactical paramedics, and one of our long-standing problems in the tactical and SWAT world is our paramedics have and our physicians that are in the SWAT team have no ability to arm themselves either for training or for call-outs. Logistical hurdles that has produced is 3 or 4 years ago, we actually ended up sending our entire tactical paramedic team and the supervisory staff to our internal affairs division to be under investigation for bringing firearms to work when we had specifically been ordering them to do that for 10 years. But it's against city ordinance because we are in a large Democrat municipality. Additionally, in 2016, Officer Pittman got shot on one of our call-outs. He was at the bottom of a stairwell just inside of a building. He had a GSW to the leg. And even in a well-resourced urban municipality with a very large full-time SWAT team, we did not have any spare officers that could come off of their security details, the tasks that they were assigned, to be able to move that medic from the armored vehicle in the front yard to the downed officer at the bottom of the stairwell. So it took us 10 minutes to move a medic 10 yards to go treat that downed officer, who's obviously a very high priority. You can imagine if you extrapolate that out to someone who's not a law enforcement officer, there can be equity issues there with us getting a medic quickly to that victim's side. Additionally, a majority of these people that we interact with in the tactical environment are going to be very vulnerable populations, either due to mental health, substance abuse, or other things. And these people need high-quality medical care at the point of injury as quickly as possible. Our medics are trained in the exact same tactics, techniques, and procedures as our SWAT SWAT officers. They have to shoot to the same standards and do all those things.
Mr. Todd, I want to confirm, are you, could you state your name again for the record?
Yes, sir. So my name is Joshua Todd. I'm here representing myself. I'm not representing my employer. Okay. I am employed as a district commander over special operations. Mm-hmm. I was originally going to testify strongly in favor of the bill. I have to rescind that and be strongly opposed.
So we're going to change that you are against House Bill 1069.
Correct.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Chair recognizes Heather Hill. And then we have Michelle Mostert, Catherine Vargas, Dr. Alma Rondondo Lynch, and Mr. Christopher McAllister coming after this nice lady here.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Heather Hill, and I am testifying in favor of HB 1069. I will make this very brief. I strongly support 1069. My son works in fire alarm. People may not know it, but the fire marshal actually is the highest official in the state. He holds all of the lives of all Texans in their hand. So it seems to me that it's a no-brainer that the fire responders who face these types of dangers all the time should have the same rights as all citizens and all Texans do. They should be able to defend themselves at all times with no impedance for that.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Michelle Mostert. After Michelle Mostert, we'll have Catherine Vargas.
To be honest with you, I don't know what bill this one is.
Okay, this is House Bill 1069.
And it's for what now?
Relating to the carrying of handguns by certain first responders.
Okay. You know what? I'm so tired. I don't even remember what it's all about.
Okay, so
What did I put down?
well, you put down 4. Do you just want to withdraw that?
No, we'll do 4 because
You stay with 4. Okay,
but
so
I don't need to make any comments.
okay, great. So for the record, your name.
Michelle, I'm representing myself, Michelle Mostert, and I'm for the bill.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Catherine Vargas. Catherine Vargas being shown against this legislation. Dr. Alma Arredondo Lynch being shown for. Christopher McAllister shown for. Mike Fleming, he's shown for. Rodney Jankzak showing for. Rick Briscoe. And as Rick Briscoe is coming up, after Rick Briscoe, we're going to invite Butch Oberhoff, Louis Weichers, Dylan Price to follow Mr. Briscoe. Mr. Briscoe.
Mr. Chairman, members, I'm Rick Briscoe representing Open Carry, Texas, speaking in favor of the bill. Very simply, this is a small category of first responders who do not have the ability to be armed like many other first responders, and we believe that they should all be able to be treated equally. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Butch Oberhoff. Oh, okay.
Hey.
How you doing, sir?
Good morning. My name is Butch Oberhoff, and I am representing the Texas EMS Alliance. It's our statewide organization of EMS agencies, all sizes and types, all across Texas. I'm testifying on House Bill 1069. We have several concerns about legislation that removes an agency's ability to decide and regulate who, if anybody, on its staff should carry weapons. There's several practical concerns about it. What's more, agencies that have decided that carrying weapons works for their system in their communities can already do so. They don't need a new law to do it. I do appreciate that the author was trying to work on a framework, and I think that's great. But I'll tell you, after reading some of what's in the substitute language, there are a handful of agencies in Texas already, in very rural areas, that have already made a decision that carrying weapons works for their system. And I'm afraid, and I don't want to speak for them, but I'm afraid an unintended consequence is the language in the new bill will not allow them to do that anymore. Okay. So just one small example of why weapons causes a problem for us. So many of us serve federal military installations, federal prisons. Texas can't pass a law to make it okay for us to bring weapons into those locations. It's not realistic to think we get a call for help. Now we got to go back to a station or an office or wherever and secure a weapon and then respond. It's just a practical problem. We are very grateful to Representative Harris and his staff for working in good faith with all the stakeholders to come up with a language that everyone's comfortable with. We look forward to working with them in a continuing effort. I'll mention the committee substitute allows for agencies to opt out of carrying by passing an ordinance. So many EMS agencies provide service across jurisdictional lines. So if we serve a municipality of less than 30,000 people that's situated in a county of greater than 250,000 people, it's unclear how we resolve that. Or if we serve communities of greater than 30,000 people in a county of less than 250,000 people, how do we comply with that? We believe the agency should have the ability to opt in if they wish, if that works for their communities, if that works for their systems, and they want to opt in and weapons are a part of their program. We think every EMS agency should have that authority to do so. But requiring the agency to opt out by pursuing ordinances, particularly across several jurisdictions, will be really burdensome and really take away the primary job of saving lives that they're responsible for. Especially in the rural areas, EMS leaders really they're already wearing a lot of hats. They're already stretched thin. To have to put that additional burden on them, we think would be very troublesome.
Okay, Butch. Good morning.
Good morning.
I was sort of surprised to see you this morning because
I've been here since yesterday morning.
Right. Yes, because when I first saw this bill, I recommended, because we've talked about this issue weeks ago, and so I recommended that your team here in Austin talk with the representative. And
we have. It's been an ongoing conversation.
Okay, and then he sent word back to me. So I'm listening to you. Are you neutral or are you against?
So on my card, I'm neutral and I'm testifying on.
Okay, you're testifying on, and you say at the minimum, we're still in.
We're still talking. Yes,
still
sir.
talking. Okay, it's good for me to know that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right. All right. Lewis Wykers showing against. Dylan Price. And then we'll have Gregory Vital, Wayne Howell, Billy Mustin, Bradley Hodges, Melissa Weekly coming up after Mr. Price.
Hi, good morning. Dylan Price. I am against this bill. What's the third one? I'm sorry. It's kind of late.
Who you're representing?
Oh, I represent myself.
Okay. But you're against this bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, yeah, well, full disclosure, I've not read the substitute, so I'm basing my testimony on the previous version.
Mm-hmm.
So this bill will require additional training and will require a new course to be made for first responders. And to answer the question that was asked earlier by Mr. Patterson, currently volunteers are able to carry while on duty, but only volunteers if they're paid compensation above, I think it's like $2,500. They're not able to carry pursuant to the license to carry. The thing is, what I think this bill does is it creates some uncertainty with the provision under Chapter 411.184 of the Government Code, which this section will create, and that it seems like it's a more enhanced version of the current license to carry, which some states do have, but it creates an enhanced version because it requires additional training. And my concern would be, how does that interact with a typical license to carry? Is it also a license to carry, or is it its own thing, or is it something that's in addition to a current license to carry? Also, I don't know what the substitute says about this, but I think some departments should have the option to have volunteers and have the volunteers just use their license to carry, so they don't have to go through this additional training and have to go through all the provisions that Chapter 411.184 would impose on the departments. That's all I have to say. If you have any questions, I'm more than willing to answer.
Members, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
The chair recognizes Gregory Vital. Okay, he's showing 4. Recognizing Wayne Howell. He's registered 4. Recognizing Billy Mustin. Showing 4. Bradley Hodges.
Showing 4. Self. Brad Hodges. On the authority, yes. Intent, only one niggle. The operative gotcha here, as I understand it, is with a view to prevent crime. Yes. So my question is, by delineating some pigs are more equal than others in special classes and carve-outs, it's conflating the issue, right? So one standard for everybody, right? No carve-outs, no special classes, for the same reason, same lawful purpose, applied across the board.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Melissa Weekly, showing 4. Chair recognizes Lena Nuno.
I trust your judgment. I trust your judgment on this one. I'm for, just for the same reasons.
Okay, so let me make sure your name, for the record, is
Linda Nuno.
You're representing whom?
I'm in my personal capacity.
Okay, and you are for?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1069? The chair recognizes Representative Hefner to close on House Bill 1069.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for the author? Thank you, Representative Hefner, for laying it out, and the committee substitute is withdrawn, and if there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and House Bill 1069 is left pending. Now the chair lays out House Bill 1094 and recognizes Representative Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. This is a bill by Representative Oliverson, who also had important business in the district yesterday. Thank you all for hearing House Bill 1094 today. Members, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men in the United States have experienced some form of physical violence by an intimate partner. On a typical day, domestic violence hotlines receive approximately 21,000 calls, an average of close to 15 calls every minute, and that's according to the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. House Bill 1094 addresses these vulnerable victims by allowing someone who is 18 or older, who is legally able to possess a firearm and currently protected under a restraining order, does not need to obtain a license in order to carry a handgun. The victims will be protected under the following orders: a temporary restraining order or a temporary injunction under Subchapter F, Chapter 6 of the Family Code, temporary ex parte order, Chapter 83, Family Code, a protective order, Chapter 85, Family Code, and Chapter 7B, Code of Criminal Procedure, or a magistrate's order for emergency protection, and that's in Article 17.292, Code of Criminal Procedure. Those who carry under this law would be required to carry a copy of their order with them that will act like an LTC for the time being. Requiring those who are already victims of domestic violence to wait and pay to receive a license to carry could cost them their lives. If these victims feel they are in fear of their lives, they should be allowed to carry a handgun legally. I know we thought we were going to have some witnesses here to testify and tell their stories, and after that I reserve the right to close and try to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any members, are there any questions for the chairman? The chair calls Gerard Hutchins. Showing 4, Gary Zimmerman. Showing 4, Alexei Swirsky. Showing 4, Jorge Landivar. Showing 4, John Balgiano. Say again? Okay, hold on, sir. Showing 4, Jorge Landivar. Go ahead, your name, who you're representing, and your position on the bill.
Jorge Landivar, representing myself. My position on the bill is 4. I think that people need to be able to get the ability to defend themselves very quickly when they need it. I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Alma Arredondo Lynch. Showing 4, Andy Turner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Still awake?
Barely.
Start. Okay. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Andy Turner, Texas State Rifle Association, for the bill.
Okay.
Okay. I've already given testimony on domestic violence, so in the interest of time, the first few days after a victim leaves is the most dangerous for that victim. This bill allows the victim to carry as soon as the protective order is filed. Waiting for the LTC application process could be the difference for someone, for a victim, between life and death. This bill gives immediate protection to victims who choose to utilize this option. And for these reasons, we are in favor of this bill.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair calls Rick Briscoe. After Rick Briscoe, we'll call Derek Cohn, and Brandon Burkhart.
Mr. Chairman, members, I am Rick Briscoe, representing the Open Carry Texas, speaking for the bill. For the reasons that Representative Hefner laid out, the bill makes perfect sense that instantly the individual can carry rather than having to wait on the bureaucracy to issue a permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek Cohn, showing 4. Brandon Burkhart, showing 4. Steve Wallab,
Mr. Chair, members, I'm Steve Wallop. I'm the General Counsel of the Texas Hospital Association, and I'm here on behalf of our over 450 members to testify against House Bill 1094. This is a bill that's similar to the one we heard earlier, yesterday, I guess now. While, like that bill, we understand the goal of the bill and certainly are not opposed to Texans who have been threatened with or subjected to violence being able to protect themselves, we are opposed to the part of this bill, the same as the last bill, that would create an exception to the long-standing prohibition against bringing a gun into a hospital. That prohibition has been a part of the license to carry law since the beginning and is as old and as entrenched as that law is itself. It's found at section 46.035B4 of the Penal Code. Went through the reasons why it's just simply not, hospitals are not the place for guns earlier today, and certainly run through those, but suffice it to say hospitals, they're there when we need them. Often that is in the most trying times in response to natural disasters, major trauma, heart attacks, strokes, or, as I said earlier, answering the call and when the world is in the grips of a global pandemic. In those instances, understandably, grief and fear and anxiety take hold. It's in these moments that common sense would dictate that guns should not be entered into the mix in those very, very stressful situations. Would note that in this bill there is speaking in particular to the types of orders that would sort of invoke the protections of this bill, we are also additionally concerned that it would include an order entered under subchapter F of Chapter 6 of the Family Code. That's a type of order that's issued in a divorce case. Those are really very common. There's about 26 grounds under which those orders can be issued in divorce cases, many of which have simply nothing to do with violence or threats of violence. It seems like, you can't, during the pendency of the divorce case, you can't charge up the credit cards, you can't go sell property, you can't do a lot of things. So very typical, very common. In other words, I think this bill may be a little bit broader than it looks on its face, and that would be an additional concern we have. But the overriding concern is that it would permit guns to be in hospitals, and hospitals are no places for guns. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chairman, okay. Representative Tenderholt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tend to disagree solely because gun-free zones are usually places where people want to go harm folks. There have been hospitals around the country that there have been shootings. My concern is the liability of testifying about not allowing guns in there when most of the hospitals I go to have unarmed security in them. And so does it concern you at all that you don't want any guns in these places and that we're openly talking about, I don't want guns, we don't want guns, we don't want guns. And then if something happens in a hospital here in Texas, there's unarmed security in many of them, and you're not wanting guns at all in those places because where there are people that are trained and or licensed in Texas, and it looks like possibly constitutional carry folks, are you concerned about the liability at all of not having any weapons whatsoever in many of these hospitals? Because I am.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, again, for all the reasons I've stated here just now and in my previous testimony, I think on balance, guns in hospitals just is not a good mix in the first place. There are many businesses that prohibit guns on their premises. So hospitals certainly aren't unique in that regard. I've heard all the comments today about, sort of gun-free zones being the sort of the easiest targets. I certainly get that. Hospitals are a little bit different. They are 24/7 businesses. They are areas, and many of the areas are essentially secured areas. So, and some do have armed security guards, some don't. So, I don't think hospitals are any different in that regard to the issue you're raising than any business that prohibits guns on the premises.
All right. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hefner.
So how do you guarantee that a person intending to do harm doesn't bring a gun into your hospital? Do you have some sort of screening device or metal detectors or anything like that would guarantee that a person intending to do harm? I mean, so how can you guarantee that you're not going to have a gun in your hospital?
I don't think we can guarantee that. I don't think anybody can guarantee that. Some hospitals do, probably more so in urban areas, have metal detectors at entrances, but most don't, and we certainly couldn't make that guarantee.
So you mentioned also the part about the Chapter 83 of the Family Code. Can you help me understand how that is related back to hospitals?
It's not specifically related to hospitals. It's concern over sort of the breadth of this bill that actually seems to, on its face, be a fairly narrow circumstance where a person could carry a gun without a license by having this type of order. The type of order that I was specifically referencing, those orders issued under Chapter 6 of the Family Code, really, in many cases, are very common in divorce cases, and in many cases have nothing to do with threats of violence.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much
for your informative layout there of your points. The chair will call Alexi Swirsky, and then after her, we'll have Paula Anns, Brandon Holloway, Gregory Vital, Emily Taylor, Wayne Howell, Michelle Kupek, Bradley Hodges, and Amy Mobley Turney. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this is on Bill 1094 by Oliverson.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Alexi Swirsky. I'm speaking for myself, and I am for this bill. Gun control statutes, such as having to apply and wait for a license to be awarded to carry a gun, are unconstitutional as applied to battered women and as applied to other law-abiding citizens. The framers of the Second Amendment intended to guarantee an individual a right to bear arms that no state can abridge. It must be terrifying for a victim of domestic violence to be waiting for the government-approved license to carry to come in the mail. I even imagined her being afraid that if she's still living with her domestic partner, that he see this license come in and be enraged that she is obtaining the ability to defend herself. So I like the idea that she can go ahead and start legally carrying that gun to defend herself even before the license comes in. I just imagine a lot of mixed emotions and hard decision-making there about what to do when and how to take care of herself. And I think this not having to wait for a license to come in before she can carry a gun and defend herself would be in her favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want this bill.
Thank you. Paula Anns, Brandon Holloway, Gregory Vital, Emily Taylor, Wayne Howell, Michelle Kupek. How you doing, ma'am?
Okay, my name is Michelle Kupek, and I'm representing myself, and I am for this bill. What I can do for you tonight is give you just a little snippet of my life, okay? As a child, my stepfather abused my mother, and at age 13, I found out how effective a gun can be. He was beating my mother, and she was trying to defend herself with a high-heel shoe. He had a gun. I knew where it was. I went and got the gun. I leveled it to his chest, and he dropped my mom. He froze, and then he ran out of the house. So that night, I saved my mom. So guns are very effective in domestic violence. Then in my own life, later, when I got married, I experienced domestic violence. And until you experience it in your own life, you have no idea the constant fear. For instance, my abuser would fly into a rage if I simply didn't cook his chicken correctly and up to his standards. To this day, I've been divorced 4 years. I still cannot cook chicken for myself because it sends me into being sick and nauseous because of the memories. So these are things that women deal with on a daily basis. So I think, so we lived through this, and I lived through this silently. I didn't tell anybody, so I lived in my own hell. And a lot of women live this way. But when she finally gets the courage to tell somebody and to leave, we need to give her all the tools that she needs to do this. And that means if she wants to get that gun to carry it, she needs to be able to get it, and she needs to be able to get it as quickly as possible, with no delay, and not. She doesn't need to worry about risk of the gun-free zones. The attacker doesn't care about the gun-free zone. I had another incident, talking about gun-free zones. I had a stalker, and that's exactly where he found me. I was in a gun-free zone, and he found me in the gun-free zone. So, okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for
You're
that.
welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. All righty. Bradley Hodges. And after Bradley Hodges, Amy Mobley Turney, Ian Kress, Melissa Weekly, Linda Nuno.
Brad Hodges, self, and on, neutral. Authority is good. Intent is good, with the caveat that, once again, sauce for the goose is also sauce for the gander. So if it's a good idea in one, well, it's constitutional carry. As for the hospital carve-out, so the intent of the bill, you're not talking about concealed carry. You're not talking about open carry. You're not even talking about discreet carry. You're talking about covert carry, right? As in scrubs with an ankle holster. Ain't nobody know you got it. Yes?
Well, it will only apply to certain people that have. Go ahead.
For the hospital.
Okay. Okay. So why don't we just, you asked a question, why don't we let the author just elaborate on that on the closeout, okay? Thank you. Amy Mobley Turney. Ian Kress. Okay. And we'll have Melissa Weekly and Linda Nuno following you, my friend.
My name is Ian Kress, representing myself in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Linda Nuno. Oh, yeah.
I support the bill wholeheartedly. I was a victim of domestic violence. You already know that. I'm going to offer another glimpse into a victim's life. I called EMS, and my baby was barely breathing when he kidnapped my child. She was barely breathing. EMS had a captain and a rookie on that day. I called EMS, and EMS was forced to deny service to my baby, although she was barely breathing. Captain Rick sent me an email apologizing for the inconvenience.
Okay, and
officers need guns.
Okay.
So they have the same level of authority. When 9 cops are our throats, denying us that service and not letting EMS conduct their services because they're defending another officer.
and again, for the record, your name is?
Linda Nuno,
You are representing?
myself,
Okay, and what's your position on this bill?
forward.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1094? The chair recognizes Representative Hefner to close on House Bill 1094.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
Did you want to elaborate on that one question?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I'll close.
Okay. Chair recognizes Representative Tenderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing I'd like you to talk to Oliverson about, and then I will talk about too, is I'd like to see this, if it passes, expedited, the same as the other one, so that it's super fast and that someone, if this individual is under a protective order, they get their license very quickly.
Is this a licensure?
So they would use their protective order as a license until they could receive their license.
Okay, perfect.
So it's kind of to help them in that gap while
Thank
the
you.
paperwork's being done.
Good.
Okay. Any other questions for the presenter, author? Thank you, Representative Hefner. If there is no objection, the House Bill 1094 will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and House Bill 1094 is left pending. Let's go to his 2900. Okay. The chair lays out House Bill 2900 and recognizes Representative Hefner to explain his bill.
This is actually mine. This will help.
Yeah.
I'll be brief, Chairman and members. Thank y'all for hearing my bill today. House Bill 2900 would allow for those law-abiding individuals not otherwise prohibited by law to possess a handgun to carry a gun without a permit. The Second Amendment to the United States Constitution says that the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. This means without regulation and oppressive licensure. Members, federal law does not prohibit the possession of firearms by anyone 18 or older. This bill, put simply, conforms to existing federal code in that it allows those same individuals to carry without a permit. This bill would also allow for campus carry. However, any other current prohibited place that exists currently would not be changed. Additionally, private businesses and private universities would still retain their ability to prohibit with signage the lawful carry of handguns should they not wish this to occur on their premises. Federal code does not prohibit possession, but the state of Texas does by setting LTC requirements in place. I think it's a problem that the federal standard is closer to the Constitution than our state. I've heard different numbers on how many states have permitless carry, but I have here 18 states have already afforded these rights to their citizens, and I think it's time we join the list. The people of Texas should have the same ability to exercise their constitutional right. As we have seen time and time again, the people who wish to do harm to innocent people have no regard for our laws. The only people following our gun laws are law-abiding citizens. It's time to allow our law-abiding citizens to be able to defend themselves. A lawful gun owner, a lot of times, is the only thing that stops a person intent on doing harm with a gun. And so I think it's just clear to say that I'd like to see us arm the good guys so that they can defend themselves against the bad guys. I'd like to reserve the right to close and answer any questions y'all may have.
Okay, you will reserve that right to close, and this is on HB 2900. Members, any questions for Representative Hefner? We'll proceed with public testimony at this time. The chair recognizes Charles Raines. Okay, he's registered for. Michelle Mostert, registered for. Nellie Heiskell. Okay, Diane Velasco. Julie Campbell. Sylvia Colson. Kenneth Gibson. Rebecca DeFelice. She actually registered fast. Eric Brakey. Randy Bellamy. John Bongiano. Okay, as John is coming up, the next one's up in the queue is Michael Belsick, Ryan Simpson, Ben Leader, Thomas Burns, and David Tony Robertson, William Nance.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is John Bolgiano. I'm representing myself and testifying in full support in favor of House Bill 2900. I've been waiting to testify on constitutional carry for about 3 years now. During that time, I've researched, talked to some experts I could find. I've got a great deal of data to share with you this morning. It's too damn late for that. If you can legally own a firearm, you should be able to carry it openly or concealed without a state license. There should be no distinctions on time, place, or manner of carrying between licensed and unlicensed individuals. I would ask you to return a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Michael Belsick. Ryan Simpson. Ben Leader. Thomas Burns. My friend from the greatest city, town in Texas, David Tony Robertson. 5 hours.
Still got to go.
How's it going, David?
Yes, sir. My name is David Anthony Robertson. I am for this bill. Represent myself.
Let me, we got to keep this, because we got a lot of people waiting for people to mess up. That's what we do around here. You said David Anthony. You're listed as David Tony.
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you restate that then?
Yes, sir. David Tony Robertson.
Okay.
I am for this bill. I represent myself as a patriot of Hardin County. Everyone here has made very good testimony. Mr. Representative Matt, Mr. Representative Tony, and Mr. James White, thank you for your leadership and your passion. Mr. Hefner, thank you for authoring this bill. This is something me and James White have been talking about, been fighting on for a long time. I'd just like to remind us as patriots, the purpose of this right is to protect against tyranny. It was not for hunting, self-protection, or sporting, though those are benefits. Just a few days ago, the president has threatened to use a king's decree, an executive order, to try to suspend this right. I'd like to briefly quote Franklin. Peace is the goal, but strength is the means. One sword often keeps another in a scabbard, and make yourselves sheep and the wolves will eat you. And finally, I'd like to make one final comment that we cannot legislate away sin. Don't ever believe that or think that. And we cannot and should not legislate away liberty. Thank you.
Okay. And Tony, before you leave, you stated your name.
Yes, sir.
You stated who you represent. Yes, what is your position on House Bill 2900?
I'm in favor.
Thank you so much for coming.
Yes,
5 hours from the greatest House district in Texas, House District 19.
Thank you, Tim.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Is that the next one? William Nance. Dr. Alma Arendo, Dr. Alma Lynch. Okay. And I still have to call the name out. Okay. Andy Turner.
He's still here. Mr. Chairman, Andy Turner, Texas State Rifle Association, for the bill. Texas State Rifle Association stands fully behind the research that was presented here earlier this evening by Dr. John Lott and the policy behind this bill. And we thank Representative Hefner for having the bill.
Thank you, ma'am. Rick Briscoe. After Rick, we'll have Francis Schenken, Stephen Williford, John Franklin, Brandon Burkhart, Louis Wikers.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you. I'm Rick Briscoe, representing Open Carry, Texas, speaking for the bill. In view of the hour, I will simply say that for the many reasons stated by many witnesses, this bill represents a major step in restoring liberty too long denied to Texans. Thank you.
Thank you. Francis Schenken, Stephen Williford, John Franklin,
I'm John Franklin, representing myself, and I fully support this bill for the reasons I gave on constitutional carry earlier today.
Thank you, sir. Brandon Burkhart. Louis Wikers. Derek Reeves. Ramon Garza. Dylan Price. Gregory Vital. Wayne Howell. Rick Reinhardt. Okay. After Rick, we'll have Darren Roos, Walter Barnes, Jill Switzer, Christopher Turin, Jeffrey Rhodes. Yes, sir.
Been a very long day, so I'm going to cut mine very short. My name is Rick Reinhardt. I represent myself, and I'm in support of this bill, HB 2900. I'm a Texan, but I lived in Iowa for 40 years. June 14th, 1993, Flag Day, my father's 73rd birthday, and one of the most horrific mass murders in Iowa's 147-year history. Sometime around 10 p.m., my ex-brother-in-law broke into my sister's home, killed her, their 3 children, 18, 15, 11, and 2 young girls just spending the night in a sleepover, and they were 6 and 9. That night destroyed my family. My father died the following year, a broken man. And the rest of the family were just empty shells. They were overwhelmed with fear and terror. They were too terrified to sleep at night anymore, so they just sat up behind locked and barricaded doors. They slept for just short periods during the day, several times during the day. They sought all kinds of different personal protections, including guns. But at that time in Iowa, you could own a gun, but you couldn't carry it, concealed or open. And yesterday, Iowa, in House File 756, a concealed carry bill, it was passed through both houses of the legislature and sent to Governor Reynolds for her signature.
So Rick, you're saying we're now behind Iowa?
Yes.
Okay. Could we keep it at that? We got it. Okay.
I just want to say one thing.
Well, we've got to move. We've got to move. Thank you.
Thank you.
Darren Roos.
My name is Darren Roos. I'm testifying in favor of HB 2900, and I am representing myself. I've already testified on previous constitutional carry bills and why I support them, and I would respectfully ask that you support HB 2900 for the same reason.
And you support HB 2900?
Correct.
Thank you. Walter Barnes. Jill Switzer. Christopher Turin.
Hello, my name is Christopher Turan. I'm testifying in support of HB 2900. I'm representing myself. I'd like to tell you a story about how my work colleague was prevented from getting his LTC for 6 months. My company was hiring a lot more people for our team, and my colleague just moved here to start his new job. And then the COVID situation hit. He just began the process to establish residency when DPS shut down all driver's license appointments. He had his driver's license from his previous state, so he was not deemed a priority by DPS. He had to wait 6 months before he could get his driver's license. And then he could work on getting his license to carry. On top of that, he had to take the training class, which is another in-person appointment. And on top of that, he had to get the fingerprinting, which is another in-person appointment. I frequently discussed the situation with him at work, and we came up with some ideas on how to get around all these COVID restrictions, but that ultimately would mean that he would have to take time off work, and it would be a humongous hassle for him. He eventually got his driver's license, and then he got his carry permit. But all of the hurdles and delays made it a grand total of 8 months from start to finish to get that LTC. The hurdles to get a carry permit are ridiculous. I urge you to support constitutional carry and repeal the license requirement.
Thank you, sir. Jeffrey Rhodes. Eric Schaefer.
My name is Eric Schaefer. I'm representing myself, and I am for this bill. Thank you very much, sir. Thank all of you.
Thank you. Donald Dahl. Justin Miller. Bradley Hodges.
Bradley Hodges, self and for, as previously stated.
Thank you. Cody Ryan.
Cody Ryan, representing myself, and I'm very much for this bill. And thank y'all for your time.
Thank you. Kurt Norbert. Jason Bennett.
Jason Bennett. I'm for this bill. I'm representing myself in Huckleberry Arms.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick Wamhoff. Burl Cotton. David Covey. Mark Pitts. Jake Collier. Thomas Anderson. Kyle Garco.
Hey everybody, Kyle Gorko. I'm representing myself. I'm for this bill for reasons previously stated.
Thank you, my friend. Chris Edmiston. Jonathan Finley.
My name is Jonathan Andrew Finley, Pasadena, Texas. I am representing myself. I'm in favor of this bill. My previous testimony, HB 1238, should.
Okay, let me see. You're testifying on House Bill 2900?
Yes.
Okay, in your
Favor of
position?
2900. For it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Harrison Iliff.
Harrison Alpha and is my name, and I'm testifying in favor of HB 2900. And my previous statement for Mr. Bierman's bill carries over, and let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Anderson. Lindsay Hall Schwagman. Maritza Magura. Clint Polar. Mark Yanaros. Richard McKenzie. Cheryl Barnes.
Sherry Barnes, representing myself. I am for the bill as previously stated.
Damon Rambo. Shelby Williams. Amy Mobley Turney. Mark Alleman. Leonard Perez. John Brandt. Audie Nelson. Alexander Vargas. Jordan Clements. Julian Anderson. Karen Lane. Griffin Smith.
Hello, I'm Griffin Smith, representing myself. Speaking on favor of this bill, I would like to see modifications to remove the gun-free zones. Please pass this bill.
All right, thank you for that. Christine Shaig. Nathan Fleer, Mandy Kirkland, David Markle, David Lovelace, Brian Botnor, Rebecca McNair, Alexei Swirsky,
My name is Alexei Swirsky. I'm speaking for myself, and I am for this bill. We need to pass this bill to restore our full constitutional Second Amendment rights to Texans. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Randall, Jake Neidert, Destiny Hallman, Felicia Bull, Melissa Weekly, David Weekly, Dee Chambliss, Caton Mattingly, Mia Graddick, Jack Anderson, Ian Kress.
My name is Ian Kress. I'm representing myself, and I support HB 2900. Thank you.
Thank you. Dayton Wright, Rose Ripa, Megan Harris, Sean Sheridan, Nathaniel Dunning, Tara Meacha.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Tara Mitchell, NRA, in support of House Bill 2900. If we're going to make Texas a sanctuary state for real, the strongest thing the legislature can do this session is to pass permitless carry. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Michelle Mostert, Antonia Cover, Aaron Rickle,
Thank you. My name is Aaron Rickle, and I support HB 2900, and I represent myself. Please pass this bill. That's all I got.
Thank you. Heather Hill, Rachel Malone. She is. Oh, wow.
Rachel Malone, I represent Gun Owners of America and myself. We support HB 2900. If you're at least 18 years old, you can legally possess a firearm. You should be able to carry that firearm, open or concealed, no permit required. This bill does exactly that, and we support it for all the reasons already listed today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2900? Oh, okay, we have one here. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Why did he go outside? They can't sign people up in here. We have to take them out to the kiosk. But you can do it from here, can't you? You can do it from here, can't you? Yeah, let's always try it from here first, so they won't have to be waiting on them to walk all the way back in here. And then we're just picking up other people to come in. Okay, do we have Troy Jones? I don't see him in here. We got Jesse Coleman. Okay, is that him? Jesse Coleman? No, that's right. That's right. That's not him. It's the other one. Okay, that's it. Chair calls Jesse Cohen. And after him, Troy Jones Jr.
All right, I'm Jesse Cohen. I'm representing myself, and I support HB 2900.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Troy Jones Jr.
Good morning, committee. I am Troy Jones Jr. I reside in Paris, Texas. I represent myself, and I am for this bill to be passed, and I am in the district of the Honorable Mr. Van Dever.
Okay.
Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you. Okay. All righty. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2900? Public testimony is now closed, and Representative Hefner is recognized to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
All righty. Members, any questions for the author? Thank you, Representative Hefner. If there is no objection, House Bill 2900 will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 2900 is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 1927. That's a great year. And recognizes Representative Schaefer to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do have a committee substitute.
Okay. The chair offers up the committee substitute to House Bill 1927.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to everyone listening and who's still here. Your dedication is greatly appreciated. All the work that you've done over the years and your circle of influence is very important. This bill seeks to accomplish many of the goals that we have all talked about here tonight. Certainly, if I was a committee of one, I might have written the bill a little bit differently. But this is a body of 150 members, and so it was written with a few challenges ahead of us in mind. That being said, it also has a couple of wrinkles in it that maybe some of the other bills don't. One being, this issue of gun-free zones. Gun-free zones, by and large, stay in place in my bill, but we also allow for people to make mistakes. We had a member of the legislature make a mistake at an airport a few years ago. So it does have a clause in this that if a person possesses a handgun or a gun on a gun-free zone, that they would get a chance to have oral notice and to leave the premises in the case of an actual mistake. And if they didn't, obviously they would be under penalty. There's a lot to discuss in the bill, but I don't need to go into all that tonight. We've all covered the subject very well. And I just hope that we can advance something, do what we can with what we have right now, and let's see what we can get done. Mr. Chairman, with that, I reserve the right to close.
All right, you reserve that right. We'll start calling up the witnesses. Chair recognizes Michelle Mostert, Paula Unz, Diane Velasco, Julie Campbell, Sylvia Colson, Eric Brakey, Fran Rhodes, John Baggiano,
Morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is John Bolgiano. I'm representing myself, speaking in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Randy Bellamy, Ryan Simpson, Ben Leader, Catherine Burns, William Nance, Dr. Lynch, Andy Turner. Great timing.
Andy Turner, Texas State Rifle Association, for the bill. TSRA stands fully behind the research of Dr. John Lott and the policy behind the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rick Briscoe.
Mr. Chairman, members, I am Rick Briscoe, representing Open Carry, Texas, for the bill. I'll simply say the OOPS provision, which you have added to the committee substitute, is a fine way to keep citizens who inadvertently enter a place from clogging up the judicial system. It's a logical extension of the bill we passed about airport secure areas a few years ago, and it's not proven to be a problem as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Francis Schenken. Stephen Williford. John Franklin. Thank you, John.
So once again, John Franklin for myself, and I fully support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Burkhart. Derek Reeves. Brandon Holloway. Dylan Price.
Hi there, Dylan Price, in favor of the bill, speaking on behalf of myself. So I'm not going to change your opinion on constitutional carry in 2 minutes. I'm not that compelling of a speaker. This is a complex issue. It's 4 in the morning. But real quick, for those of you on the fence, 1927, what it does is it puts all the pertinent laws into one section. So think about that. It fundamentally recognizes the Second Amendment, removing the distinction between handguns and long guns. So it's just firearms. That's one thing to consider. And it treats anyone 21 and above as an LTC holder. So takeaways here, long guns, handguns, same thing at this point, firearms. All laws are in the same place. It consolidates it and removes a bunch of verbose language from other sections of other laws. And anyone over 21, they can carry now. So that's all.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah.
Gregory Vidal. Emily Taylor.
Good morning, Emily Taylor, testifying for myself for this bill. I believe this to be an incredibly elegant bill. Chapter 46 of the Texas Penal Code is difficult even for attorneys who live and breathe there every day. This does an excellent job of keeping law-abiding gun owners law-abiding by simplifying the law. In addition, it cleans up our belt or shoulder holster problem that we have, which is also a wonderful thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Wayne Howell. Destiny Hallman. Darren Roos.
Hi, my name is Darren Roos. I'm in favor of HB 1927, and I'm testifying, representing myself. Please pass this bill.
Thank you. Wayne Howell, we already called that one. Jill Switzer. Christopher Turin.
Hello, my name is Christopher Turan. I'm testifying in support of HB 1927. I am representing myself. Most of my testimony has been covered by other speakers, but a few small points have not. I have only, in all of our testimony, I've only heard two reasons in favor of keeping the LTC, the background check, and the training requirements. The only thing I have to add on the background check is that most criminals buy their guns off the black market for a substantially cheaper price than they do from a gun store, thus skipping the background check. The training requirement is the gun owners generally seek out training regardless if there is a training requirement or not. We've had permits in Texas for some time. Honest citizens behave well, and criminals do whatever they want and ignore the law. The Texas LTC offers us no benefit. I urge you to support constitutional carry and repeal the license requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Rhodes. Eric Schaefer.
My name is Eric Schaefer. I'm representing myself, and I am for this bill. Thank you very much, sir, for drafting this and presenting it. Thank all of you for everything you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Donald Dahl. Justin Miller. Bradley Hodges.
Brad Hodges, self and for. Authority is clean, good intent. Thank you for bringing it.
Cody Ryan.
Cody Ryan, representing myself, and I support this bill 100%. Thank you.
Rick Reinhardt.
My name is Rick Reinhardt. I'm testifying for myself, and I support this bill.
Patrick Wamhoff. Jason Bennett.
Jason Bennett, I'm for this bill. Thank you very much for authoring it and representing myself and Huckleberry Arms.
Thank you. Burl Cotton. Mark Pitts. Jake Collier. Thomas Anderson. Kyle Gorko. There he is. Yeah.
Kyle Gorko, representing myself, 100% for this bill.
Thank you. Thank you. Joe Burns. Jonathan Finley.
My name is Jonathan Finley. I'm representing myself. I am in favor of this bill. Please pass it.
Mm-hmm. Harrison Elif.
Hello again, I'm Harrison Elf. I'm representing myself. I stand in strong support of 1927, HB 1927, and thank you so much for hearing us out.
Thank you, sir. Misty Hauer. Lindsay Hall Schwagman, excuse me. Clint Polar. Richard McKenzie. Damon Rambo. Shelby Williams. Amy Mobley Turney. Marco Alaman, Alexander Vargas, Jordan Clements, Julian Anderson, Griffin Smith,
Hi, I'm Griffin Smith, representing myself, speaking in favor of this bill. Representative Schaefer, thank you for including the OOPS provisions. Like to see that. Please pass this bill.
thank you, sir. Nathan Fleer, Caleb Bosley, David Markle, David Lovelace, Brian Botnar, Rebecca McNair, Kenneth Moore, Jake Neidert, Felicia Bull, Melissa Weekly, David Weekly, Caton Mattingly, Catherine Nolde, Mia Graddick, Jack Anderson, Patrick Harris, James Wright, Dayton Wright, say what?
James Wright, representing myself, I support this bill.
Okay. James Wright. Okay. Mandy Kirkland. Okay. Dayton Wright. Rose Ripa. Megan Harris. Dr. John Lott. Sean Sheridan. Chelsea Barlow. Nathaniel Dunning. Tara Mecha.
Mr. Chair, Tara Mitcha, NRA, in support of House Bill 1927. Representative Schaefer, thank you for bringing this thoughtful and meaningful legislation before the committee. And committee members, thank you for your hard work, patience, and time this evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Michelle Mostert. Aaron Rickle.
My name's Aaron Rickle. I represent myself. I support this bill. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Okay. Rachel Malone.
My name is Rachel Malone. I represent Gun Owners of America and myself. We support this bill. Thank you, Representative Schaefer. I've been working and waiting for 9 years to pass constitutional carry in Texas, and it is an honor to wait as many hours as it takes with these wonderful Texans in this room with me to do whatever we need to make sure we pass it this year. Thank you.
Jesse Cohen.
My name is Jesse Cohen. I represent myself, and I support this bill.
And we have Troy Jones.
Good morning again. I am Troy Jones Jr. from Paris, Texas, and I represent myself. And I am supporting this bill. I have driven 300 miles to be here for these specific bills for this constitutional carry because it's high time that we get this passed. It's past time to get this passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that sense of urgency there. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1927? The chair recognizes Representative Schaefer to close on House Bill 1927.
Onward, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Members, any questions for the author? Thank you, Representative Schaefer. The committee substitute is withdrawn, and if there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 1927 is left pending. I want to do 1396 withdrawals. Okay. Okay, members. Okay, what do I have to do? I have to bring it back. Okay. Members, any questions? Any questions about the substitute? All the stuff that could happen after 20. Okay, we're gonna have to run out. Okay. Well, it says here. The committee substitute is withdrawn. I think I said it. Okay. And if there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 1927 is left pending. I want to do 1396 first. Let me get, oh. Give that. Yeah, I'll give that to you. Here you go.
The chair lays out House Bill 1396 and recognizes Chairman White to explain his bill.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, and second to the last one, okay? And real quickly here, earlier today we heard a lot about a lot of very acute inflection points as it involves our local police and our yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I do have a committee substitute.
Yes. The chair offers up the committee substitute for HB 1396.
Okay. And okay, thank you so much. And so earlier today we heard quite a bit about some inflection points over the past several months in regards to how citizens interact with their local police. And apparently when these events happen, there's some trust, and we've heard that throughout the loss of trust. We've heard that even from our law enforcement officers. They sense that. So I remember the several days during the aftermath of that horrible George Floyd incident, and President Trump's executive order was a safe policing of safe communities. So House Bill, the committee sub, 1396, mimics the concepts that were put forward by President Trump's executive order, which is, I know that's kind of hard for some people, but that was, borrowing a term from someone else just a few moments ago, it was pretty elegant. You know, someone may not associate elegance with Donald Trump, but I thought the way he did this executive order and how it relates to police accountability was very interesting. It requires law enforcement agencies to work in consultation with judges, prosecutors, commissioners' courts, governing bodies of municipalities, and residents located within the agency's jurisdiction to adopt policies regarding issuing citations for misdemeanor offenses that are punishable by fine only, the use of no-knock warrants, the intervention by a peace officer to stop or prevent another peace officer from using excessive force. This legislation also requires law enforcement agencies to report misconduct by law enforcement officers employed by the agency, including instances in which there was a conviction of a criminal offense or there was certainty that the officer used excessive force against a person. The agency shall also note if the officer was disciplined or terminated. All this information will be kept in a centralized statewide database by TCOL and published regularly on their website to ensure transparency and accountability. Additionally, this bill sets some requirements as standards for law enforcement agencies to qualify for grants from the governor, as well as it creates an advisory commission for agency credentialing, requires that TCO create model policies on coordinated response programs and specialized training program. In addition to those model policies, the substitute asked TCO to create 3 more on the following: no-knock warrants, duty to intervene, Class C misdemeanor fine-only offenses. A law enforcement agency is required to adopt policies on these 3 areas and may, if they choose, create their own or implement those suggested by TCO. These measures are the first of many steps that we must take to rebuild the relationship in our communities that is broken between law enforcement agencies and the general public. It is imperative that we act now so that future tragedies will be avoided. Madam Chair, I humbly reserve the right to close.
You certainly have it. And so I believe, Mr. Chairman, that you have some witnesses here.
Yes.
And so we'll open up to public testimony. The chair calls Derek Cohen. I believe your witnesses are here.
They may have to go to sleep.
Next, the chair will call Chris Jones. Eric Schaefer. The chair calls Eric Schaefer. And Mr. Schaefer, you know the drill.
Yes, ma'am. My name's Eric Schaefer. I'm representing myself, and I am for this bill.
That's it.
Anytime we have people putting authority over us, we have opportunity for abuse. And I believe this bill addresses some of that. I don't know the details of the bill, but I trust that there's a lot of good stuff in there. So I am for this bill, and anything that advances transparency and accountability for government agents, I'm for that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair calls Linda Nuno. And please state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
Thank you for staying so late. My name is Linda Nuno. I'm a well-known victim of APD. I do believe I'm the biggest victim that APD has created in the last 10 years. 24 people have died at the hands of police in the last 10 years, 24 out of 30 since it was created. Since it was created, 30 people have died. In the last 10, 20 people have died. That mother, 24 mothers are crying on their graves, their children's graves. I don't have closure. My baby is still in the hands of this pedophile sociopath who is hiding behind the blue light. This has to stop.
And so, Ms. Nuno, you are testifying against House Bill?
I need this bill to pass urgently.
So would you like us to change your, the way you signed up? You signed up against House Bill 1396?
No, I need this to pass
So you're
now.
for?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we will change that for the record, and you are here representing yourself?
And my daughter,
Okay.
Tiffany Caitlin Oakley, a victim of 6 years and a half. Try to put your kids in the situation that my kid has been for this long.
Thank you. And so, members, are there any questions for the author? Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1396? The chair recognizes Chairman White to close on HB 1396.
At this time, I close.
Thank you, Chairman White. Okay. The committee substitute is withdrawn, and if there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. HB 1396 is left pending. The chair lays out HB 1911, which is Chairman White's bill.
Last one for the night.
Members,
I can keep it. Well, okay. Okay, let me, okay. Okay.
you got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I don't know. Everybody's got a boss, and sometimes up here, my committee clerk is my boss. Okay. All right. Okay. The chair lays out House Bill 1911. This is how we gonna start that? Okay, and which is my bill, and let me just lay it out like this. We don't have to belabor this very much. I think we have carried enough. I did have another, what I thought was an improved draft, but I'm not going to lay that one out. I'm going to lay out the original draft. And today has just been very incredible, Vice Chair. Seems like everybody wants their rights. I mean, everybody wants their rights. And it doesn't matter if they're on the left or the right, or even in the middle. Everybody wants their rights. And so I don't know if we have bit this up too much, because the way the members on this committee have handled today, they've definitely displayed that they are listening. And I don't know what that means as far as stuff getting off the floor and all this stuff, but everybody wants their rights, and everybody wants the government to respect them, and regardless the issue. And this is very interesting. So pretty much this original draft, which I will lay out, was the draft that got out of this committee back in 2017. Okay, so that's what it is. And so that's what I'm going to lay out. And then next week we'll, on all this, and I'm talking about all this stuff, not just the stuff we've been talking about for the last 7 hours or so. We're going to have to figure out how we're going to move forward. So we're going to go ahead and proceed with public testimony. And again, it's just what I passed in 2017. It's, it is what it is. All right. Go through this. Sylvia Colson, David Covey, Paula Ann's, George Gerhardo, Julie Campbell, Mark Phillip, Justin Jackson, Kayla Thompson, Shelby Williams, Randy Bellamy, Eric Brakey, okay, Gary Zimmerman, Alexei Swirsky. Well, yeah, if you're registered to testify. Oh, you want me to go through the whole 9? Okay, I just thought y'all probably just want to go home. Okay. So we've already done the bill layout. Okay, so you don't want to come up. Okay. Okay. But it's a constitutional carry bill.
Okay. What I'm seeing where I live, my name is Alexei Swirsky. I represent myself, and I am for the bill. What I'm seeing where I live in Harris County is, and I'm not picking on the police, but, and this is, I've got an incident relating back to 20 years where The police go after the low-hanging fruit, and the criminals are let out on bond again and again and again. That's been happening in the last year especially. 20 years ago, I was driving in a residential neighborhood with my two little girls and was hit by a drunk driver head-on. The mailman came over, and I got his license plate. Fortunately, he was going slow, so the car and the girls and the car had a little fender damage. That was the only injuries. Mailman came over and said he does this all the time. He was driving drunk. I know where he lives. He lives right there, and he points to it. So I call the police, just if nothing else, to get this guy not to hurt anybody. Takes 45 minutes the police get there. The accident occurred in front of a park, so I get my little girls out, and we swing, and they swing them in the swing, so the police get there. The first thing the policeman says is, not the first thing, I'm exaggerating, I apologize. He wants to look inside the car, and he wants to make sure I have car seats, because he said he would write me a ticket if I didn't have car seats for those girls. I was a very conscientious mother about all that. I would have car seats whether there was a law about it or not. So he was satisfied. I don't hear anything. For 2 weeks, I called the police department. They said, oh, we called the owner of the car. He said he didn't know anything about it. That was the end of it. So the police take the occasion to make sure I'm obeying the law, which is fine. I believe car seats should be mandated. Nothing is done against the drunk driver. And that is how I see these laws that require where you can carry the gun. I know there should be some limits. I agree with that, Representative Schaefer. But I would think constitutional carry is a step in the right direction of going after the criminals instead of prosecuting everyday citizens for little things. So we don't want to have fill out the form and go to get the training. We want to be able to carry our guns constitutionally and not to have to get a license for it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Nellie Heiskell, Charles Rains, James Dickey, Michelle Mostert, Dan Velasco, Fran Rhodes, John Balgiano,
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is John Balziano. I'm representing myself, speaking in favor of Bill 1911. It's important to me that you all pass a committee substitute that includes everyone who possesses a firearm. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Simpson, Ben Leader, Brandon Burkhart, Kenneth Gibson, A.J. Louderback, Wayne Howe, Irvin Light, Irvin Light. Okay. How you doing, Pastor?
Praise the Lord, I'm finer than frogs' hair. I thank you very, very much for your diligence and taking your time to be here. I think all of us are looking pretty close to 24 hours. I've done 72-hour stints hauling explosives. I know how dangerous it can be, and I thank you for being here as long as you are. Praise God. I'm asking that you support this House bill and make it pass. I'm Irvin Light. I'm testifying for myself. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gregory Vital. Tony Robertson. David Tony Robertson. Brandon Holloway. Max Dominguez. William Nance. Dr. Amar Arredondo Lynch. Andy Turner.
Andy Turner, Texas State Rifle Association, in favor of the bill. TSRA stands fully behind the research and the policy behind this bill, and please y'all work it out. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Ramon Garza. Rick Briscoe.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you. On a personal note, I want to thank each and every one of you for your commitment to stay through this hearing. I've testified in the wee small hours of the morning on several occasions, and I remember one which you were at, sir. And this is the most members of any committee I've ever seen hang in to the bitter end. So thank you all very much. I'll tell one very short story that constitutional or unlicensed or permitless carry resolves. There was a man in College Station, Texas, on a Sunday afternoon who was watching a football game, and there was ruckus outside. He did not have a license to carry, but he went outside with his telephone in one hand and a handgun at his side in the other, and he saw ruckus, and he stepped over his property line to get a better view of what was going on, and it was a beatdown. And when he said, "I've called the cops," well, the gang split like a covey of quail, except one girl who hung around who probably was a gang member anyway. And there was a shot fired at some point. Police finally showed up after a while. They looked around for shell casings, found none, examined his gun, had a full magazine plus one in the chamber, smelled it, it had not been fired. They said, "Well, we've got to arrest somebody, you're it." Direct quote. And dragged out for 2 years. Because he stepped over his property line, he was charged with unlicensed carry of a handgun. Surely we thought a prosecutor would drop the case because the guest of honor at the beatdown wouldn't stop telling the police, "This guy saved my life," defense of another, and the common law defense of necessity. Well, it eventually went to trial. The jury convicted him of unlicensed carry because they decided it wasn't immediate enough to require him to do that. Moral of the story, juries sometimes do weird things. Unlicensed or permitless or constitutional carry would solve many problems, and this is but one example. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Rick. Okay, and Rick, just for the record, to make sure we're squared away, your name?
I am Rick Briscoe, appearing for Open Carry, Texas, in favor of or for the bill.
1911. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Francis Schinken. Stephen Williford. John Franklin.
John Franklin for myself, and I'm in support of this bill. The purpose of the bill is great. The bill number is great. Just would like to ensure that we get language that covers anyone who can possess a firearm. Thank you.
Sir. Louis Weichers. Elizabeth Hanks. Derek Reeves. Dylan Price. Emily Taylor. Wayne Howell. Destiny Hallman. Billy Mustin. Darren Roos.
My name is Darren Roos. I'm testifying in favor of HB 1911, and I'm representing myself. It's important to me to pass a committee substitute that includes everyone who can possess a firearm.
Thank you for that. Walter Barnes. Jill Switzer. Christopher Turan, excuse me.
Hello, my name is Christopher Turan. I'm testifying in support of HB 1911. I am representing myself. I have no further testimony to add which has not been covered by other speakers. I urge you to support constitutional carry and repeal the license requirements.
And your position on the bill again is?
I am in support of it. I am in favor of 1911.
Okay.
It's a great bill number as well.
Okay. Jeffrey Rhodes, Eric Schaefer.
My name is Eric Schaefer. I'm representing myself, and I am for this bill. I am for removing the prohibition by the state of Texas against inanimate objects and the possession of these objects. We already have laws against doing bad things with the objects. So thank you very much, sir, for this bill. Thank you, committee members, for all that you've done. Thank you.
Donald Dahl, Justin Miller, Bradley Hodges.
Brad Hodges, self, and a 4. And I look forward to your committee substitute and hopefully cherry pick from the best of all the options at your disposal to upgrade freedom and liberty for all of us.
Got to upgrade, right. Rick Reinhardt. Rick Reinhardt. Yes, I thought he was still here.
My name is Rick Reinhardt. I'm testifying for myself, and I support this bill wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Cody Ryan.
Cody Ryan, representing myself. I support this bill, but I'd like for it to see that it includes everyone that can possess a firearm.
Everybody.
All right.
Everybody. Nathan Darsh. Tara Mecha.
Mr. Chairman, Tara Mitcha, NRA, in support of House Bill 1911. Chairman White, thank you for your leadership on this issue. Thank you for your leadership of this committee. I think you showed us a lot today.
Oh, okay. Just staying up a few hours? I mean, man, y'all are easy.
We look forward to working with you and all the authors of permitless carry to get the job done this session. Thank you.
Ooh-wee. Okay. Kurt Norbert, Jason Bennett.
Hi, Jason Bennett. I testify in support of 1911 for myself and for Huckleberry Arms. God bless Texas.
God bless Texas. Patrick Wamhoff. Burl Cotton. Mark Pitts. John Kepa. Jake Collier. Thomas Anderson. Kyle Guarco. Getting close.
No, I nailed it that time.
Okay.
So Kyle Guarco, representing myself. In 1911, I am in full support of this bill. Let's just get that committee writer in there for all people who have firearms. Going to get some pancakes.
All people. All people. Chris Edmiston. Karen Lane. Jonathan Finley. I'm sorry, Jonathan.
It's me, right?
Yes.
My name is Jonathan Finley. I am testifying on behalf of myself. I'm in full favor of 1911, and I look forward to a committee substitute that includes coverage for all people.
I like everybody. Everybody. Okay. Harrison Eliff.
Hello again, it's me, Harrison Elliff, testifying on behalf of myself. I'm fully in favor of 1911. Just a quick note, if I might add. I hate military elitism. I hate the idea that only the military and police are special magical people and only they should have guns, and I know you feel me on that one, Mr. Chairman. Please pass this bill. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, sir. Maritza Magira. Clint Polar. Mark Yanaros. Richard McKenzie. Cheryl Barnes. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Sherry Barnes, and I represent myself, full support of 1911 with all that are able to possess.
Thank you, ma'am. Damon Rambo, Leonard Perez, Joseph Rowe, Amy Mobley Turney, Marco Aleman, George Clement, Leonard Perez, John Brandt, Audie Nelson, Alexander Vargas, Jordan Clements, Julian Anderson, Griffin Smith. How you doing?
Hi, I'm Griffin Smith. I'm representing myself, testifying in favor of this bill. I'd like to see the language to include everyone that can possess. Thank you.
Got to get everybody. Thank you a lot, Doctor. Christine Shaig, Nathan Fleer, Mandy Kirkland, David Markle, David Lovelace, Brian Oh, okay. David Lovelace, Brian Botnar, Rebecca McNair, Kenneth Moore, Mark Randall, Megan Harris, Jake Neidert, Dr. John Lott, Melissa Weekly, David Weekly, Dee Chambliss, Felicia Bull,
Felicia Bull, representing Gun Owners of America, and myself. I would just reiterate what everyone else is saying. Please submit the committee substitute, because as the bill is filed, I personally would still not be able to carry. And that's obviously important to me and thousands of other Texans, so we thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. Okay, you stated your name, who you represent.
I'm on the bill as
On the bill.
filed, would support with the committee.
Okay, so you're on.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
did testify in favor.
Okay, so you did,
Registered in favor.
you registered in favor. We can change it to on.
Please
Let's do that.
Yes.
Let's do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Caton Mattingly. You good? Catherine Noldy. Mia Graddick. Jack Anderson. James Wright.
James Wright, representing myself, and I completely support all things 1911. And thank y'all very much for all y'all's time and effort. And thank y'all.
Okay. I apologize. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. The chair recognizes Felicia Bull.
I'll change to for the bill. Sorry about that.
Okay. Well, state your name.
Felicia Bull, Gun Owners of America, and myself for the bill.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ian Kress.
Ian Kress, representing myself, support the bill. Thank you.
Okay. Stuart Rhodes. Brian Bodine. Chelsea Barlow. Dayton Wright. Rose Ripa. Sean Sheridan. Nathaniel Dunning. Okay. Michelle Mostert. Cole Creech. Antonia Cover. Aaron Rickle.
Sorry, I'm moving a little bit slower now. Thank you. My name is Aaron Rickle. I support the bill 1911, of course, 1911. Represent myself and Grizzly Arms. Please pass the bill. But with one note, please add, for me, it's important to me to pass the committee substitute with including everyone who can possess a firearm. Also, by the way, I do love the name 1911.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Rachel Malone.
My name is Rachel Malone. I represent Gun Owners of America and myself, and we support HB 1911. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for your active attention and participation in this hearing. We appreciate it so much. And as you and I have discussed, obviously we want it to apply to those to everyone who is able to legally possess a firearm. We appreciate this. I think we can all agree, as wonderful as this evening was, it should be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Let's make this the year that we pass constitutional carry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Cohen. And as he's coming up, is there anyone else that wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1911?
My name is Jesse Cohen. I am representing myself. I'm for this bill, HB 1911. Let's get constitutional carry done in Texas. Thank you.
Okay. Troy Jones.
Good morning. I am Troy Jones, Jr. from Paris, Texas. I am representing myself, and I am 100% for this bill. We need to get this passed out of committee onto the full House, send it to the Senate, get that passed, and have the governor sign it into law.
Thank you, Troy. Chair recognizes Linda Nuno.
Chair, thank you so much. The only detail that I saw while I was reading the bill the other day was the fact that if somebody is categorized under any kind of mental illness, they will be taking the right to own a gun. The problem with that is that even people with under depression diagnosis for the last, 5 years could be liable for that. Now, you have to take in consideration that a lot of people have been misdiagnosed or even been victims of a smear campaign for legal purposes. That's
Okay.
all.
And just for the record, your name is?
Linda Nuno.
And you are representing?
I'm a Democrat. I'm a proud Democrat.
No, who are you representing?
I'm in my personal capacity.
Okay, yes.
Yes, sir.
And we don't have a problem necessarily with the other one, but we got to get that down, okay? And what is your position on House Bill 1911?
I think they should be rewarded. I am forward.
Okay, thank you
I
very
am
much.
forward.
Yes, ma'am.
But it should be
Thank you.
rewarded.
Have a great, morning or day. Okay. All righty. Public testimony is now closed, and I will now close on the bill. If there is no objection, 1911 will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 1911 is left pending. Before I conclude today, I'm not going to ask you to break decorum, but please, as you're leaving, thank our troopers that stayed with us for hours and hours and hours. They did a great job. Thank you, troopers, for your work. I kept you up. Well, y'all broke arm anyway, okay? Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, members, this concludes today's agenda. Next week, I think we're going to Easter observance, so we will not do this next week. We'll do some bills next week, but it won't be like this because we got to do Easter time. And is there any further business for the committee to address? If not, the chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, the time now is 5:39 on Friday, okay, March 26, and the committee stands adjourned subject to the call of the chair.